Chapter 1673. Ashes, thick smoke, and an abnormal odor wafted in the air. The foul air filled the space, and occasionally revealed its true form under the illumination of the blood-red setting sun, a cloud of gray, green, and purple strange gas. One could tell at a glance that it was definitely poisonous. Ordinary people could not fly in the daytime, but they could spiral into the sky. The air was filled with such gases, and it was impossible to see them with the naked eye. In order to make them appear, they had to be exposed to the blood-red sunlight. Most of the clouds in the sky were covered with thick black smoke from the burning of the earth, covering the sky and the sun. It was very difficult for the sunlight to seep through the gaps and barely illuminate the earth. The ground was full of burning ashes, and the remains and things that were not completely burned had become brittle. Poking with a finger would create a hole, and kicking with a leg would blow the entire ground full of ashes. The decorations on both sides of the road that were not monotonous were full of ashes and tattered remains. Piles of ashes as high as hills, accompanied by the strange stench and the huge red star in the sky that could be seen through the gaps of the black clouds. If the black clouds dispersed, one could see that it occupied 2/3 of the sky. It was already in a fragmented state, with a huge body showing 4 or 5 unusual shapes. Its density was forcibly torn apart by some force, showing several different densities in 4 or 5 areas, causing its form to change, becoming an orange-red jellyfish that was crushed into a ball and squeezed into pieces. Its gravity had also lost its normal control, and even at such a close distance, it could not drag the star into its stomach and burn it clean. Walking on the land where ashes and smoke danced with these strange scenes, it was like walking in a distinctive apocalyptic world. Well, perhaps it was not wrong. This world had already ushered in the end, and it was a normal thing to happen in this world. Unfortunately, its lifespan had not come to an end. Something tyrannical had pushed its young lifespan to the end, pushing the entire star system to the end ahead of time. There is no remaining breath of life. The last remaining breath of life faded away 17 minutes ago, and the abyssal death mist dissipated at the same time. If there is no accident, it should be so. He stood under the pile of ashes and waved his hand to let the holy aura spread out, purifying the aura here. Although it was not a problem to breathe, it had become a habit after all. He did not have the thought of swallowing the dirty aura into his stomach. Yin Nuoxing stood on top of the pile of ashes, holding a curved, unknown object in her hand. She looked at it for a while before casually throwing it into the pile of ashes. As expected, this was a star system in a world of light occupied by the abyssal death mist. It was the base camp of the abyssal death mist entrenched in this world of light. The fact that the sun and planets were not completely destroyed was more or less out of their expectations. The world of light in the middle plane was not destroyed after being fully contaminated by the abyssal death mist, and it was not modified. Instead, it remained in the domain of the abyssal death mist for some unknown reason until they found that the world of light had not undergone any modification. It had withstood the devastation and destruction of the abyssal death mist with its own structural rules. That was something that not even the world of light in the upper plane could do. Curious, they came to take a look, but found nothing of note so far. It was just a world of light with slightly stronger structural rules. Even if the abyssal death mist that once occupied this place was completely cleared, it had been severely damaged. Instead of repairing it, it was better to build a new world. Why don't we just use this place as a new node and let the void blockade push here? We suddenly turned to Maple and said. Yin Nuoxing, who had just jumped down from the pile of ashes, was startled for a moment. She did not react for a moment. After a moment, she showed a thoughtful expression and shook her head. I don't recommend it. Not every attack has the conditions to push the void blockade forward. At least this time, there is no such condition. To push the void blockade forward, to reorganize, to divide the realm of order, we need to suppress the abyssal death mist inside and outside at the same time, and we have to hold on until the realm of order is perfected. Now that we have just completed a major attack, the abyssal death mist has retreated by half. If we push the void blockade forward, there is no guarantee that they will not take this opportunity to cause trouble. Wait for the next time. We can only wait for the next chance, although I don't know if there will be a next time. Ah, that's true. The attack this time has consumed a lot of energy. Hui laughed dryly and scratched his head. He did not continue to insist. Then forget it. Let's bring this world back and let the Sanctum of Origins purify it and make it into a node. It is extremely rare to see a middle plane with such powerful laws. It is a good material. As you wish. Yin Nuashing shrugged. There were still sporadic bursts of energy flames in the starry sky. As they continued to look into the distance, there was also a battle happening in the void. It was the scene of the defeated abyssal death Miss Spawn being chased by the Order forces. At this stage, there was no need for them to intervene unless the enemy was pretending to retreat to lure the enemy in and suddenly send a large number of fledglings to drown them. However, this place was not particularly far from the realm of order that they had set up to push forward. This part of the void was also under their control. If they wanted to retreat, it would only take a thought. If they wanted to kill them, there was no need to do so. They could just send a few thousand fledglings over, and it would be enough for them to fight a bitter battle. Even if there were no fledglings, they could just throw a genuine primeval god over to pressure them. Little star, come quickly. Yin Nuashing, who was about to go into the void, suddenly changed his expression. He frowned slightly, and his aura changed. Hui sensed it and turned his head to see the change in his expression. What's wrong? Yin Nuashing pointed at his head. Hui suddenly understood and said, Oh, then you talk to your wife first. I'll walk around nearby. Don't go too far. After replying casually, Yin Nuashing went into the spiritual world. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of golden eyes on his face. He was startled and quickly shrank back. What's wrong? What's going on? The little angel wrinkled her little nose, turned around, and stood to the side, revealing the scene behind her. Look, the cold aura was obviously different from the spiritual world that was like spring all year round. The flower bed that the little angel liked the most was now a sculpture in ice. The whole thing had become a large ice cube, and all the flowers and vines were frozen. He knew what had happened just by looking at it. Something else happened to the girl? The little angel nodded. It happened a few minutes ago. The power of ice suddenly exploded, and it even froze a part of my wing. As she said, she put the white wing with a wingspan of 3 or 4 meters in front of him. He found that the edge of the left wing was more than a foot long. He reached out and knocked on it. Well, it was quite solid. Yin Nuashing melted the ice on the wings of the little angel and leaned close to the bed. He stretched his neck and looked at the bed. Sleeping Beauty was still sleeping soundly. It had been a long time. His source of chaos had evolved twice, but Frost still showed no signs of waking up. Some time ago, Emohi came to him and said that the old guy in the divine court missed his daughter. He hadn't seen her for many years and asked when he could let her out so that he could take a look at her. It sounded like he had abducted someone else's daughter. It seemed that this was the case. But because he was worried about the evolution of Frost's source, he didn't let her out. He only told her for a while. Speaking of which, he knew the cause and effect of Frost's situation. It was an accident, just like Ji Shuyan. But Ji Shuyan encountered the relic of origin, while Frost was swept into an energy storm in the void. When they rescued her, she was already like this. No one knew the specific situation. Well, at first, he thought that those guys in the divine court had done something inhumane to Frost. It turned out that it was just an accident. He didn't know whether to say it was a blessing or a misfortune. Alas, it was hard to explain. Stroking Frost's smooth forehead a few times, Yin Nuashing pondered for a moment and said, The evolution of the source has already entered the final stage. Suddenly, it was stimulated by something and sped up. It seems that it suddenly changed after I came to this planet. There is a strange power of law that accelerated her evolution. It's a bit interesting. I'll go and find it. Yin Nuashing was about to rush out in front of the little angel. Then, she rushed back in a second and carried Frost. It's better to take her out. Do you want to come out for a walk? Now, the Abyss Death Mist shouldn't appear in a short time. The little angel subconsciously took a step forward and was about to go out. Suddenly, she paused. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head with a faint smile and said, "I'd better not go. I don't want to go out. Eh, eh. Little star, don't pull me. I really don't want to go out. Don't." Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and dragged the little girl out. Her consciousness had already taken a step out. She turned her head and said that she did not want to go out. Who was she kidding? This girl had been cooped up in a spiritual world all year round with a little purple soul and Frost as her companions. She had never come out of a spiritual world because she was worried that she would be discovered during the battle with the death fog of the abyss. Especially after the opponent's Yuansha realm and pseudo-Yuansha realm had appeared, she had shrunk even tighter and had not come out for a long time. Hui wandered around and came back. He happened to see Yin Nuashing raise his head. There was a flash of light on his body. He seemed to have woken up. Just as he walked over, he saw a girl who was emitting an extremely cold aura in his arms. Then, he even pulled out his own little angel. Instantly, his expression became a little strange. "Hui, you came at the right time. There should be a strange law around here. Can you help me find it? About the demolition of the house. What's with your expression?" Hui stared at him with a strange look, and he could not finish his sentence. Hui glanced at the embarrassed little angel, who was being dragged and seemed to want to escape. He then looked at the new girl, who was held in Maple's arms with one hand and part of his hair. Hui suddenly walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. He said earnestly, "Maple, the family should be harmonious. She doesn't mind if there's a new house, but be careful not to leave the big. Hey, don't. Hey, I'm Nature Star." A few minutes later, Hui came back, rubbing his back and trembling. He gasped and said, so this unfinished origin life was stimulated by some law here?" Yin Nuashing looked at him from the corner of her eyes, as if she was looking at a maggot. After a while, she nodded. She changed her position and hugged Frost with both hands. She wrapped her hair around the uncomfortable little angel and said, "Anyway, that's what happened. Hurry up and find it. And then, actually, it's with me." We suddenly took out a sapphire. Yin Nuashing, who was about to fly up, almost fell to the ground. "Hey, I mentioned it to you earlier. Did you forget?" Hui looked at the observer, who was being dragged by the little angel in a flurry. Hui grinned wickedly. He coughed and repeated in a very casual tone, "Maple, there's a very strange law in this world. It seems to be the heart of the world. Wait a moment, I'll go and pick it up to have a look." Then he lowered his voice and imitated Maple's tone and said, "Hurry up and come back." Well, I guess when you said it, your soul floated somewhere, so you didn't take it to heart. Yin Nuashing said, "Well, that's true. When you say something serious, you don't use such a tone, so I didn't take it to heart." She smiled and took the glowing heart of the world from Hui. It was about the size of a head, and its shape was oval but not regular. She held it in her hand and looked at it for a while. "It's indeed an unusual aura in this heart of the world. This law looks a little strange. I'll take it back and let Jingyan have a look. This is not the type we've seen before. Ordinary hearts of the world don't have this kind of structural law. By the way, is this a large heart of the world or an independent heart of the world?" We pointed at his feet and said, "It's the heart of the world of this planet. It was born naturally, and it's a very special model. It will continue to evolve and eventually become a model similar to the heart of the three realms of the gods." "That's a little special." Yin Nuashing nodded. There were very few naturally born independent hearts of the world. Currently, there were 8 known types, and the one in front of them was not the type they knew. According to its structural law, there should not be such a model, at least in the void. Well, if he continued to think about it, he might be involved in something very serious again. He would let Jingyan have a look first. Hui extracted a part of the law from the heart of the world and channeled it into Frost's soul. Hui looked at her from the side and saw that with the influx of the law, the cold aura on her body gradually disappeared. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief and said, "I can see that the last part of the structural law has been completed. She should be able to wake up in 1 or 2 days. You've been keeping this girl in your soul for hundreds of millions of years." Yin Nuashing observed for 10 minutes and saw that Frost did not show any abnormalities. He also directly saw that her structural law was gradually piecing together the last piece of the puzzle. Only then did he put her in his soul and shrugged at Hui. Although most of the time, I'm just using the origin energy and the power of order to wrap her up like a rice dumpling, and I don't do anything else. Lord Maple, Lord Hui, the abyssal death mist in the realm of order has been cleared. The energy reaction of the abyssal death mist is gradually returning to normal. The abyssal death mist and the manifestations have formed a wall in the distance. I Ching's voice suddenly transmitted into the souls of the two at the same time. He looked at the black mist in the distance in the void and said, "Do you want to continue forward? Let's retreat and go back to rest. The pursuit this time is already deep enough. We should have retreated 2 hours ago, but you guys insisted on chasing us for a little longer." Yin Nuashing said before Hui could say anything. "Leave a talisman on the spot to monitor the abyssal death mist. First, check the situation of the battle. If there's nothing special, just deal with it as usual." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Nuo planet felt a movement that shook the sky and earth. However, this was not a movement in the void. It was a movement that came from the planet they were standing on at this moment. The planet that had been ravaged to the point of complete collapse by the abyssal death shroud could no longer maintain its form and began to crumble. A long, ear-piercing rumble reverberated beside one's ears as huge fissures that were hundreds of miles wide opened across the planet's crust. The land began to undulate before one's eyes as the tectonic plates split apart and crumbled. The polluted oceans and skies, along with space, were crushed into a pancake by the shattering power of rules and fell toward the planet's core. The dim core that was a mix of dark red and black was in a frenzy and violent state, accumulating such tremendous energy out of nowhere and bursting out a pillar of flame that was millions of miles tall toward the surface. The spark could be seen from the stars looking down. "Ah, just in time for the last bus. Let's get out of here." Hui waved his big hand and hurriedly rushed toward the starry sky. Yin Nuashing also dragged the little angel and followed behind unhurriedly. He turned around and saw with his own eyes that various parts of the shrinking land in front of him were undergoing violent changes. It became abnormally distorted, as if it had fallen into extreme self-destruction. When the blood-red sun was about to collapse, it spewed out a massive firestorm, and a huge tongue of flame engulfed the almost completely destroyed planet a minute later. If one was still standing on the surface at this moment, one would be able to see the spectacular scene of the solar storm slapping the Earth like a concentrated wave. The latter's structure had already disintegrated before the tongue of flame reached it. The violent explosion caused by the internal and external pressure had turned the entire surface into a mess of fragments. It suddenly defied common sense and stopped spinning, falling straight towards its own sun. However, the planet had already blown itself into billions of fragments in a series of earth-shattering energy explosions. In the end, less than half of the fragments fell towards the sun. One could barely see that it was once a spherical object. The small tail behind it was hundreds of millions of fragments. Miraculously, they did not fall with the main body, but continued to spin around the sun, melting and dragging a star ring. The entire process would probably last about 2 to 3 days. Or perhaps it would only take 2 to 3 seconds. Boom! Boom! The scene of destruction in the starry skies should have been silent. It was a silent prayer, but it was enough to illuminate the vanishing scene of the starry skies. The blood-red energy fireworks were the most dazzling sight in the starry skies. As if a sacrifice for love, after the planet fell and was destroyed, the blood-red sun that had already collapsed in form followed its footsteps, releasing a powerful energy nova. Accompanied by the remnant energy and power of the abyssal death shroud, the sound of destruction spread across the entire starry skies, vaporizing everything that existed in the surrounding planetary regions. Now, there was nothing left. Whether it was the fragments of the planet or the sun, there was nothing left. The debris that might have existed after the sun was blown up had been converted into energy by the abyssal death mist in an unreasonable manner and poured out all at once. The power of the new energy star was also more than a few million times stronger than usual. The vast clearing left behind a boundless starry sky. Originally, this starry sky was already empty enough after being occupied by the abyssal death mist. Now, there was really nothing left. The last thing is gone too. If I had known, I would have stopped it. He stared at the empty starry skies before him, scratching his head, and could not help but sigh. At first, I wanted to see if there was anything left behind, such as the life that once existed on the planet. Finding one or two relics would have been fine. Just that world core alone. Sigh. It's probably not bad to have a world core left. The abyssal death shroud has destroyed the structural laws of the entire star system, and it has been destroyed quite thoroughly. Unlike the time when the cloud continent could still be salvaged, this time it can't be saved. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh and looked up at the dim starry skies with only a few stars. Anyway, in the face of this unreasonable battle, it's normal for anything to disappear. A planet, a sun, is just a grain of sand in this battle. It's not even a unit of measurement. So, when the end comes, everything will disappear, right? He put his hands in his pockets and said with a chuckle, "That doesn't sound fun. It's not fun in the first place. This war has never been fun. Everything that happens in this world, if it can't be left behind to bear the burden, if it can't be recorded, it's just a passing cloud in the end. It's gone when it's gone, just like them, and just like us. It's just a rubbish game, this void." Hui tilted his head and looked at him, patted him on the shoulder, and let out a long sigh, but did not say anything. "Lord Feng, Lord Hui, there's a guest at Node 0. Yin Nuashing and Hui were startled at the same time and recovered from the melancholy sigh. They looked at each other and said in unison, "A guest?" Jing Yuanji nodded, thought for a moment, and deliberately did not say, "An old friend." "Well, it seems that someone I used to know has grown to the level to stand in this place." Hui grinned and stretched and patted Feng on the shoulder. "Take this world back. Let's go back and see which little fellow has just grown up and can come to the front line of the void." "Congratulations, congratulations." "What congratulations?" Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and pulled the little angel by the hand to catch up with Hui. "I don't feel any congratulations at all. Well, if they've grown this much, it's certainly worth celebrating." Ha! Chapter 1674. The light of teleportation faded from their eyes. Chaos and order smashed each other's faces. The tragic traces and aura left behind by the battle had all faded away. They returned to the embrace of order. It was as if they had just been frozen into a popsicle in a world of ice and snow. Now, they were being warmed by the lava lake next to them. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand such a feeling. In the void behind them, after passing through the area where the void was sealed, the power of order spread out in a ring shape along with the energy towers erected in the void. They removed the remaining abyssal death mist in the void, allowing the power of order in the void to quickly recover. Cleaning up the battlefield was basically just dealing with these two matters. At most, they would have to carry back the order warriors who were too tired to walk far away in the void or run back with a single kick. "Little star, star!" Yin Nuashing. A sharp voice suddenly exploded from behind him. Yin Nuashing, who had just finished his teleportation state, was shocked. He subconsciously turned around in shock. Before he could even scream, he instantly collided with a beautiful white figure and rushed out together. Flying into the endless void, Hui and the little angel calmly watched this scene. They calmly turned their heads and saw Feng Qing Wang in a red dress running over to them with a smile. We couldn't stop them. They were quite used to it. Ever since these two girls were arranged to fight alongside Jing Yuanji and her team, they would do this every time there was a big battle. This was a fixed program. However, a certain observer who had just come down from the battlefield was not very smart. He didn't know how many times this had happened, but he still couldn't react. Or perhaps he did not intend to react at all. "Big brother, are you tired again?" Tao Heaven slowly emerged from the void. Her platinum-colored hair swayed behind her back. When it stopped, it reached her ankles. She had seen the entire process. "You've just finished, and now you're going to risk your lives again?" "No, we just picked up some trash and went to watch the fireworks." Hui waved his hand. He was telling the truth, although the fireworks at the end were really out of their expectations. The little angel looked at Dao Heaven and tilted her head in confusion. "Where are Yuan Kong and Qingyu?" "Qingyu was brought along by your sister to clean up the battlefield. They seem to be working on something. It is said that if it goes well, they may find a way to suppress the abyssal death mist." Dao Heaven shrugged as he spoke. A calm expression flashed through his left eye's metallic gold color and his right eye's mottled white color. How many times have you said this?" "About 3,000 times. Last time, you took a world of abyssal death mist as an experiment. In less than half a day, not even ashes were left. What are you planning to do this time?" "I don't know. I was tired, so I came back first." Little Angel and Dao Heaven looked at each other and let out a long sigh. What a worrisome little girl. Yuan Kong and the little angel were not quite the same. The latter knew that she could only be a support, so she had been holed up in Yun Nuoxing's spiritual world. On the other hand, Yuan Kong unexpectedly had decent combat ability and was so bold that she did not worry about being seen through. She fought alongside Qingyu, Dao Heaven, and the others. At first, Yun Nuoxing refused, but he could not stop the little girl whose actions were faster than her brain. He could only let her fight freely, although he did ask Jing Yuanji to look after her. After a long time of gathering and parting, although they were all in the same space, they could only feel the presence of each other's souls or the presence of energy in the space during a normal battle. It was difficult to see him or her in the chaotic battlefield with the naked eye, especially the observer who was in charge of the overall situation. Therefore, when they heard that old friends had come to the front line, they all came over to take a look out of curiosity. It could be considered as a reunion after more than a decade. Feng Qing Wang and Siyu had successfully become mid-tier heavenly gods. There seemed to be nothing else. Although everyone in the Origin realm had experienced some changes in their cultivation levels, the changes in their battle prowess were not very obvious. They needed more time to accumulate, especially Hui and Jingyun, who stood at the top. One of them was a genuine primeval. Other than Jingyun, no one knew about his situation. There was also a group of primeval. They seemed to have found a way to recover a small portion of their usable strength. As for Maple, no one knew what was going on with him except for himself. However, it seemed that he had not fought with his full strength for 200 to 300 million years, even if the primeval divine god of the underworld had come out to cause trouble. Hui glanced around and heaved a sigh of relief with one hand on his waist. "Well, seeing that everyone is in good condition, I'm more or less relieved. At the beginning, when you guys said that you wanted to go out and fight, Feng was scared stiff. I only paused for a few seconds before I was stunned." A voice came from the side. Everyone turned around and saw Yin Nuoxing holding his waist and gasping for air. He was being supported by Siyu as they walked back. He trembled and mumbled, my waist hurts, my waist hurts. Where is Yuanji?" The voice came from the soul transmission. After a while, there was a response. "Lord Feng, I'm dealing with a small situation. It's almost done. I'm bringing the guest over. Please give me a direction. It's best if it's an empty space." Yin Nuoxing was stunned. Bring the guest over? In a direction? Why did he feel that it was a little strange? And the noise in the voice was a little strange. The group of people looked at each other and were a little confused. However, since Jing Yuanji said so, they quickly formed a long line and then set up a flat field of order outside the node city. Yin Nuoxing had just set up a place and threw the coordinates over. Suddenly, a ray of light bloomed from the void, startling them a little. The light suddenly emerged from a crack in the void. It was like a dreamy scene of dark clouds dispersing and sunlight sprinkling down on a curtain of light. The horizontal crack was tens of thousands of miles long, attracting the attention of the few people who stayed behind in Node Zero. They stared curiously at the golden light that illuminated the night sky of Node Zero. The golden light, the gradually widening crack, the surging energy, and the instability. Hmm? Instability? Get down! Yin Nuashing waved his hand and shouted. He grabbed the little angel, Blue Phoenix, and Sea with both hands and pressed them to the ground. He also prostrated himself in front of the void in front of him. A moment later, the golden light in front of him suddenly shrank. And then, boom! A golden beam of light erupted from the void in front of them like a giant column of raging magma. It whistled past not far above them and rubbed against the barrier of Node Zero. That's not right, Foam. An energy barrier only takes a moment, right? Hui calmly raised his head. Why do we have to get down? Yin Nuashing, your brain is not working well. Don't look at me. Everyone nodded. After all, the offensive battle had just ended. Although they did not use such ferocious power, they did use up a lot of energy. At this moment, they could not concentrate. They understood. What's the situation over there? You don't have to make such a big movement to receive guests, right? Hui patted his hair and stood up. He waved his hand to disperse the golden energy that surged past the magma pillar. A huge amount of golden energy lingered in the void and did not dissipate, dyeing the void with a faint golden color. No wonder it needs to open up an open space. If it explodes in Node Zero, we'll have to build a wall again. The mighty golden light continued to hover for a few minutes. The cracks slowly shrank from thousands of miles long to only 100 feet wide. Then, it floated in front of Yin Nuashing and the others, shrinking as it floated. When it finally shrank to only 2 or 3 feet wide, the cracks stabilized in front of them. Another burst of golden light surged. Seeing this flash of golden light, Dao Tian and the others instinctively shrank behind Yin Nuashing. But this time it did not explode. After the golden light surged for a while, a pale blue figure slowly walked out from it. It was Jing Yuanji. She looked a little embarrassed. Her beautiful face was stained with burned ashes. Lord Feng, we're back. Seeing Lord Feng and Lord Hui standing in front of her, Jing Yuanji quickly bowed. After habitually greeting them, she showed a very natural expression and smiled sheepishly. There was a little accident. When a guest was teleporting, it seemed that the coordinates were a little blurry, causing a deviation in the teleportation. He appeared in a battlefield that was being cleaned up and then inexplicably triggered a second void teleportation. The remaining abyssal death shroud caused the second teleportation to be abnormal. Yin Nuashing waved her hand to stop her. Just tell me what happened in detail. He went on a rampage in the void for 20 minutes, passed through 31 worlds, crossed from the upper realm to the existing middle realm in an instant, rushed back and forth 3 or 4 times, and then rolled along the void seal for 10 minutes. In the end, he accumulated a large amount of energy that couldn't be released. Well, as you just saw, everyone. Speaking of which, the probability of this chain of events happening together was very small. Using a very basic level of teleportation in the abyssal death shroud would indeed cause a little trouble, but it was also very rare for the trouble to be magnified to such an extent. However, when the void teleportation gate was set up, the teleportation coordinates were not brought out of the void seal. To put it bluntly, as long as there was nothing wrong with one's brain, there wouldn't be a teleportation zone in Node Zero. It couldn't be that they couldn't even grasp the coordinates at that moment, right? This kind of situation had never happened in the past hundreds of millions of years. Me and another person tried to stop it, but we didn't succeed. Jing Yuanji laughed dryly and wiped her pretty face. She turned her head and whispered. We were carried along and rolled in the void for 30 minutes. Everyone, Yin Nuashing took a piece of silk handkerchief and rubbed her face. She looked at the crack behind them and asked, So, where is he? He's coming. I'm a little dizzy. Wait a minute. He's coming out now. A slightly familiar voice came from the crack, with a little bit of the winter breath that was rendered in the world of ice and snow. It seemed that they had heard this voice not long ago. Not long ago, hundreds of millions of years ago. A slightly strange-looking figure came out from the crack. After the golden light on the figure faded, Yin Nuashing and the rest saw clearly who it was. The figure was a young man wearing a loose, casual robe. His deep black eyes glowed with a bright blue glimmer. Wherever his gaze swept, there seemed to be a surge of cold air. It was Jihan Xiao who was pulled out not long ago. Looking at his current breath, it seemed that he had completely adapted to the rules, void, and order of the 8-element sector's normal world. There shouldn't be any abnormalities in the cloud continent. Then, there was another, a petite figure that was clamped under Jihan Xiao's armpit. It was a beautiful young girl with light white hair. She wore light black clothes and a few pieces of light armor that seemed to be formed by energy. She was unconscious with her head lowered. Long time no see, Lord Feng, Lord Huijun. I'm here to help you. Jihan Xiao smiled at Yin Nuoxing and Hui and nodded. He also lifted the girl under his armpit. It's just that it was a little thrilling on the way here. I don't know which family's girl was also coming here like me. Originally, we had safely crossed a few places, and it seemed like we were halfway through the teleportation. Then, I saw that she suddenly lost control and could only rush over to help. I didn't expect that I didn't manage to catch her, and instead, I was dragged around in the void. Fortunately, I had this lady's help. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take. Yin Nuoxing stared blankly at Jihan Xiao. A long time no see. Although I don't think it's considered long, these years have passed quite quickly. I don't feel anything special. Jihan Xiao laughed dryly. Hundreds of millions of years have passed. I feel that it's been a long time, but after understanding the situation here, perhaps time is just that. It seems like the new Union continent has been completely settled. We looked at Jihan Xiao. It seems like they've adapted to 70 to 80% of it. After the new rules were changed, there was a commotion during the reconstruction period. However, it didn't have much of an impact. Our friends were all there, so order was restored very quickly. The reconstruction also took a few hundred years to slow down. The current Union continent. You can see it as a shadow of the previous continent. The overall layout isn't too different, Jihan Xiao said with a smile. After reminiscing for a while, he quickly passed the girl in his arms to Yin Nuoxing. Oh, right. Look at this child. She hasn't woken up for a long time. I don't know if she fainted from being shaken in the void. A beginner-level enlightened god. Once she's adapted to the void, she shouldn't be. Yin Nuoxing casually took the girl with light white hair. She turned her face over and was stunned. Yao Guang? The time of this name was a little further away. When everyone was pondering, Hui was the first to react. The one we saw in the graveyard of gods and demons? Yin Nuoxing nodded. She used her spiritual power to wake up the girl who had become a little strange in a certain aspect after not seeing her for many years. She looked at Jihan Xiao and said, their world is next to the new Union continent. It's in the same layer of space. Other than me, no one can make the two worlds meet. I went to that layer of space earlier than you guys, more than 100 million years earlier. Jihan Xiao replied, is it the same situation as the Union continent? No. In other words, their situation is even more ridiculous. Before they came to the outside world, they were actually a group of mortals. However, what they faced, yes, it's the things we faced together back then. It's just a weakened version. Even Jihan Xiao's cheeks twitched when he heard Hui mention what happened back then. Things were different now. After gaining a general understanding of the void and the Yuan realm, he finally understood what kind of thing the demonic shadow that the cloud continent faced back then was. If there was a word to describe his feelings, it would be great luck. It was truly great luck that allowed him to bring so many lives from the cloud continent down with him. Yin Nuoxing lowered her head to look at Yao Guang, who was rolling his eyes like a mosquito coil. She could not help but roll her eyes. This scene, why did it feel a little familiar? It seemed like it was the same in the graveyard of gods and demons back then. Indeed, old friends needed a similar scene to reunite. From knowing each other in a deceitful scene, writing about the deceitful experience, and finally crossing hundreds of millions of years to meet again in a deceitful scene. She could already confirm that the culprit who led Jing Yuanji and Jihan Xiao in circles in the void was this girl who theoretically came to the front line of the void in advance. However, what exactly happened for her to cause such a commotion? Could it be that it was really as he said, that this brain, cough, the rules and order had improved so quickly that his thoughts and train of thought had not caught up? so he did not react when he used the void portal. Then, he would not have started to act strangely halfway through. After a while, Yao Guang finally recovered from the dizziness. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the senior god whom she had been yearning for day and night. No, yearning for day and night. That's not it either. Anyway, that's what it meant, appeared in front of her. He was even staring at her with an extremely complicated gaze. Her pretty face immediately turned red. She quickly stood up and bowed to the ladder in a panic. Long time no see. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Dao Tian sighed and walked forward. He held Yao Guang's shoulders to make her face the big brother. Are you still dizzy? Yao Guang's face was so red that it could bleed. Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh and asked curiously, So, can you tell me if you thought of something when you were teleporting just now? Or if you forgot something and didn't grasp the coordinates properly, causing a teleportation error? Siyu quickly covered his mouth. Little star, don't poke at other people's sore spots. Yao Guang shrunk her head until it was almost invisible. I saw the void running too fast and thought of the consequences of getting lost. Then my mind went blank. Jihan Xiao was enlightened. In the end, I really got lost. Everyone, a beginner heavenly god getting lost in a void, this... All right, after all, he had not been in contact with the void for long, so it was understandable. However, if they were to delve deeper into this matter, they felt that they might not be able to control their facial expressions, so it was better not to delve deeper. All in all, after hundreds of millions of years, in Void Node City Zero, they welcomed two old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Although the way they appeared was a little strange, although he was embarrassed to suspect what Yao Guang, that little girl, was here for, although, forget it, in this empty and lonely void, it was not bad to have one or two more acquaintances by their side. During the ceasefire period, they could also have one or two more people chat with. Jihan Xiao's arrival made Yin Nuoxing and Hui realize another threshold related to time. After hundreds of millions of years, the group of beings in the Cloud Continent had already adapted to the order and rules of the Eight Elements realm. Jihan Xiao's current situation was like this, and he even brought a piece of news. Well, our space is attached to your world, called God's Realm, so there are some pieces of information that we can come in contact with. Through those pieces of information, we found out that you're at this. Where is it again? The Void Frontline, we reminded. Oh, in short, it's about this place. Then, I came over to take a look and scout. If there are no accidents, there should be people coming over in a few days, Jihan Xiao said as he looked at Hui Xiao. Jihan Xiao said and looked at Hui inquisitively. I came out to ask for Hui Jun's opinion. If it's possible, then. Hui glanced at Yin Nuoxing and realized that he was yawning and did not intend to speak. So he said, Well, from a personal point of view, I still hope that you can settle your own matters first. After all, order, rules, and the void are things that need to be readapted and re-understood. Hundreds of millions of years might not be enough. However, from the Void Frontline's point of view, the world of order has already gained a foothold. Although there's still a big gap between our strength and the enemies, at least it won't be as cramped as it was at the beginning. If you come, firstly, you can increase the strength of the world of order, and secondly, you can adapt to this macro war in advance. It's a good thing. TSK, what I said is equivalent to not saying anything. You can decide for yourselves. Hui threw the ball back to Jihan Xiao. Jihan Xiao smiled and nodded without hesitation. All right, I'll get them to prepare and come over here. While they were talking, Yin Nuoxing turned to Yao Guang and spoke in the little girl's soul. What about you? What are you doing here? Yao Guang looked at him carefully and replied, Originally, but after coming here, I realize that it's still too early to participate. Shall I go back? Not necessarily. There's no such thing as early or late on the battlefield of order. There's only a difference in scale and degree. Now, everyone in the Void City is cleaning up the battlefield. There's not many people left. When everyone comes back later, you'll see that many of them are in the same situation as you. They're also beginner-level celestial gods. Everyone does their part. Different levels are responsible for different things. That's what I mean. Look at these two girls. Yin Nuoxing suddenly reached out and patted Feng Qing Wang and see use heads, their level is just a little higher than yours, so they can also fight here. So, in your heart, you can do whatever you want. Yao Guang lowered her head and pondered. Her slender hand twirled a strand of light, white hair. After a while, she raised her head and met Yun Nuoxing's colorful eyes. Then, "I'll stay and take a look?" Yun Nuoxing chuckled and reached out her hand. "Welcome to the front line of the Void City." Seeing this, Yao Guang also reached out her hand and gently shook that white hand, saying softly, "Then, I'll have to trouble you in the future." Dao Heaven saw this and could not help but click his tongue. "Ah, there's one more." Another one settled. "Big brother, you must take care of your body." Yin Nuoxing, why did this girl, and Hui like a certain girl from the 139th era, like to talk about this? Chapter 1675. The Void frontline gathered almost 70% of the Order warriors of the Order Void and above. It was formed by countless worlds to defend against the Underworld and the Abyssal Death Shroud. It had a history of 700 to 800 million years. The latter had been wreaking havoc in the Void frontline for more than 10 eras. The difference in the time it took for the two to take shape was too obvious. The power they represented was also very different. One side was the representative of the Order power of this era. The other side was the vestigial tribe who possessed the remnant power of the previous era and some out of the norm. The reason the Void frontline could hold on was that the latter was still scheming in their nest and did not push forward with full force. That's more or less the case. Yin Nuoxing shrugged at Jihan Xiao and Yao Guang. She pointed at the huge barrier between the Abyssal Death Shroud and them. The Void blockade circles separates order and chaos. It's a fortress built with the blood and sweat of countless powerhouses in the Order world. It's strong but extremely fragile at the same time. Yin Nuoxing turned around and led the two of them to walk around the city wall of Zero City. Everyone followed behind her casually. There's no religion in the Void frontline. There's no belief. What I mean here is the kind that we all support together. Other than fighting, everyone keeps the customs and habits from their own world, including the ones I mentioned earlier. Speaking of the only concept of coexistence, Yin Nuoxing paused and looked at the Abyssal Death Shroud from afar. It's probably the point of persevering until the end of the Void. We don't know when the end will come. We don't know when the end will come. We've thought about it and calculated it. In the end, we don't care about everything here anymore. We don't pray or have extravagant thoughts. Standing on this kind of battlefield, even probability has been abandoned. All we can do is to hold the weapon in our hands tightly and hold on to the rope that connects life and death. We'll never let go. Jihan Xiao looked at Yin Nuoxing and suddenly said, "Lord Feng, the power of the previous era that you mentioned, could it be the one you were looking for?" Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and said casually, "That's what I mentioned to you earlier. Our enemies have. I can't say for sure. They belong to the side of Order. If I'm not mistaken, I have a considerable amount of the Origin Heavenly God's power with me. However, the Underworld also has some. As for how much of it they have and how much they can use, we have never seen them use it. Most of it is just a guess. There should be at least 50% of the power left behind, and there should be power from the other side. There are still remnants in the Void, but the salvaging is taking more and more time recently, and the results." Yin Nuoxing thought for a moment before turning to Jing Yuanji, who nodded in response. The last Temple of Origins was salvaged from the Void 6 years ago, and the Origin nodes we have now cover 70% of the frontline nodes in the Void. Jing Yun and the others have replaced some of the remaining 30% with new nodes that can resonate with the Temples of Origins, but the effect is not as strong. These things can't be forced. Yin Nuoxing breathed a long sigh. He did not ask for more, since there was no such thing as the Temples of Origins on the front line in the first place. It was only because Jing Yun and the others came that they found a way to salvage the power of the Origin Heavenly God and the others from the Void, and the Void frontline was certainly much better off with the addition of those forces. Well, to be honest, Yin Nuoxing wanted Jing Yun to help him watch the battlefield so that he could fight to his heart's content. However, he held the greatest power in the world of Order and could not be willful for once. Hui and Jingyun had discussed this for a long time, and in the end, he was put in charge of the overall situation. No one else could do such a thing. After all, the overall situation was more important, and he did not insist. Instead, he simply stayed at the front line of the Void front line as a mascot to stabilize the morale of the troops, even if the mascot's job was to clear the battlefield, and clear the battlefield. Oh, and the peerless charge. That's another matter. That's the general situation of the Void frontline. If you want to know more, there will be opportunities. You guys just came from a rear, so take a look around first. Yin Nuoxing looked at Jing Yuanji and waved his hand, asking her to bring them around Node 0. At the same time, he spoke to Jing Yuanji through her soul. Yuanji, I'll leave Yao Guang to you. Help me take care of her. Okay. Jing Yuanji nodded. Jihan Xiao and Yao Guang knew that they might still have things to do, so after bidding farewell, they left with Jing Yuanji. Jing Yun, if there's nothing urgent on the battlefield, come back first. Yin Nuoxing pressed his head and called out loudly. Coming. What's the matter, brother? Before the voice on the other end could finish, Jing Yun's voice was heard first. Then, the space beside her surged with light, and Jing Yun suddenly jumped out of the space, stunning Yin Nuoxing. Well, I was almost done and was about to come back. Just as you suddenly called for me, I quickly came back to the city. So, did you run into the origin mess again? Initially, she just casually mentioned the origin mess. After Jing Yun found out that a certain unlucky person kept on encountering things related to origin, she felt deeply sympathetic and unknowingly agreed with this statement. However, she was still a person of that era after all. Her respect for the origin heavenly god would not change. This is really hard to tell. Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. With a flip of his hand, he took out the sapphire-like world core and casually threw it to Jingyun. In a world completely occupied by the abyssal death shroud, found on a planet in a star system, an independent world core of an unknown type. It was clearly completely occupied by the abyssal death shroud, but it was not contaminated or destroyed. I just brought it back. Jingyun did not think much of it when she heard it. However, when she saw this sapphire in front of her, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she hurriedly caught it in her hand. After a moment, she suddenly said, Brother, why don't you come with us to the Void to salvage the origin relic? I think with you around, the quality and quantity of the salvage process will be greatly improved. Are you treating me as some kind of lucky charm that affects probability? Yin Nuoxing's cheeks flushed as she listened to his words. Could this thing really be related to the origin relic? Jing Yun let out a long sigh and tossed the sapphire in her hand. After a moment of organizing her words, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. A world core of the Void's laws is a world core that can use the Void's laws, energy, and order with zero energy consumption. If you must categorize it, it is more powerful than 90% of the upper planes world cores. However, it is weaker than the realm of gods. Unlike the latter, the realm of God's world cores can strengthen and modify the laws and energy of the Void it receives. This is just a complete utilization, and the concept is the same as creating a safe environment that is completely equal to the current Void. A lost skill, huh? So, brother, when are you going to report to the salvage team? Yin Nuoxing felt goosebumps when she heard the word salvage team. She turned her head with a look of horror and saw Siyu's look of inspiration. She quickly reached out her hand. Siyu tilted her head and said in a very normal voice, Void salvage team? Yin Nuoxing. Well, she was still one step too slow. Let's talk about this when we have a chance. I can't just leave the Void front lines as I please. That's true. Jingyun nodded and changed the topic to the world core. Let's not talk about salvaging it for now. This type of world core is, of course, man-made. It uses a bit of the energy usage method passed down by the origin heavenly god, or something else. Yes, it was passed down by an inheritor, and after many years of development, someone finally applied it to the world core. Then, this type of world core appeared. Ordinary world cores, whether natural or man-made, can't convert more than 70% of energy in loss. The best ones can only convert close to 90%. This is also the main reason why the different worlds in the void are different. Even if they're on the same plane, the strength of the world cores will vary from world to world. Yin Nuashing nodded. This type of world core can achieve a 100% conversion rate, but there's no way to surpass it, right? That's right. In our era, this level of conversion rate would be enough, and no other world could do this except for the realm of gods. By the way, the world cores of the Chanyuan realm and the Saint Spirit realm are of this type as well. They were also left behind from our era, but they were not as famous as they are now. Back then, they were not particularly noteworthy worlds, and at that time, other than the realm of gods, the other worlds were only famous in their own void regions. It's hard to say if anyone knew about them in the entire void of order, but when it comes to the realm of gods, everyone would know about them. We scratched his head. It's just like the center of the void of order. That's probably the conceptual meaning. Jingyan tossed the sapphire and pondered for a moment. But suddenly giving me a piece of world core, I really can't think of what to do with it. It might be a bit of a waste to just throw it to a world, and replacing a world core requires a blood exchange, which would take several years, and it won't take effect immediately. Is there any other way? I got it. After he finished muttering to himself, Yin Nuashing and the others turned around and saw Jingyan staring wide-eyed at a certain unlucky bastard in the void. She solemnly patted him on the shoulder and said, "Bro, I'll leave this to you. Use the origin energy to tear him apart, and then secretly learn how to create a new type of world core that uses origin energy as a carrier." Yin Nuashing. Right now, the frontline worlds are all within the sphere of influence of the origin temple, and have more or less been baptized by the origin energy. The degree is very slight, and it's just an adaptation without any beneficial changes. But that adaptation is enough. If the new type of world core uses origin energy as a carrier, it wouldn't have to go through the blood exchange required to replace a world core, and it would take effect immediately. That's an exaggeration. The rule cleansing might take a day or two, which is much better than several years. By the way, there's a finished product, and I can take it to the origin temple to replicate it. That's convenient, isn't it? Yin Nuashing's eyes widened. It sounded like years of planning, with rigorous thinking and contingency plans. You definitely didn't just think of it now, right? That's right. I already had this idea when I was still fighting against chaos back then. However, I was still in the stage of looking for a direction back then. Just as I thought of this idea, before I could even do it, it was all over with a boom. Jingyan chuckled and nodded. Yin Nuashing laughed bitterly. He felt a slight headache as he looked at this sapphire that had returned to his hand. He had fiddled with quite a few world cores before and had more or less experience with them. However, to suddenly make a new type of world core, this was a bit difficult to do. However, if it could strengthen the reserve power of the frontline world, it was not impossible to think about it. After thinking about it, Yin Nuashing sighed. I'll try it in the observer dimension. You guys keep an eye on the aftermath of the battle. Call me if there's anything. As his voice trailed off, he disappeared with a whoosh. Only the little angel shuddered and retreated into the spiritual realm after hearing the first half of the sentence, and the others did not react in time. This swift and decisive look is also very familiar. Jingyan scratched her head and laughed dryly. She then turned to Hui and said, "If the matter over there is solved perfectly, many things that were only in the planning stage can be implemented that." Hui frowned slightly. "I'm not too sure about that, but will there really be no problem?" "Of course there will be problems, and there is no way to avoid it, but we have ways to minimize the problem." Jingyan shrugged. "We also faced these problems back then. The power needed to fight against chaos is far beyond anyone's imagination. Perhaps because the chaotic void is only controlled by a group of chaos conceptions, they can gather all the energy of the chaotic void and use it on the edge of a blade, and the power gathered is far beyond that of the order of the void. If we want to surpass this power, we have to take some extreme paths, even if we don't want to." Dao Heaven felt that something was not right. He went up and said, You were discussing ways to strengthen the power of order? Didn't you mention it to Big Brother?" "We did." Jingyan put on a serious face and nodded. "He is more decisive than us." Dao Heaven was stunned. All right, then what is it? Well, it's a way to pull out some seedlings and help others grow. Jingyan coughed softly. With the current laws of the void, how long do you think it will take for a normal Empyrean god of origin to be born in the world of order? Just a normal model, not counting those like Big Brother. Using many methods that do not affect the Empyrean god's growth, and the methods must be replicable. So those extreme methods that can only create one Empyrean god of origin are not included. Well, Hui scratched his head, his eyes flashing with golden light as he calculated. Dao Heaven, See You, and the other girls looked at each other and spread their hands. This was a little beyond their scope, and they could not answer. Hui clapped his hands. It will take at least 1 trillion years, the extreme kind. Well, that's about it. Even if we use the methods of our era, we will only be able to reduce this number by 20 to 30%. 1 trillion years is not a short period of time. See You muttered to herself, does it take that long for a mid-level heavenly god to reach the origin realm? Most of them had spent 700 to 800 million years to reach the level of mid-level heavenly gods, but they had never thought that it would take them more than 1,000 times longer to reach the origin realm. However, that more than 1,000 times did not seem incomprehensible on the surface. Most of the time for Empyrean gods to reach origin is spent on the control of the void and the laws. Every step forward requires a very long time of accumulation. If this accumulation is not enough, even if you reach the peak of Empyrean god, it will still take a lot of effort to reach origin. Jing Yun began to explain in a serious manner. Just like those otherworldlings from the Cloud Continent that you've seen before, didn't they also spend hundreds of millions of years to readjust after returning to the normal void? You should know better than that after your conversation. Also, Jing Yun looked at Siyu and Feng Qing Wang and coughed softly. The two of you carry the laws of the God realm, so theoretically speaking, you don't need 1 trillion years. Also, because you're always by my little brother's side, you'll be infected by his aura of order and origin, which will shorten the time you need. At most, you will be able to reach origin in 100 billion years. So, why are you leaving? I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you two following me? Where are you going? Hey, I am teaching very seriously. Hui did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Siyu, Feng Qing Wang, and Dao Heaven turn around and leave. He patted Jing Yun's shoulder and sighed. After hearing what you just said, they are probably going to find Feng. They are probably planning to stick to him and not leave. Jing Yun also exclaimed when she heard that. She exchanged a glance with Hui and could not help but sigh. So, that guy really is a mascot, although he does not feel lucky at all when he looks in the mirror. After half a minute, Siyu's voice rang out through their soul transmission. We are going to find Little Star. You two continue. We are listening. Jing Yun, where were we again? Feng Qing Wang, reaching origin in 1 trillion years. Oh, it's that. Cough, cough. But that is only for a newborn life form. Although most of the 1 trillion years will be spent between Heavenly God and origin, those who have yet to reach Heavenly God can only be counted in trillions. Jing Yun coughed dryly. Well, the way to go about it is, as I said just now, pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Split it into 2 parts, and each part is a part and a part. Forcefully increasing one strength will not be too much, and the time backlash will not be too severe. There's also room for growth. In the current world of order, especially in the front lines, there are many rebirth realm life forms. They are the best candidates. Forcefully increasing one's strength to origin. Dao Heaven frowned. Can that really be done? The condition that little brother wants to create is of utmost importance. If he can succeed, we will not have any problems on our side. Of course, if we want to push all rebirth realm life forms to origin unconditionally, this method will really cut off any room for growth. Just from the perspective of the long war on the battlefield of order, it is completely undesirable. Furthermore, this varies from person to person. The cultivation method between people is different, and the laws of each world are different as well. In our time, there was once a person who was extremely furious and forcefully, Dao Heaven hurriedly said, directly rose to origin realm. He plucked himself to death. Everyone, after that, We added a safety lock to the laws to prevent this from happening again. Jingyun smiled awkwardly for a while before coughing dryly and returning to her normal tone. After many adjustments, we came up with a safer method. It can alleviate the urgent situation, and it can also allow this long war to continue. We replaced the one-time overdraft in exchange for safety and a future with room for growth. Hui said, "Is that the method you mentioned last time that can forcefully push a group of gods to Origin Realm, with the highest being close to mid-Origin Realm?" Jingyan nodded. As for the other Rebirth Realm cultivators, they should all be able to reach Origin Realm, or even close to it. However, it still depends on the individual. And I think the fledglings in the Underworld might have used a similar method, except they clearly used an even more extreme method. They have the power of that component, so they can use the Abyssal Death Mist to forcefully raise a group of Rebirth Realm cultivators to Origin Realm. It doesn't matter if they can control the power of Origin Realm, which is why they're called fledglings. We don't have enough conditions on our side, or else we can also bring out a group of Origin Realm cultivators. Let's see who's more powerful. Jingyan grinned. But if we have the conditions, it's enough for us to return to Origin Realm, and then pull little brother up. That way, we don't have to pull out a group of Origin Realm cultivators, and we don't have to worry about someone exploding to death. Hui. The extreme methods produced by the extreme environment of extreme war were all unconventional methods to deal with the situation of war that was once so unbalanced that it made people's hair stand on end. The current situation was more or less the same. This part of the memories that should have been covered in dust had been opened again. This was something that could not be helped. The war of order. Hui put his hands in his pockets and let out a long sigh. It really made people feel helpless. I think you can go and prepare for those things now. Jingyun was stunned. There's still no news from little brother. The world core is a lost skill after all. I'm worried that little brother can't do it well. Even if I'm ready, I can't use it without the world core. Don't worry. Hui grinned, revealing a row of shining teeth. He gave a thumbs up and said, "If it's phone, there's definitely no problem. With the 147 types of origin energy in his body, there's definitely no problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Siyu's voice immediately sounded. "Lord Hui, Little Star said that if you increase the pressure on him, he'll definitely push you into the void and beat you up when he's free." Jingyun and Hui. So that guy was listening at the side. Chapter 1676. The state of the void frontline, other than in battle, was only before and after the battle. That seemed to be nonsense, so let's change it to, other than in battle, there was only a state of readiness. It felt no different. What he meant was that he was either smashing a brick into the opponent's face or weighing the brick in his hand. If he felt that it was not heavy enough, then he would change it to a bigger one. Anyway, it was the same meaning. They, the Abyssal Death Shroud, and the Underworld were constantly thinking about how to gracefully or brutally kill the opponent, changing their methods slowly and thinking about it one by one. At any rate, that was what it meant. Right now, they were in the process of adding a sharp edge or a sharp edge to a brick. There was no limit to how shameless they could be. However, the power of order would always be the same. The higher-level gods would always make changes or interfere with lower-level gods based on order and the natural laws. If they wanted to make changes without using these two laws, that would be nothing more than nonsense. However, using these two laws to make changes would be the same as using a large-scale construction project. That was what it meant anyway. We had been watching Jingyun deal with the emergency plan to deal with the forces of chaos in the mythological era. He had been watching Jingyun change, adjust, and forcibly compress the concentrated power of rules the size of a giant star into a chaotic energy bead the size of a pill. And when she said to him, "This is a catalyst," we felt that the void was quite cool, and he no longer felt strange that a heavenly god would play with him to death. No wonder there was a heavenly god in the past who would encourage him to the point of self-destruction. With such a forceful intervention based on one's own situation, without a safety lock, it was easy to get yourself killed. The important thing is still the world core that you're dealing with. Before that, I can only prepare things that have nothing to do with the core. Before the actual thing is out, some things are not easy to adjust. Jing Yun tossed a pile of white, gray, and black supercompressed orbs of law's energy up and down, saying, only with that portion of origin energy would it be easier to transform. In fact, I don't think you could really create a mass-produced zero-energy consumption world core with just a few fiddles. It would be great if you could get 95% conversion rate. Others have been experimenting with genuine world cores for dozens of eras, and not many have been able to create a perfect one. The one we just saw is the real deal. The high-level world cores we see in our time all have conversion rates of void laws that exceed 95%. It's very close, but it's hard to reach 100% conversion rate. It's different if the heavenly god of origins and the others personally created it. Wouldn't it exceed 100% conversion rate? Hui smiled bitterly. That was not even a restoration, but a direct enhancement. Originally, things like the world core basically did not have an obvious effect on the higher gods. Their own rules and order were already equal to, or even beyond the void, and at most one or two of them were still connected to the rules of the void. No one could completely avoid that. Most of the higher gods who were messing around with the world core were thinking about the future development of their own world. When they started messing around with the world core, they were basically thinking of ways to promote the growth of their own world. There was a sudden movement in the void. Huey's attention shifted away from the mud ball of rules that Jingyun was rubbing. Just as he paused, he saw a flash of light in the void, and the figure of a girl in a bright yellow dress and a woman in a white dress appeared in the void. Whoa, we're back. Whoa, where's my stupid brother-in-law and sister? The girl in the yellow dress, who appeared to be 17 or 18 years old, waved at Hui and the others before pausing. I just sensed a presence. What are you guys doing? Hui waved his hand to the side and pointed at Jingyun, rubbing mud for the void. Ah, that's not nonsense. She's pulling wool from the void as if her life depended on it. From a different angle and a different hand gesture. Isn't that just rubbing mud balls? Although it's the power of rules, Yuan Kong wrinkled her little nose and stared at the mud ball in Huey's hand. She suddenly asked, do you have any use for this? There's a lot of them. What do you want to do with them? Lend me one. Thanks, I'll go find my sister and the others. A bright yellow figure swept past his eyes like a gust of wind. Before we could react, Yuan Kong was already gone. Qing Yu shrugged and said calmly, it shouldn't be a big problem. Huey's cheeks twitched. The last time she said this, she sank the entire abyss death fog world into nothingness. Cough, forget it. Maple and Ming might be busy at the moment. Keep an eye on that girl, and don't let her act too recklessly. Don't let her really cause any earth-shattering explosions in City Zero. Although the people living in the Void frontline are all thick-headed, they're basically all in the late stages of mental illness. If there's a little big movement, the place where the movement came from will be struck by lightning in minutes. Qingyu nodded with a smile and turned to follow them. Troublesome. So troublesome. Why is the rules of this thing shaped like this? The structure of the rules. The structure is completely unaffected, even though it's twisted into a fried dough twist. What is this thing? It shouldn't be a problem if I dismantle it. Anyway, I'll dismantle it first, and then... Hiss, it's going to explode, it's going to explode. Hurry up and put it back. Whoa, whoa. What is this thing? Can I dismantle it or not? In the end, why am I doing this kind of thing here? I'm definitely crazy to accept this mission. I'm spending a lot of money to buy a subsoul with no memory of this place. In short, the entire observer space was filled with such gloomy mutterings. When Yuan Kong and Qing Yu ran into this space and were about to greet them, they were met with a low pressure that contained endless resentment, causing them to shiver. They looked into the depths of the space and saw a colorful figure who could not stop muttering. His hands were holding a sapphire surrounded by hundreds of magic circles, as if he was doing something. Looking at his constipated green face, it was probably some kind of torturous work. You're back. Sitting not far away, the little angel saw Yuan Kong and the others and unhurriedly got up and said to Yuan Kong with a serious look, you didn't dismantle anything, did you? Not really. What are you doing, idiot? The resentment has broken through the limits of the void. Yuan Kong shook her head vigorously and was quite obedient in front of the little angel, dealing with something that could change the situation of order. The pressure is too much, and it's a sign that he's going crazy. At the mention of this, the little angel helplessly shook her head and rubbed her forehead. At least I tried to persuade him. Yuan Kong spat out a small mouthful of saliva. This was related to the world of order and the big picture. When such a thing happened to the big idiot, it was impossible to persuade him away from such an important place. It was the kind of thing that could not be done even if she did not say it. So what could she do? She could only continue to observe. What about you? You're fine this time. You and I are not the type who is good at fighting. I don't know what method you use to specialize in fighting. You're quite obedient and honest. The one who answered on behalf of Yuan Kong was Qing Yu, who was standing at the side with a faint smile. We didn't cause any trouble. It's just that we always want to do things that are inappropriate and give the Jing revered god a headache. As for what it was, Qing Yu shrugged. There was no need to say it. Ever since Yuan Kong went to the front line, the defense line of Node Zero knew about her. She was the kind of person who would not rest until she caused some big news. Fortunately, she did not cause any big trouble, so no one cared about her. Yuan Kong pouted at Qing Yu and protested a little. She then looked around and glanced at the big idiot for a while. After making sure that the big idiot did not have the time to care about her, she pulled her sister aside and whispered in her soul, "The abyssal death mist is changing. Changing." The little angel looked a little serious. She looked at Yuan Kong, who did not look like she was joking. She could not help but frown. "You should tell Little Star and the others." Yuan Kong shook her head. "It's a change that comes from very, very deep. Even the big idiot might not be able to sense it. So far, I've only felt it twice. The first time was during the battle 7 years ago. The second time was at the last moment when I just came back. Every time I try to sense it, I couldn't feel it clearly. I want to feel it clearly first so that I don't distract the idiot and the others." The little angel lowered her head. "Is it the influence of that will again? On the contrary, I think it's either the abyssal death mist's own change, or the underworld and the others have induced or facilitated something." The little angel sighed in distress. There were too many things that they could not know. There were too many places that they could not monitor. The chaos void, the middle and lower planes, the underworld's original world, and even the lower elemental realm. These places included their nest, their possible targets, and the places where they did things. There was no way to know what kind of change would happen to the abyssal death mist. Maybe the time is coming to an end. Her golden eyes suddenly flashed. She thought of the information about the last change that existed in her memory, the moment when the abyssal death mist changed for the last time. The future of that established fact might not be far away. Time! Yuan Kong tilted her head with a cute face. The little angel subconsciously turned around to look for Yun Nuashing. But as soon as she turned around, she saw him frowning and gritting his teeth as he racked his brains to torture himself. She closed her mouth tightly. There was no suitable opportunity to talk about this at this time. Pulling her sister's arm, Yuan Kong continued to whisper, "Leave this to me first. I'll tell him when I see some clues. Otherwise, that idiot will pull his hair hard again." Time was running out. No matter where it was, everyone was running out of time. The people at the front line of the void and the people at the back were all using energy that they could never replicate in their lives to rush themselves to a dance party that was dancing on the tip of a knife. Every step had to be taken accurately, and at the same time, they had to make sure that they did not fall off the tip of the knife. How could there be such a good thing in this world? They were just playing with their own lives. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. For the void that spanned tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years, a few days was equivalent to taking a breather. After the front line of the void cleaned up the battlefield and retreated back to the void seal, the abyssal death mist did not reoccupy the territory that was just destroyed. The two sides faced each other across the void and returned to peace. It was indeed quiet when there was no wind and no waves. Looking at it from afar and ignoring the resistance that came from the depths of the soul, it was a unique scenery. Who knew what would happen the next time there was a sudden wind, and what kind of scene would it be? It's a beautiful day. We leaned on the wall and looked at the abyssal death mist. He sighed and turned his head from time to time to look at Maple, who was a little dazed. Maple, do something fun. It's so boring. Yun Nuashing subconsciously looked at him as a response, and then turned his head away a moment later. He was just a reflection here. Most of his soul and spirit were left in the observer space to dismantle and modify the sapphire. It was in the process of deduction. Things were going well, and after losing a bunch of hair, he finally got some results. He was still in the process of deduction and did not have time to deal with a certain crazy guardian. The void has always been like this. What's the matter? It's been quiet for 2 days, and you can't wait to fight? Jingyan grinned at the two. Why don't we go to the abyssal death mist? Just treat it as a daily harassment mission. Ha! Forget about it. Hui smiled bitterly. I don't have many peerless skills. I can't win. This is Maple's specialty. Yin Nuashing was speechless. She took out the Netherworld Ruins sword and handed it to Hui. No. That's why you can't win even with your special weapon. The dazed observer let the Netherworld Ruins sword quietly dissipate. This reflection, which was related to the real body, suddenly raised his head after a moment. The movement was the loudest in the past 2 hours. Hui and Jingyan were stunned. Hui asked subconsciously, "What's wrong? You finally blew up the observer space?" A creepy, prying energy shrouded Hui after he finished speaking. Jingyan shivered and shook her head with a bitter smile. Hui Jun would be thrown into the void by this little brother sooner or later. What happened? Or was there a result? Yin Nuashing's reflection flickered and shook her head. Frost has woken up. I'll go and have a look. After leaving his sentence, the images left here disappeared. Jingyan and Hui looked at each other and scratched their heads. The unfinished life source that little brother is carrying with him? Hui nodded. She was taken out from the space where you were. Her family came to ask about it some time ago. However, the origin life form was in a state of evolution and could not just come out of the fake cradle, so she refused. After hundreds of millions of years, she has finally woken up. What's with that expression? Jingyan rubbed her chin as she pondered. The way the light in her eyes flickered made Hui stunned. He always felt that there seemed to be some kind of inappropriate idea flashing through his mind. After being stared at by Hui for a while, he finally regained his senses and laughed dryly. I'm used to it. The origin life is also a rare material, so I was just wondering if there was anything special that I could ask her for help with. We could not help but widen his eyes. That little girl has been in a coma for hundreds of millions of years. I heard from Maple that she was locked up in the tower for who knows how many years. Now that she's finally awake, can you be a human? Jingyan smiled and waved her hand. It's just a thought. It's really just a habit. I always feel that our thoughts have not separated from that great battle. After all, we just separated from it and encountered the battle in the world of order. It's hard to forget, even if we wanted to. Hui was speechless, habitually calculating everything around her to the point that it could become power or material for power. Is this the habit of war? Hui lay on the ground and looked at the abyssal death shroud for a while. Suddenly, he felt bored and had nothing to do. So, he turned and flew towards the observer space that Maple had left in City Zero. It seemed interesting to see an unusual origin life form. These special life forms were a wonder in the void. Hey, wait for me. I'm going to have a look too. In the courtyard of the mansion in the spiritual realm, the flower bed that had turned into ice had slowly thawed over the past few days. It was now restored to its original state without any trace of being frozen. On the flower bed, a girl with long blue-white hair that looked like waves and glaciers was sitting on the bed. She stared blankly at the direction in front of her, shaking her head from time to time as if she was still a little dazed. Suddenly, she lowered her head and tugged at her translucent blue-white gauze dress, as if trying to remember something. The only difference between this scene and the first time they met was that the surroundings were not frozen, and there were no scattered snowflakes, dandruff, he wanted to say, on her body. It was as if he had returned to that day. The scene was still the same, but hundreds of millions of years had passed. You're awake. Do you still remember what happened before you fainted? The unfamiliar but very familiar voice rang beside her. Frost turned her head blankly and looked at the figure who was leaning on the air with his arms crossed. "You are." She opened her mouth subconsciously. "You can talk now." It seems that the rules of structure have been completely perfected. Yin Nuashing raised her brow. At this moment, Frost was also surprised that she could suddenly speak. "You have been asleep for hundreds of millions of years." He had just woken up from a deep sleep that had lasted for hundreds of millions of years, but his mind was still a little groggy. When he heard this, he could not help but be startled. He turned his head and looked at Yin Nua planet in a daze. "Very long?" "A very long time. A long time is enough for the mortal world to go back and forth a few times." Yin Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. After thinking for a while, she briefly told Frost about the things that happened over this period of time. She mainly talked about the passage of time and the things that happened here that were related to her. Other than that, there was nothing much to say. She could not talk about the void frontline with a person who did not even know about herself. Could she? She talked about a lot of things casually. Even so, it took a little while. After listening to everything, Frost was almost completely awake. Her body began to emit tiny energy ice shards into the surrounding space. Was it because she was not fully awake just now? After a moment, she bowed to Yin Nuashing and said with an awkward but sweet and gentle voice, "Thank you for these years of help." "Well." Yin Nuashing waved her hand casually, not knowing how to respond. "My name is Feng Ling. I don't know if I've introduced myself to you back then, but now I have." "Well, that's it. You're now in my spiritual world. If you can move, do you want to go outside?" "Outside? Where's outside?" Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She suddenly slapped her forehead as if she had a headache. Outside was the void frontline. Looking at the void hundreds of thousands of miles away, there was a large group of people with bad intentions hiding and staring at them. This was definitely not a place for people to rest and enjoy the scenery. Just as Hao Ren was thinking about whether to find a frontline world to take the girl for a ride, he caught a glimpse of the girl tilting her head and staring at him with soft eyes. He could not help but roll his eyes and reached out to her. "Outside is outside. If you want to take a look, let's go out together." "Go out." Frost stared blankly at Yin Nuashing and his outstretched hand. She did not know if she was hesitating or not moving fast enough. After a moment, she reached out her crystal-clear hands and held Yin Nuashing's hand. "Go out and see the outside." Then, the two of them held hands and emerged from the spiritual world. As soon as they stood still in the observer space, they saw a group of people standing in front of them, staring at them in surprise. Their hands were held together, and Yin Nuashing felt goosebumps all over. He subconsciously waved his hand to shake off Frost's hand. Frost was probably still in a daze. She did not think much when she felt that her hands were empty. She carefully held Hao Ren's hand with both hands again, and this time she held it very tightly. So the atmosphere at the moment seemed to be a little strange. Hui and Dao Heaven looked at a shuddering observer at the same time and said in unison. Dao Heaven sensed that his life was in danger and did not say anything. Only the Lord Guardian said firmly, "Phone, that's why you have to pay attention to your body. The speed of your attack. I'll dodge. Mwahaha. I'll dodge. Stop right there. I'll beat you to death. I'll take out your vital parts in 2 minutes." Little Angel and the others looked at the noisy space. They looked at each other and spread their hands helplessly. These two guys were really... One was fanning the flames, and the other was fanning the flames. Frost was stunned at this moment and didn't know what to do. Origin life acquired. It said that it was an accident, but it doesn't look any different from an innate one. Jing Yun completely ignored the two people who were fooling around. She stared straight at the little brother who was taking small steps as if he was going to chase Hui and beat him up. After a moment of observation, she suddenly clapped her hands. "Little brother, I got it." Yin Nuashing was stunned and stood still. Frost saw the opportunity and quickly came to his side. She held his right hand with both hands and shrank half of her body behind him. She carefully peeked out from behind and looked at the others. "This is weird. Forget it. What did you think of?" Jing Yun smiled brightly. "The last fragment of the world core. the problem that has troubled you for many days. This little girl from the origin can help. Chapter 1677. Living in the void, everything he did was like playing with a jigsaw puzzle. His life was like a jigsaw puzzle, and no matter how he put it together, he could not complete it. Looking for things in the void, doing other things was also like putting together a jigsaw puzzle. But unlike the former, the pieces were produced by himself bit by bit. The latter had to be searched all over the void. Throughout his life, divine life, he seemed to be constantly searching for something or being searched for by something. His mind was in a mess of emotions, sighs, and a little resentment. What was driving these faintly dissipating was the thing that was shining brightly in front of them. The sudden radiance seemed to be telling them that this thing had been perfected. Yin Nuashing looked up. This was the observer space. In the distance, there were many transparent and untouchable cubes floating around in the empty space, decorating this white and empty space. But that was just the background. The important thing was the thing in front of them, a huge blue sphere encircled by 6 thin energy rings. The outermost ring was also an energy chain woven with colorful energy. The entire object was about 1,000 feet in size, and the diameter of the sphere at the core was only half that. This behemoth of 2 structures was suspended in the observer space. The group looked up at it as it circled in the observer space. The 6 independent and overlapping energy rings and energy chains were rotating at a slow speed, silent and full of visual effects. In addition, the space clearly marked the traces of the rules, order, and energy produced when it moved, making it even more dazzling. Well, this is definitely the most perfect recirculating world core I have ever seen in my life. Jingyan looked up and could not help but laugh a few times. She reached out and patted Yin Nuashing on the shoulder. As expected of you, little bro, I thought I could make a breakthrough. After all, I have gathered so many materials. Yin Nuashing sighed when he heard this. Just as he had said earlier, he had gathered a large number of fragments to perfect this item, but in the end, he had only obtained an expected result. Sigh, actually, this result was already very good. Greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He had only hoped that the effects would be slightly better. For example, he would be able to make this world core have a breakthrough and increase its conversion rate from 100% to 100%. Even if it was only 1%, it would be good enough. Jingyan could not help but smile bitterly as she watched him sigh. The structure of this type of world core limits itself, and there is no way to break through it. As for world cores like the realm of the gods, to be honest, in the entire void, aside from the origin, heavenly god, and the others, no one knows how to make it. There were people who tried to figure it out, but it was said that after 5 whole eras, they could not even figure out the basic idea. That person was very persistent. From guessing, implementing, verifying, and finally the finished product, he did it all by himself. After 4 whole eras, he was still very confident, very motivated, and said that he intended to spend his life working on world cores. When Hui heard this, he felt that it should be an inspirational story. He immediately listened attentively. And then, Jingyan paused for a moment, and her cheeks twitched slightly. Yin Nuashing saw this small detail and suddenly felt that this matter might be. Then, in the 5th era, a drunk origin heavenly god told a certain inheritor, that child's idea is not bad, but his train of thought was wrong from the beginning. Unfortunately, he did not realize it even after 4 eras. Then, this news spread out and reached that person's ears. At that time, it was already the 5th era for him, and I heard that he immediately broke down. Jingyan sighed and could not help but look into the distance. This void, this life. Yin Nuashing and the others could not help but sigh. They more or less expected this outcome. Only we could not help but smile bitterly. He really thought that this was an inspirational story, but he did not expect that. That person was also unlucky. Sometimes, if he did not work hard, he really did not know what despair was. Jingyan looked at everyone's emotional faces and suddenly grinned. Then, that person created the unprecedented recursive world core of the void. That's right. That person was originally aiming for a unique world core like the realm of the gods. But in the end, he did not manage to create one. Instead, he created a recursive world core that could be used by the entire void without any restrictions. Yin Nuoxing, you're such a big turnaround. So after working hard, one could still see light in the end. Although that light had changed from the light of a nebula to the light of a galaxy, it was still light anyway. That was something that happened more than 10 epochs ago in the Great Yuan realm. I don't know much about the details either. Anyway, it was something that was left behind. That senior also felt very regretful in the end. Although his name shook the void, he was ultimately unable to reach the goal that he had in mind. Although in terms of results, the entire journey didn't end badly, Yi Zichen said. Jing Yun spread out his hands and said, "Well, let's not talk about the chicken soup stories of the predecessors. Look at this thing in front of us." Yin Nuoxing raised his head and recovered from his far-sighted state. "You're familiar with this. I'm only responsible for creating it. I don't know the situation. You could just tell me." "Well, don't worry. With the origin energy as the carrier and the unique self-perfection structure of the origin life that even the origin heavenly God could not help but praise, even if there's a problem with this thing, it will be able to push the problem back on its own." Jingyan gave him a thumbs up and grinned. Yin Nuoxing shrugged and glanced at Mei Mao, who was curled up beside him and carefully staring at the sky. That girl was full of curiosity. There was a silk scarf condensed from energy tied with a bow on her white wrist. Well, he tied it, although it was probably not necessary. To be honest, the wound would have healed before he tied it. He just let out a little blood condensed from the origin of laws. That wound was not even a wound. He did not know why the girl insisted on it. Also, his clothes were twisted. "It's almost complete. Little brother, take it down." Yin Nuoxing recovered and waved his hand to take down the world core. The entire colossal body shrunk from 1,000 feet to the size of a human head in just 3 seconds and hovered over his hand. And then it's done. The main body is complete. Next, we just need to take it to the origin sanctum and make a few hundred similar ones. Then, the sanctum will transmit the rules of this new world core to the frontline worlds through the node so that they can adapt first. Once mass production is complete, we can replace it immediately. Jingyan nodded. A large-scale replacement of the world core. Do we really not need to find an unlucky world to test it out? Hui touched his cheek. What if? I'm just saying what if. Look, there are tens of thousands of frontline world in the void frontline. Don't worry. Jingyan seemed to have expected him to say that. She smiled and explained. The origin energy and the origin precepts. With these two as the carrier, they will not have a destructive effect on the order creations if they are not actively used. Moreover, the amount is just right at the upper limit of what the order worlds can use. In summary, little brother, tell us. Yin Nuoxing, who was yawning, was startled. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he could not help but roll his eyes at Jingyan. Look at me. Ahem. In summary, the reason why the origin energy and the origin precepts are not opportunities for the beings of the order worlds and could even be a disaster is that they are too powerful. The second reason is that the quantity is too great. That's right, the origin energy left behind by each origin relic is abnormally huge. It's so huge that I can't completely organize it after hundreds of millions of years. Because of this, most of the beings of order could not withstand the impact of the origin relic. However, the origin energy itself is equivalent to order, and the beings of order have an affinity with it. Hui was enlightened. Oh, so that's how it is. The dissipation rate of the origin energy and the origin precepts in the origin relic is infinitely close to 0 in the void. Unless it is destroyed, there will not be any abnormal changes. However, the pure origin energy and the precepts will also dissipate when exposed to the void and the void. This should not be difficult to understand. The influence of the carrier and the will of the energy? We asked. That's right. That's why the world core of the origin continent that you are carrying now will be the most normal form of the world core of the heavenly god of origin's world when it is completely activated. It will not be any different from before. Right now, it is still slowly awakening. You probably can't make it recover faster, can you? Jing Yun continued to explain, the last sentence directed at Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. Although it is basically under my control, this is the only thing I can't do. You will never be able to wake a world core that is in a deep slumber. When it wakes up depends entirely on its mood. Ahem, it is now resonating with the origin energy in my body, the mark of origin, and my 36 backup worlds. It is absorbing them bit by bit. The speed is so slow that it makes my hair stand on end. I estimate that it would take it to fully recover. He counted with his fingers for a moment and then snapped his fingers. 7 eras. Everyone was speechless. Sleeping, dozing, and waking up really took a long time. After stealing some leisure time to chat for a while, Jing Yun hugged the New World core and ran out in a puff of smoke. She was probably going to the Shrine of Origins. Yun Nuoxing and the others had just stepped out of the observer space when they sensed the movement from the Shrine of Origins. There was a trace of energy with the presence of origins emanating from the node, flowing towards the frontline world in a very directional manner, before spreading through the network of nodes set up in the Void of Order. Hui looked at the distant Shrine of Origins and suddenly clapped his hands. By the way, does the Shrine of Origins have the ability to mass replicate world cores? It is said that it has the ability to replicate rule creations. It only needs energy to do it, but the creations must carry origin energy or the mark of origin. I heard him mention it. Yun Nuoxing said, it is probably used to mass produce some of the weapons used to fight against the forces of chaos during the mythological era, such as our energy towers. Hui listened to the first half of the speech and was only at the level of N and O. The last sentence suddenly woke Hui up. His train of thought instantly cleared up as if he had eaten croton. He slapped Foam on the shoulder and stunned him. Foam, hurry up and upgrade the energy towers. If we replace them with origin energy, we'll be able to upgrade the defensive line. Yin Nuoxing was shocked, his face full of shock. Holy shit. Right? You also think that this idea is very... what is this? While Hui was feeling proud, Maple suddenly placed a foot-long object in his hand. It looked like a fire stick and had a circular base. The entire body was engraved with gorgeous energy runes. If this thing was enlarged to 100 feet or 100 feet, it would be very shocking. You're the one who said it. The upgraded version of the energy tower was completed while we were dealing with the world core. We also borrowed Frost's power, and with her origin of laws, many problems were solved in an instant, Yin Nuoxing calmly said. I'm just surprised that you were able to think of this. Hui was speechless. Jing Yun also has the new type of energy tower. In less than 2 days, there will be a considerable number of energy towers emerging from the various origin nodes. I will have to trouble you to prepare the replacement equipment, Guardian. Yin Nuoxing smiled and waved her hand, walking to the side with a smug look. Hui was speechless. So you were playing me like a monkey. That's not it. I was just about to tell you, but you realized it yourself. Hui looked at the energy tower in his hand and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Their equipment had not been updated for many years, mainly because they could not find a place to update it. Energy towers were mass-produced consumables, and the consumption in ordinary battles would not be too serious. Just like when they dealt with the Void of Order, except for the battle with the distorted races, they would only need to replace a part of the crystals. When they dealt with the distorted races, they would at most use up a batch of energy towers. But when the target was the abyssal death mist, the frequency of replacement was very fast. In a battle, the average number of energy towers used up by the Celestial Realm's warriors was about 7 or 8, and that was only for ordinary battles. If it was the last time they fought the abyssal death mist, the data would not be clear. Anyway, they had arranged for a group of people to specially make energy towers, but there would still be shortages from time to time. From this, it could be seen how much resources were needed to break through the abyssal death mist. Although the energy towers were energy and nomological creations that were directly projected into the real world through the distorted laws and did not need resources from ordinary worlds. I digress. In short, what he wanted to say was that since it was a basic consumable item, those specially strengthened models could not be mass-produced. He, Maple, Jing Yuanji, Monarch Green, and the others all had specially strengthened energy towers that had been manually adjusted. Although they were more powerful, there was no way to mass-produce them, and there was no way to upgrade the energy towers in the entire front line. Therefore, this time, they had to replace them with a new energy tower. I suddenly want to fight the abyssal death mist. We couldn't help but sigh. He looked at the little girl who was still holding Feng's hand and following him wherever he went. He couldn't help but laugh. This girl is really a lucky star. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Although this girl is a lucky star, your crow's beak can't. Lord Maple, Lord Hui, abyssal death mist energy surge. This is high alert. High alert. A large number of giant spawns are approaching, and high-tier origin spawns have appeared. No presence of Yuan-Shi tier enemy detected. Everyone on alert. Gather at Node 0. All energy towers are in a charging state. The sudden burst of ear-piercing energy made everyone stunned, and a moment later, they all turned to look at a certain guardian. Are you poisonous? Yin Nuoxing stared at Hui. What? I'm the #1 troublemaker in the void, and you're the #1 prophet. Has your mouth been blessed? How can it be true just because you say it? Our new energy towers have not been installed. No, they haven't even been mass-produced. Why are you so excited? Huey's face was full of sweat, and he forced a smile. This is just a coincidence. I don't believe they can. Shut up. Yin Nuoxing slapped his face and anxiously glared at him. Shut up. You're causing trouble for me. You idiot. If you talk nonsense again, I'll use the void to bind your mouth next time. The guardian laughed until his face was full of sweat, and he shrunk his neck and shivered. Yin Nuoxing looked at him in annoyance, and then turned to look at the group of girls who were already prepared when they heard the energy alarm. She turned around abruptly, and her robe and windbreaker made a flapping sound. Let's go, it's time to fight. The enemy would not wait for them, and would not wait for them to be fully prepared before appearing. They always liked to act recklessly, and would appear anytime and anywhere to make their presence known. In any case, they were already used to it, and they had already survived for hundreds of millions of years, so it was not a big deal to hold on for a while longer. In the God Realm, in the East Sea, which had an entire ocean as its territory, countless white bubbles suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. Accompanying the bubbles was an abnormal, scorching aura, as if the seawater was boiling. As the bubbles grew denser and denser, the area they appeared in grew larger and larger. The calm sea suddenly began to churn violently, rolling up stormy waves that blotted out the sun. Under the water, something with an extremely exaggerated brightness was rapidly approaching with a tremendous amount of energy. Boom! A water wall, tens of thousands of miles tall, rose from the ground, and the violent vibrations of the energy lifted trillions of tons of seawater into the sky. Not long after, the seawater turned into a blazing rainstorm and fell from the sky. The scene was really as if the sky and sea were reversed, and the entire space was filled with boiling hot air. The violent scene on the sea was not noticed by anyone. Firstly, this place was right in the center of the East Sea, and the onlookers would not see anything other than the life forms in the sea. Furthermore, considering that the mighty explosion of energy just now was still rolling in the sea, there was probably no life form that would dare to join in the fun. Secondly, there was a layer of energy barrier in this place. Splash. The surging sea quickly calmed down under the interference of some kind of energy, and the entire surface of the sea quickly returned to its original state. Then, a wretched figure suddenly jumped out of the sea and created a piece of ice on the surface of the sea. Then, he lay down on the ice, and from the way he was breathing, it looked like he was about to die. The body wrapped in a brown cloak was emitting an extremely high temperature, and even though he had already left the water surface, he still caused the seawater not far away to surge, but it did not cause too much of a disturbance. Suddenly, a black energy appeared on the brown cloak, condensing into a cloud, and a voice suddenly sounded from it. You want to fight with the 5th rank creation? What are you thinking in your head? Do you really think you're arrogant just because you're at the peak of origin? I thought there would be no problem. Xing Lu laughed dryly and raised his head, sitting on the ice and scratching his head. It's just that I didn't think it would cause so much of a disturbance. You're in the cradle space that someone else created for hundreds of millions of years. Do you really think every flame god is as unlucky as me, running into you when I came out for a stroll and got caught? This. Xing Lu laughed dryly and laughed with all his might. All right, I was wrong. The main thing was that he was a little impatient, just a little bit, which caused him to mess up a little. The two origin energies clashed in the Eastern Sea and almost flipped the Eastern Sea into the sky. After resting for a while to catch his breath, and when his body calmed down, Xing Lu let out a long sigh and took out the treasure map again. Looking at the markings on it, he murmured, 1, 2, 3, what is this? Hearing this, Xianlei curiously went over. He saw Xing LV lay the treasure map flat on the ice surface, waved his hand, and projected the three-dimensional shadow of the god world from it. He stared at a point on the map, and then projected his line of sight onto the three-dimensional image, locking his gaze on the bottom of the god realm. Xianlei, do you see it? There's a strange energy source there. I see it very clearly. The black energy clouds rolled, and a black thunderbolt stretched out like an arm, and then pointed at the three-dimensional image, the bottom of the huge floating island, the middle of the middle, and was silent for a moment. I don't know what it is, but it's not us. From the treasure map, it seems to be an energy source. Lord Observer said that the treasure map is the result of the god realm's self-observation on this picture scroll constructed by the rules. There should be something there that the god realm has sensed, and to be able to exist there, it's basically related to this world itself. I'm very curious. Xing Lu scratched his head and counted his current target, his eyes flashing. Xianlei, I'm very curious. What should we do? Curiosity not only kills cats, it can also kill a group of gods. The black clouds rolled, and Xianlei's indifferent voice came. Lord Observer says, then, I'll ask them first. Hearing this, Xing LV laughed dryly and immediately stopped himself from following his curiosity to investigate the results of the search. He found the soul seeds of the two people. Huita, grandson, come hit me. Eat my taunt. If you continue to move energy indiscriminately and disturb the trajectory of my attack, I'll blow you up as well. There can't be two people on one mountain. Wu Shuang, go to the side. Xing Lu and Xianlei. Looks like there's a lively fight over there. Chapter 1678. The abnormal energy source at the bottom of the realm of the gods. At the front line of the void, destructive energy that was enough to annihilate countless worlds exploded in front of their eyes. Yin Noashing suddenly stopped moving forward, waved his hand to let the formation spread out, and blasted fiercely at the void in front of them. The energy was released randomly, like seawater that was being poured out in reverse. At this moment, he was slightly stunned because of a piece of information that came from the rear. He was also slightly stunned when he heard this. While he was stunned, a shield flew out and pierced through at least 1,000 manifestations. Only then did he reply, "What's that? I don't remember anything from that place that was completely cut off." Actually, I'm not sure either. I suddenly saw it when I opened Lord Feng's treasure map today. I'm sure it definitely didn't exist many years ago. Let me think, this thing didn't exist at least 1 or 2 years ago. In the eastern sea of the realm of the gods, Xing LV squatted on the ice and looked at the three-dimensional image of the realm of the gods projected by the treasure map spread out on the ice. He stared at the flashing blue energy light at the bottom of the gigantic floating island. It seemed to be submerged in water, releasing energy traces that looked like water ripples into space. However, his soul power had already spread extremely deep into the ground. Logically speaking, he should have already crashed into the area where the ripples spread out, but he couldn't sense anything strange at all. Hui raised the guardian barrier and killed a group of manifestations. He tilted his head and looked at Yin Nuashing across the void. He felt Hui's gaze and turned his head as well. Their eyes met. Yin Nuashing shook her head in confusion. I'm also not sure what it is. The treasure map is a map that projects the situation of the realm of the gods itself on a scroll through the pillar of creation. It allows people other than me to understand the realm of the gods more clearly. The situation it shows is the current situation of the realm of the gods, including any abnormal laws, energy, and so on. You're not sure either? Xing LV laughed bitterly. I thought you would know. I'm very curious. Yin Nuashing sighed. A warehouse piled with dozens of eras worth of junk. Do you know what will be in it and what will grow out of it? Hui and Xing LV both nodded to express their understanding. Then they laughed bitterly together, treating the realm of the gods as a warehouse, then this energy source. Leave it there for now. Yin Nuashing replied. Don't go there just because you're curious. That space beneath the divine realm, it's a little troublesome to open. To be honest, I'm not sure what's inside. By the way, how long until your quest is complete? At the mention of that, Xing LV's expression turned solemn. He quickly calculated the time in his mind before replying seriously. In 7 days, the last batch of creations of laws have all appeared. Apart from the 2 ranked first and second on the Divine Flames ranking, the other keys can be collected in the last 7 days. 7 days, huh? Yin Nuashing's gaze flickered. Suddenly, a roar rang out beside his ear. He turned his head and saw a manifestation that was about 100,000 kilometers tall, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged towards him. It went against the energy of his formation like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Berserk energy surged out from the formation array that was as large as a galaxy behind it, turning the face of the gigantic manifestation and a large area of space in front of it into ashes. Yin Nuashing let out a light sigh. Then we'll talk about it in 7 days. While you're at it, keep an eye on that energy source. This is the first time I've heard that something different has happened at the bottom of the God realm. That's right. It had been nearly 100 eras since he received news that something strange had happened in the space beneath the God realm. He had been very curious about that space since the primordial era, but even though he was an observer back then, he didn't know how to enter that space. Now, he could do it, but, well, he just didn't try. All right, as you wish. Xing LV shrugged in response and ended the soul communication. He sat down on the ice and stared at the flickering specks of light inside the giant floating island. Well, I still feel my heart itching when I look at it. Although I don't know what it is, I'm still very curious. A space that only a few people know about, a space that has been silent for countless years without any activity. Now, something has suddenly happened. That's normal. I'm guessing that Lord Observer and the others are feeling the same way. It's just that there are still matters at the Void front lines, so they can't deal with it immediately. When Xianlei responded, it even made a strange gurgling sound. Xing LV knew that this was a sound similar to their size. 7 days. Can you really put away the remaining 9 irascible fellows in 7 days? There are 2 of the top 10 big fellows among them. It's not too big of a problem. With the experience of fighting in their territory, I know how to deal with it. Xing LV grinned, and then his expression became a little solemn. He scratched his head in distress. It's just that the Abyssal Death Shroud is attacking the Void front lines again. I'm afraid that I can finish it in 7 days, but they can't come back in 7 days. General, leaving the front lines rashly, it doesn't sound right. It's not a problem. Xianlei circled around him. Believe in the 2 lords. Since they didn't ask you to change the time, it means that they have a way to solve the current situation in 7 days. Maybe this is just a regular battle, and it's not as tight as you think. Maybe Xing LV heard it and let out a long sigh. Moreover, they plan to come back in 7 days. It seems that the matter he was dealing with here was also very important. Let's speed up a little. 7 days, huh? Hui tilted his head and looked at the Abyssal Death Shroud in the distance. He scratched his head and showed a troubled expression. Feng, we can't tell whether the Abyssal Death Shroud is going to fight with us for 7 days or 7 years. TSK, why do these 2 times have to clash? Bad luck. I'm used to it. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and sighed. Like I said, those bastards would never do as we wish. Heaven knows what they are thinking and why they would suddenly start fighting at this time. In any case, we are fighting now, and that is an unchanging situation. As for the 7 days, don't worry. We just have to deal with them as usual. Our new equipment is being prepared, and we just have to hold on for 5 days before we can set up a batch on the front lines. In 7 days, we would have a considerable number of usable new energy towers. From what I have deduced, the defensive line formed by the new energy towers would be difficult to break unless the enemy decided to send a squad of fledglings. That's what you say, but I'm just afraid that something might happen. Hui sighed worriedly. They had to return to the divine realm this time, and with both the observer and the guardian leaving, there was no telling how long they would have to deal with things there. If they weren't there, TSK, it was not that he trusted his brothers and sisters fighting on the front lines of the void. It was just that he kept feeling uneasy if he wasn't there. Moreover, he knew that Feng's feelings were not much weaker than his, but there was no helping it since they had to return. The first secret artifact, Chaos Origin Light, a legendary item ranked first in the fairy records. It was even more mysterious than Little Purple Soul, Holy Soul, Amethyst Fairy. It appeared to have made an appearance in the previous era, but Hui was not sure if it actually caused any ripples. Those remaining fragments were ultimately fragments, and it was difficult to pry into the truth from them. All he could do was speculate. Chaos Origin Light was a very important trump card in Feng's plan. It was rumored that it had a little connection with his element of death. He did not think much of it at first, but as their understanding of the element of death and the power of divine death deepened, he now felt that the two items should not be related. One was a special creation of laws that was born in the realm of the gods and was equivalent to the direct creation of the heavenly god of origin. It should be a creation of laws. The other was an energy that was mysteriously born in the void after the heavenly god of origin's fall, and there were still many mysteries that could not be understood. The element of death. The only connection between the two was that they were indirectly related to the heavenly god of origin. When the time comes, we might have to ask Jing Yin to go with us. My understanding of the first secret artifact is all based on the perspective of the observer. He was someone who existed in the previous era, so he might know more about it than I do. Yin Nuoxing suddenly said, Well, in order to squeeze some time for us to return to the realm of the gods in peace, we have to work a little harder these 7 days. Either we beat them until they retreat, or we'll kick them back. Following Feng's shout was the sight of billions of energy torrents streaking across the void. The rumble of destruction and the scene of countless energy explosions left both sides rather stunned, and the battlefield froze. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was his usual style to use violence to persuade others to retreat. All right. Violence it is. Then let's use a little more force. This time, the Abyssal Death Shroud was attacking the Void front line on a normal scale, and the scale used was just a little more than normal. The most advanced spawns that appeared were merely advanced origins, and there were no scenes of fledglings coming out to fight. It should be as they had guessed, a normal battle among normal. The Void front line was the most normal bustle, the kind where there would be dozens of battles in 100 years, with each battle lasting from 1 month to 2 years. As for the rest time, there was no standard, and it all depended on their mood. They could stop for 2 days or half a month if they wanted to. Just like this time, the Death Shroud had turned around and attacked just a few days after their attack ended, as if it was revenge. Either way, everyone was used to it. If the Death Shroud were ready to stir up trouble at any moment, they could rush to the front line with a brick in hand to fight them. None of them would relax, having steeled his heart to drive the Abyssal Death Shroud back to their lair in 7 days. Yin Nuoxing did not take charge of the overall situation this time. It did not make much of a difference whether he was in command or not in a battle of this magnitude. He only needed to launch a clearing attack at the Void front line through the Origin node every half an hour, and then go on a killing spree within the node they were guarding. Nothingness. Order of Origin. Nothingness. Boundless chaos. Those two energies were different, but they weren't a mixture. Instead, they were two independent energy shockwaves. 2 rings of energy exploded at the same time, and anything within the affected area would not be able to survive. The order energy within the area was like a tidal wave, and all the death shrouds in the abyss were pushed back by at least 1,000,000 miles. However, they would not retreat, just because of the sudden heavy losses. As long as there was no order to retreat, these death shrouds would only continue to charge forward, even if they had been specially trained to command. The next energy clearing will be in half an hour. First and second echelons. Switch out and let the hot-blooded newbies lie down for a while. Prepare the energy tower arrays. Just focus on those unlucky bastards at the front. The new batch of energy towers have arrived. I say, can't you guys use them sparingly? This is a regular battle, and building an energy tower isn't something that can be easily made. No way. Stop complaining. Every bit of effort you put in is beyond your imagination. Wait a minute, boys. Do you see those black things? Aim at them and hit them hard. The situation in the soul communication was still the same as before. Even though it was just a normal battle, everyone was still tensed up. Although there would be one or two frivolous words in the conversation, we was already used to it. He raised his head and looked ahead. Suddenly, he realized that the power of order had become very dense. With a wave of his hand, the order that he had given countless times was once again sent out. Construct a temporary territory of order. Let the power of a node spread out from here. With that, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Yinuashing. Maple, are you okay? Half an hour of energy clearing at the front line is still too much for you. The situation is normal. Nothing serious. Maple's voice was still flat. He had not taken a breath, even after a few days of continuous outbursts. The flow of the power of order and chaos is still normal. The way the two communicate with the void is normal. Before the void is sealed by a higher power, my power is almost limitless, so there's no problem. Well, my spirit is a little exhausted, but it's not a problem. I'll be able to recover after taking a breath. Hui smiled bitterly. His answer had already solidified. He had said similar words many times and had also heard them many times. Yin Nuashing asked, "How's the situation at the front line?" Fortunately, the abyssal death mist is not too fierce this time. We've made ample preparations. With enough energy towers, we can continue fighting at this intensity. It's not a problem to fight until the end of time. However, most of the recruits are exhausted. They still can't get used to it so quickly. Plus, they're not strong enough, so they've been adjusted to the backup echelon. As for the casualties, well, it's not much. The burden on the spiritual temple is very low, and those who died are all recruits. After this loss, they'll probably grow stronger the next time they go to the front line. Huey's expression changed slightly, but it only lasted for a moment. There was a spiritual temple at every node in the void front line, which was the spiritual temple in the realm of the gods. However, this was not the realm of the gods, so they could only borrow the rules and order of the void. The different construction conditions made the spiritual temple here a little different from the one in the realm of the gods. The limitations were greater, and the resurrection speed was slower. The similarity was that every time a life was reborn, a small part of the sins of the world would accumulate in the spiritual temple. It would be difficult for the void to remove it automatically. It could only remove a part of it, and the part that was difficult to remove was dealt with by a certain person. Yes, it was the person who was slaughtering in front of him. Although he said it was not a big problem, well, who knows? He basically said it was not a big problem if it was not a big problem. The spiritual temple was an important facility to ensure the survival of the void frontline. It could ensure that the fallen order warriors could be resurrected after 2 or 3 days and continue to fight. Moreover, he could not find a better way to replace it in such a short time, so he could only acquiesce. However, this situation changed after the Origin Temple joined. The Origin Temple seemed to be able to remove the sins of the world through it, so he did not have to worry about a certain person accumulating too much sins. The spiritual temple will not be full in a regular battle, so there's no need to worry about this. It's about time. Let's talk about it later. Yinuashing took a deep breath. The aura of order and chaos rolled out from her body at the same time. With her body as the dividing line, two types of energy burst out. She held the nether void sword tightly with two types of energy and raised it high. Lord Maple, the abyssal death mist is... A frenzied shriek of energy abruptly spread across the void. A large number of energy barriers of various sizes suddenly appeared on the battlefield, all of them automatically released at certain times. Everyone was used to being startled by the sudden appearance of energy barriers, and in the next second, they hugged their heads and crouched in the void. The two vast energies rolled together like a storm, sweeping across the entire void battlefield. The barriers of various sizes were like pebbles in a storm, rolling in the wind and waves. The people inside were also rolling around. Those were the new recruits, while the veterans who had been familiar with them for hundreds of millions of years all stood in the void with their arms crossed, unmoved by the wind and waves, and were then sent flying by the barriers of the new recruits. Well, this was a common occurrence. Those who hit others and those who were hit were all. Yin Nuashing looked up. What did you just say? It's fine. That abnormal part of the abyssal death mist is gone. Doesn't seem to be anything else. Yin Nuashing grunted and pulled out the nether void sword and waved it forward. Billions of magic circles all gathered energy, waiting for the abyssal death mist to appear. We looked at about 1/10 of the barriers floating around and could not help but sigh. Looks like we have to let the new recruits get used to the sudden burst of friendly firepower. We can't let them float around like a ball every time Maple opens the door. It's not worth it if they hit our own people. There's no helping it. It's the young brother's power, after all. It's not that easy to get used to it. Didn't the veterans use their bodies to withstand it a few hundred times before they barely got used to it? Everyone was lying on the barriers, trembling at first. Jing Yun's voice suddenly rang with laughter. We should be glad that the young brother hasn't used Origin of Chaos at full power. That would really be unstoppable, even with the energy barriers. That's true. You're done over there? There are 2 batches of usable new energy towers, just that. Well, according to the young brother, there's no rush to use them this time. That's why I've just finished installing them. The Temple of Origin is still making the next batch of energy towers. By the way, the World Core is mostly ready. I've just finished dealing with it over there, and it's going well. Jing Yun's voice suddenly became serious. It's almost time. We're going to the realm of gods, right? In the distance, dark clouds loomed over the horizon. Scarlet lightning flashed from time to time as if it was about to rain. Just as countless black raindrops appeared, the billions of magic circles that had been waiting for a long time resonated and poured out endless energy, sending the abyssal death mist tumbling. The power of order surged like a tidal wave, and the battlefield that had been quiet for less than a minute became lively again. We looked at the flashing energy flames before him and breathed a sigh of relief. It's almost time. We just have to wait for news from Xinglu. By the way, do you know anything about the top secret item in the realm of gods? What's that? Why don't you call it something else? The primordial light of chaos. And then Jingyan fell silent. There was a sudden, deathly silence in the soul communication. The quieter it was, the more Hui felt that something was wrong. Goosebumps had already appeared all over his body, and he was about to advise Maple not to mess around before he heard anything. It's really an ancient thing. So, you're going back to the realm of gods for that thing? Jing Yun's voice was heard again after a few minutes. Let me think. Is it your idea again? You don't even have to think about it. Hui laughed bitterly. It doesn't sound like anything normal. How could it be my idea? I don't know what Maple's idea is, and I can't say it out loud, so I came to you in advance. What is it? The Divine Order of the Guardians didn't tell me what is either. It's just a ray of light. Jing Yun's voice was filled with emotion. It's a ray of light related to the primordial god and the others, and a ray of light related to the concept bodies of chaos. Hui gulped. So, was that the origin of the name? Was it related to Maple's element of annihilation? To put it simply, Jing Yun paused for a moment, and then said in a low voice, it's a ray of light that the primordial god and the others collected and stored in the realm of gods. When the great primordial realm was born, that ray of light that created primordial chaos and primordial light. Chapter 1679. God said, "Let there be light." Oh no, that was the wrong script. When the great primordial realm first opened, it was a moment of absolute chaos. The chaos here did not refer to the order of chaos, but the state of chaos itself. In this world, other than the origin heavenly God, well, and the chaos concept body, no other life would know what happened at that moment. Although it was possible to see the moment when the great primordial realm first opened from the moment the source world was born, and the scene was similar, the degree of restoration was probably less than 10%. Whether or not a ray of light left behind from that era could really be called light was another matter altogether. However, it might really look like a ray of light. The origin heavenly God had hidden something from such an ancient era in the world of the gods. This was something that had never been heard of before. Neither the world of the gods nor the guardians of the world of the gods had left behind any information regarding this matter. Not even the slightest clue was left behind. It was even more thorough than the disappearance of the origin heavenly God and the others. Although it might be because Maple knew, but the guardian clergy did not know. Who knows? Compared to that, he was more curious about what Maple was going to do with this ray of light. About that, Jing Yin turned to look at Yun Nuoxing, who was inspecting the new energy tower, and whispered to Hui, "Brother should be trying to use the primordial light of origin to complete the next step of the evolution of the primordial chaos. Since he is using this thing, I'm afraid he has already reached the last step of evolution. Even if he is not, he might be close to the end." The end. Huey's eyes flickered. The primordial chaos has only evolved once or twice, and he is already at the end. The purpose is too strong and too clear, so he did not take any probing path. From the very beginning of the evolution, he went straight to the end without any twists and turns in the process. Jingyan nodded slightly. So, he is almost at the end. What will happen after the evolution is complete? Jingyan's expression was a little stiff. Under Huey's gaze, she turned her head with a little sweat. "I don't understand. The path you're taking is too. I can't deduce what you'll become in the end. Even whether you can maintain your current form is a problem." That's enough. He was about to become something completely inhuman. The more he changed, the more his body became unclear. It wasn't that he couldn't understand. Just as Jingyan had said, she had watched Maple walk step by step towards the end point of complete chaos. Every step he took, every time he got closer, Maple would become more unclear. There was still an endless amount of energy rumbling in the void. The void kept appearing in front of their eyes, and then it closed with a loud bang. 10 minutes ago, after clearing out the area for the last time, they retreated back to the node. The warriors from the world of order were fighting against the death mist of the abyss and the void. Meanwhile, they were preparing to return to the backlands to retrieve the most important fragment. The installation of the Origin Energy Tower has been completed. The new type of energy tower can resonate better with the origin of order, increasing the efficiency of energy transfer by 3 to 4 times. Its body is also tougher, and the energy overload time has also increased by about 10 times. Yun Nuoxing personally placed a new energy tower on the node. Looking up at the tower that was 100 feet in size and engraved with colorful energy runes, she nodded. The effect is better than expected. Just like the initial calculation, one new energy tower can replace a dozen original energy towers. With the Origin Sanctum providing sufficient energy, and with the original energy tower, even if we're not at the front lines, as long as the enemy doesn't send out a few fledglings of the primeval tier, there won't be any accidents. Even if they do, there won't be much of a problem. Jingyan stepped forward and said, "Our people are all ready. We have made an appointment to leave 7 days ago, and they have also been preparing for 7 days. As long as it is not the real primeval god of the beginning who comes out to make trouble, they can defeat a mere fledgling." Although that's true, Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh, shook her head, and changed the topic. She turned to Jing Yuanji and said, "When we are not here, I will leave the front lines to you. As long as I am here, the front lines will not fall," Jing Yuanji said in a serious tone. Jing Yuanji, said in a very serious tone. She nodded solemnly to Sir Feng and whispered, "Sir Feng, be careful." Xi grinned at Yin Nuashing. "It's been a long time since I returned to the God Realm. I almost can't remember what it was like when I left. I have heard of this before. Apparently, there hasn't been much change. After hundreds of millions of years, the most obvious change is the replacement of generations. Some of the new forces at the front lines are from the God Realm's new generation, and they're scattered all over the front lines. However, there aren't many of them." Yin Nuashing said. She and Blue Phoenix were just following him back to the front lines to take a look. It didn't matter if the two of them stayed at the front lines. Yuan Kong, on the other hand, was planning to stay at the front lines. She seemed to be doing something strange with Qing Yu. Yin Nuashing only hoped that he wouldn't find out that the two girls were up to something by the time he returned. The large-scale void teleportation gates placed in the various node cities were exactly the same as the one in the God Realm. Aside from a few special locations that didn't require void coordinates to teleport between nodes, all other locations required void coordinates. The God Realm just so happened to be one of those special locations, so there was no need for void coordinates. There is also no need for two divine rolls to locate the coordinates. When I see this void teleportation gate, my legs feel a little weak. Yao Guang couldn't help but shrink his head when he saw the enormous void teleportation gate. Everyone smiled bitterly. She was thinking about how Jade had gotten lost the moment she came to the front lines. Who knew when this unlucky girl would be able to correct her bad sense of direction? Speaking of which, it was a little too strong for her to get lost using a void teleportation gate. She probably spent her talent points on unnecessary skills. All right, there's no need to send me off. If everything goes well, I'll be back in a few days. Yin Nuashing raised her head to look at the void teleportation gate where the intense battle was still going on. The Origin Energy Tower had already displayed its might on the battlefield. The energy torrent that was filled with weak Origin energy was continuously harvesting the abyssal death mist and manifestations. Even though they weren't on the battlefield, the battle didn't seem to be going downhill at all. When we're not around, be careful. Pay attention to your safety. Yao Guang nodded. He raised his hand and waved at Yin Nuashing. Have a safe journey. Yin Nuashing nodded. She turned around and walked towards the void teleportation gate. Hui, Jing Yun, see you, and Feng Qingwang followed beside her. Following a flash of bright white light, the noisy front lines and the countless energy explosions disappeared in an instant. Everything became quiet in their senses. Let's make some adjustments and end the teleportation in the realm of the gods. Hui waved his hand and used the power of laws to make some adjustments. After that, he let out a long sigh. It's really quiet. It's been a long time since it's been this quiet. In the past, even after the end of battle, there would be many sounds because of various alarms. The sound of the abyssal death mist activity would also be transmitted to the front lines along with the disturbance of the laws. Yin Nuashing narrowed her eyes. Aside from opening the first secret artifact, we also have to go to the bottom of the realm of the gods to take a look. Time is of the essence. Jing Yun's eyes flashed. Suddenly, she said, "Little brother, you should need more time. A few days won't be enough. I'm not sure about the first secret artifact situation. A few days is the best-case scenario. If it really doesn't work, I can sacrifice an energy world and buy some time. I should be able to squeeze out 5 or 6 days." Siyu was slightly shocked. Sacrificing an entire special energy world can only squeeze out 5 or 6 days. This is the case if the target of the interference is beyond common sense. The laws and order of the world are too large. Yin Nuashing nodded. Of course, it would be better if everything goes well. But, well, I'm used to things that don't go well. Jing Yun smiled bitterly. That's natural, but I'm talking about the time after that. You should need a lot of time to deal with the primordial light of chaos and evolve it. Yin Nuashing was slightly stunned. She tilted her head and looked at Jing Yun. Seeing that Jing Yun was prepared, she could not help but tilt her head as well. What, you already guessed it? Well, although I didn't plan to hide it from you, I didn't expect to say it so early. Yin Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know if it will go well. Maybe I can only pray a little. Pray that everything goes well. If it doesn't, I don't know what will happen. As for the time it takes for the primordial chaos to evolve, that's not a problem. We just have to squeeze some time in the void front line and let it evolve bit by bit. As for the result, I can't say for sure. Let's see how it goes. A few minutes of conversation passed. The white light before them flashed again. A moment later, gravity, air, familiar energy, order, and laws surged into their bodies. Their feet also landed firmly on flat ground. They had arrived at the realm of the gods. The few of them waited for the light to fade before they looked up. The darkness had receded, and the blue sky, white clouds, and many familiar auras appeared before their eyes. You guys came so quickly. The voice behind them made Yin Nuashing and the others turn around. Then they were all stunned. In front of them was a humanoid figure about 178 meters tall. Its whole body was charred carbon. Only a pair of eyes and a row of white teeth were recognizable. They could tell that the humanoid figure in front of them was a person and not a walking piece of coal. This appearance is very, very impressive. We looked at it for a long time. His cheeks twitched, and he laughed dryly as he said that. Xing LV smiled bitterly and shrugged. He shook his head and barely revealed his handsome face. His white hair was shaved into an afro, and he looked even funnier than when he was charred just now. 2 minutes before you guys came back, I just finished off the last god of flames. Xing LV suddenly burped as he spoke, and a black smoke ring came out of his mouth. Everyone, ahem, it's no big deal. I'm ready here. You guys just came back from the front line. Do you need a rest? Xing LV waved his hand vigorously and smiled awkwardly. Yin Nuashing clenched her fists and nodded. There's no need to rest. Let's start now. She was still swift and decisive. Just as Xing LV was about to respond, a colorful energy barrier suddenly appeared from Yin Nuashing's body. It spread out for thousands of miles in an instant and was hidden between heaven and earth. Space switch. Draw this world into a formation. The blue sky and white clouds that he had just caught a glimpse of faded away in an instant. Bit by bit, it was occupied by the colors of pure white. The space in his line of sight was like a painting that had been splashed with a bucket of white dye. Other than the white and the colorful colors, nothing else could be seen. After a moment, his line of sight suddenly flashed. The scenery of heaven and earth reappeared. The mountains and rivers in the distance were still there, but the sky and the land in the distance had been covered by a layer of colorful barrier. The space outside could not be seen. With this body as the key and the rules as the eyes, a colorful energy beam burst out from Yin Nuashing's body and shot up into the sky. The layer of the barrier that limited heaven and earth protruded high. Majestic energy was gathering from the void, from all parts of the god's realm. However, there were no traces of all the energy. There were only slight signs of gathering, and when the signs appeared, they would disappear in an instant. The energy passed through the conceptual layer of the rules and was transmitted to this space that was cut apart by the observer space. This guy is really anxious. Hui grinned and scratched his head. He shrugged helplessly at everyone. Golden divine energy also rose from his body. He lightly stomped his feet on the ground, and a circle of golden energy exploded on the ground. In an instant, it spread to the furthest part of this space that was covered by the barrier. With this body as the key and the order as the array, the huge movement caused by the resonance of two priesthoods should have been huge, but it was all limited to this corner by the observer space. The colorful and golden energy beam turned into a solid crystal and pierced into the conceptual layer of the rules. As soon as that space responded, CU and the others trembled. The movement was exactly the same as when the second secret weapon space opened. That huge movement should have caused a huge change in the god's realm, but it was limited to this space. All the strange phenomena were gathered here, and there was no way to spread out. Oh, I suddenly remembered the movement when I opened the second secret weapon space. Xing LV scratched his head and could not help but laugh dryly. Then he sighed sadly. At that time, with this space, it probably would not have caused so much trouble later. Unfortunately, you are not a second priesthood, so you do not have the power to control this space. Xianlei's voice echoed in his heart, which made him smile even more bitterly. He shook his head. Now was not the time to think about that. Second priesthood. Jingyun waved her hand to block the storm in front of her. She looked at the little brother and Hui, who had turned into the core of light in front of her. Her eyes flashed, and she could not stop muttering. Second priesthood. Second priesthood, a special position that did not exist in our time. This movement, the energy breath that is completely equal to that of the god's realm. I think I have thought of something. What? Feng Xinguang looked at him and asked in a low and nervous voice. It's a hot storm blew over and made Jingyun turn her eyes. She saw Xing LV floating in the air. Colorful flames and lightning appeared on his body. The blazing heat spread in this space. I will tell you later. Don't run around. This hidden space, hidden in the conceptual layer of the rules, has been covered in dust for dozens of years. When it is opened again, the movement will be huge. Flames and lightning, accompanied by infinite power of the rules, fell from the sky. The bursting flames and lightning completely drowned the world. However, no matter how the sea of flames and lightning raged, they could not stop the energy of the two crystals from spewing out. Boom! Boom! There was a loud sound of tremors and shaking. At that moment, it was as if the entire space was pressed into the void. Jingyun and the other two were still standing on the ground when the violent tremors threw them into the air. Siyu and Feng Xinguang could not help but cry out in shock. They quickly adjusted their bodies and landed on the ground. After the sudden tremors, the entire space was in a violent aftershock. The surging energy had dissipated. Countless pitch-black cracks that led to the conceptual layer of the rules appeared in the space that was replaced by the observer's space. The chaotic power of the rules and order poured out from the cracks. Mysterious runes of energy appeared out of thin air, circling in the space filled with cracks. A very familiar energy flowed out from those runes. It is the origin energy. The seal left behind by the origin heavenly god is floating from the conceptual layer of the rules. It is almost out. Be careful, don't touch those runes. As soon as Jing Yun's voice trailed off, more runes of origin energy appeared in the space one after another. They were so dense that they almost filled up the entire space. The ancient aura was so ancient that it was as if time would flow to the end and the void would be silent forever. It was a period of time that was so far away that it could not be described. It was so far away that there were cracks in space and time. Phone. Don't be distracted. Yin Nuoxing suddenly woke up. She suddenly reached out and pressed her eyes. What is that? What? Hui tilted his head and saw the strange expression on Feng Qinghuang's face. He could not help but be startled. What did you see from the observer's perspective just now? I didn't see anything strange on my side. I'm not sure. Let's not talk about this first. Yin Nuoxing shook her head and quickly stabilized the output of the rules and order power. She looked back at Xing LV. Can you still hold on? Oh, I'm fine. Probably fine. Xing LV quickly raised his thumb and responded subconsciously. After a moment, he laughed dryly. But it might not be so good after a while. How long will it take for this space to open? Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and threw out a chain of order to wrap around Xing LV's left hand. Majestic energy flowed along the chain into the latter's body. The door hasn't even appeared yet. How can you open it? Xing LV, this might be the most difficult door to open in history. If he had to open it alone, even if 10 of him were to be squeezed dry, he probably would not even be able to see the door. The modeled space was filled with countless pitch-black cracks that led to the concept level of the rules. The colorful energy barrier suddenly changed. The colors on it changed strangely. It became as if it was dyed with a layer of gilded brilliance. Dozens of colors were flowing rapidly on it. It was as if they had walked into an energy passage and were rushing forward along the passage. The energy runes floating in the space suddenly condensed into circles and revolved around an invisible core. More energy runes emerged, and quickly merged into the circles after they appeared. The flow of time and space. Jingyun's eyes flashed. We are going to that space, and we are moving rapidly in both time and space. We are not letting the door appear in front of us, but we are going to find the door. Brother, have you studied where the space of the first secret artifact is? This. Yin Nuashing was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the rapidly surging space. His cheeks twitched. I thought it was in the concept layer of the rules. Now it seems that it's not that simple. Jing Yin smiled bitterly. If the guy who opened the door did not know, then there was nothing she could do. Where's the time flowing? Feng Qinghuang's eyes flashed. She stared at the space, but with her knowledge, she could not analyze anything in this space. She could only ask Jing Yin. It is moving backward rapidly. Jing Yin looked ahead. The origin energy and the origin law have single-handedly solidified time. If I am not wrong, we should be heading toward the time when the first secret artifact was formed. Isn't that something that happened dozens of years ago? See, looked up in shock. Want to take years to rewind. Everyone, while they were thinking about what would happen at the end, what was this girl thinking? Although it was indeed a very realistic question, Jing Yin smiled bitterly and shook her head. The time rewind here is based on the rules. Theoretically speaking, the speed is almost infinite. Well, the actual speed may be limited to where Brother and the others are. At that time, they are guiding us to that space. Also, when we enter this space where time is flowing backward, the entire space to us should be completely solidified. We have escaped from the sea of time and are going against the flow. However, the time in the real realm and the void may still be moving forward, or they may also be solidified to us. Fortunately, we are opening the door in the observer space, which is confined to a space. If we were to open the door directly in the realm of the gods without any cover, this slightly hidden explanation made CU curious. What would happen? Well, the world light in the realm of the gods would collapse instantly because it could not handle the time displacement in the rules. It would be gone with a bang. More seriously, the entire void would be in extreme disorder until the area affected is large enough to withstand the abnormality. Only then would the effect stop spreading. Xing LV shuddered violently. He smiled bitterly with sweat all over his forehead. Fortunately, I did not go for the first secret artifact. I only opened the second secret artifact. We thought for a moment and said, you should be glad that the first and second flaming ghosts are gone. Otherwise, you might be queuing up on the path of reincarnation. You can't even open the door with your small body. I guess so. Chapter 1680. The golden brilliance was accompanied by a tide of energy that surged and danced on the barrier that was shaping the space. The overflowing origin energy made the already fragmented space tremble. Runes that contained infinite energy accelerated the speed at which they floated up from the conceptual level and turned into a sky full of stars that filled the entire space. The rings formed by the origin runes were constantly changing positions, and the huge sphere in the center was constantly releasing bright light. The origin energy was bursting out like a geyser, and nearly 70% of the energy overflowing in the space was released by that sphere. The flow of time has exceeded the time that I know. The current time might be the 19th era, no, the 9th era, or even earlier. Jing Nuan half squatted on the ground to prevent the origin runes that suddenly streaked past and left a dent on her face. She felt the flow of time in the observer dimension, and her gaze became more and more serious. Do we really have to jump back to the moment when the grand primordial realm first opened? Hui turned around and was about to reply when an origin rune suddenly streaked past his ear. The energy and the sound made his ears itch. He quickly squatted on the ground. Let's not talk about time. Do they have to hide that light in such a deep place? This dimension has exceeded my knowledge. Every inch of this dimension contains things that I can't analyze. I can't see it here either. Yin Nuashing waved his hand and swatted away the runes that were flying toward his face. He then replied, it's all made from the laws of origin and the power of origin. This space is no longer the observer space that I'm familiar with. It has been replaced by a higher level of power into another space that we cannot understand. If it's something that exists in the divine realm, it can only be that space. Huey's cheeks twitched, and he laughed bitterly. The bottom of the realm of the gods? The most mysterious space in the entire realm of the gods was that strange place. Although it was within the scope of the second divine duty supervision, the two of them had never set foot in that mysterious space, so they couldn't imagine what kind of place it was. That place. Hui was startled when he opened his mouth. "Phone, be careful." "Huh?" Yun Nuashing looked ahead, but before he could react, a huge shadow suddenly fell from the sky. He hurriedly looked up and realized what was going on. The origin runes that had condensed into rings were arranged into an all shape that was large at the top and small at the bottom. At this moment, it fell from the sky without any warning. "Damn it, back off. Get down." Seeing the origin all that was tens of thousands of feet high crashing down, Xing Lu screamed and quickly fell to the ground to hold up an energy barrier. The sound of the all hitting the ground caused several echoes in this strange dimension. The origin energy exploded from the ground where the all came into contact with the ground, turning into pieces of condensed crystals that flew in all directions. Yin Yinoashing had just jumped a distance of the ground by the all, and pieces of the origin crystals that flew in all directions. Boom! Oh my god, I can't watch anymore. Hui grinned and covered his eyes. That heavy impact, that movement, that tragedy. Hiss, it really made people not dare to look. Even if Feng was thick-skinned, he would probably break his defense if he was hit head-on. Boom! 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 Jing Yun carefully pulled her head out of the ground and glanced around. The ground was so tragic that it looked like it had been plowed by the young man with a formation. She was silent for a long time, but she didn't feel anything unusual. Then she whispered, Is it over? Maybe. Hui trembled as he got up from the ground. He hurriedly looked around and asked, Where is Feng? Feng Qing Wang hurriedly stood up from the ground, turned into a beam of light, and dashed out 1,000 feet. She stopped in front of a pile of broken rocks and waved her hand, pushing away the broken rocks in front of her, revealing a 20 to 30 feet large cube made from the original energy. She was just looking at it when that unlucky guy was pressed against the ground by this brick. She carefully touched the origin cube and found that there was no energy backlash. Then she pushed it away. As expected, she saw Yun Nuashing, who had been pressed to the ground and created a human-shaped pit. She was seeing stars, and her eyes were rolling like mosquito coils. She looked like she was dying, as if she would die in the next second. She's here. She seems to be fine. She just fainted. Feng Qing Wang hurriedly helped the unlucky observer up. Then she waved to the others. Hui, Jing Yun, and the others quickly rushed over. Hui looked for a while and waved to the others to reassure them. Well, her defense is broken. It's not a big problem. She should wake up after lying down for a while. About 10 minutes later, Yun Nuashing bounced up from the ground. She looked up at the silent and solidified golden sky. Her eyes were dull for a while before she recovered. She sighed and murmured, I just saw the reincarnation road crack open. Hui smiled bitterly. He was almost smashed into the reincarnation road by a brick. Clang. Yun Nuashing rubbed her forehead and stood up with a face full of doubt. She tilted her head and was about to ask about the situation. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound. No matter how she heard it, it sounded like something was kicked hard and was about to fly out. It was the sound of a door being kicked. What followed was a series of tinkling sounds of glass falling on the metal floor. What's going on now? Xing LV was frightened by the sudden sound and quickly turned to look at the place where the sound came from. It was the all that had fallen deep into the ground, the ring that was pieced together to form a platform on the ground, and the core-like sphere. Its outer shell, made of origin runes, suddenly peeled off layer by layer and fell to the ground, turning into powder and then dissipating with the wind. When the core shell was completely opened, everyone quickly looked at it. Then they were stunned. A door made of gold. Although there were only two 10-feet tall pillars on the left and right to separate the door There was a whirlpool in the middle of the door that was emitting a fluorescent blue light. It contained a lot of different kinds of energy, millions of kinds of energy, tens of millions of kinds of power of rules, and at least 4 kinds of aura of order. Yin Nuashing was stunned after seeing the nature of the door. I'm afraid I'll turn into ashes in an instant when I step in, right? This. Hui laughed dryly. He stared at the door and patted Feng's shoulder. Feng, you have to think twice. It's a matter of probability. Jingyan smiled bitterly. The aura of the portal was so chaotic that it was difficult to recognize. It was the most refreshing thing she had ever seen in her life. Only God knew what would happen if she stepped in. Why don't we just forget it? Actually, little brother, if you want to let the primordial chaos evolve, you don't have to. Go, of course I have to go. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath. The door is already open. If I stop now, won't it make me look like a coward? He grinned and turned around to smile at them. Anyway, the primordial chaos did not kill me. This is also the primordial chaos. At most, it's just a strengthened version. Since it's related to them, there must be a solution. Wandering among the billions of stars, looking for the only one in this world. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Jingyan was speechless. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. All right. I knew you would say that. There's nothing to say. May the primordial god protect you. Feng Ling, Yin Nuashing nodded. Just as she was about to walk forward, she suddenly paused and turned to Hui. By the way, I don't know how long this trip will take. The flow of this dimension is also hard to predict. You guys can go back and see what's going on. You don't have to wait for me here. While you're at it, check if there's anything unusual happening at the bottom of the divine realm. Also, we won't be back for long. I'm worried that the void frontline will go out of control without us. If I don't come out in 4 or 5 days, you guys can go to the void frontline first. Huey's eyes widened. No, if we stay here, we can at least be external help. Even if there's a chance, we can still save the situation. You? Maple's eyes were filled with determination, and Radiant's gaze made him swallow back his words. Radiant's cheeks flushed red, and after staring at Maple for 2 minutes, he finally gave in. He slapped his face, lowered his head, and shook his head with a bitter smile. All right. As you wish, Lord Observer. As you wish. We will go to the bottom of the celestial realm and wait for you outside to cheer you on. Is that okay? Yin Nuashing nodded. Suddenly, she chuckled. Then let me say something very shameless. If I go first, the world of order will definitely not collapse before you come back. But after you come back, I'll definitely push you into the death abyss mist and give you a good beating. Hui bared his teeth at Yin Nuashing and waved his hand. All right. Hurry up and go. Don't put on a pitiful act here. Yin Nuashing shrugged. She flung her windbreaker and turned around. She stepped onto the platform made of the origin energy. The door in front of her was releasing a golden light. It turned into clouds and sunlight, illuminating the space around it. Even the platform was reflecting golden light. She quickly walked to the portal made of countless energy. She took a deep breath and looked back at Hui, Siyu, and Feng Qing Wang. She nodded slightly and did not stay for long. She stepped forward. Buzz! As he disappeared behind the door, the light in this space froze after a slight buzzing sound of energy. The light of the barrier, the light of the portal. Everything froze at this moment. Little brother's soul seed has cut off all connections. Jingyan touched her own soul and shook her head at Hui and the others. The space over there is a place that we can't reach at all. This time, there's really no connection at all. We can't even see his current situation. I guessed it. After all, this is a space made by the origin god. Hui sighed, looking at the frozen light. Only the whirlpool of the portal was still spinning. He shook his head helplessly. There's no other way. We can only pray that he can solve the matter inside and come out safely. He was a little nervous after Yin Nuashing's soul seed lost its connection. She asked Jingyan, Brother Jing, based on your understanding of the things in the secret artifact. Little star, although I said that I understand, I have never faced the primordial light of chaos head-on. Jingyan scratched her head and turned to look at the portal. She deliberated and said, In our era, the primordial light of chaos had appeared before. It didn't appear as if it was obtained by someone. It should have appeared through some method, or something happened at that time that made it manifest in the realm of the gods. After that, it was observed. After all, I don't live in the realm of the gods. I only heard about it from the news that came from the void. How should I put it? The origin heavenly god and the others must have left this thing in the realm of the gods for some reason. Perhaps it's like some kind of test. Perhaps they're allowing others to come in contact with it. This is one possibility, and I think it's normal. As for the other possibility, Jingyan suddenly paused and smiled bitterly. The other possibility might be too terrifying. Don't stop halfway. Hui scratched his head hard. Jingyan covered her face. What if? I'm saying what if. What if the origin god and the others couldn't handle this light and had no choice but to store in the conceptual layer of the realm of the gods and leave a seal or something behind? As everyone knows, things like seals will always loosen. That's why the primordial light of chaos manifested in the realm of the gods. Perhaps the seal loosened and it rushed out to illuminate the world or something, Hui and the others. If that's really the case, then they're really in trouble. Originally, the name Primordial Light of Chaos was given by us beings of order. It was given by the beings who lived in the realm of the gods and witnessed the descent of this light. The origin god and the others seem to have tacitly agreed to it. But I'm not sure if they said anything about it or explained anything. I don't know if they really didn't say anything. Jing Yun sighed in distress. Suddenly, she turned her head and was stunned. There's a teleportation gate over there. Hui and the others were stunned for a moment. They also turned their heads and saw a teleportation gate near the edge of the barrier. It was a circular gate with a radius of 3 meters, like a mirror. It emitted a stable, spatial energy and an aura that they were familiar with. It was the aura of the realm of the gods. It should be the teleportation gate that leads to the outside world. Hui looked at the newly appeared teleportation gate, and then looked at the place where Maple disappeared. He sighed and waved his hand. Let Maple handle this himself. We can't help. Let's go to another place first. Jingyan nodded. She looked at the gilded teleportation gate again and sighed. She turned around and headed towards the realm of the gods. Xing LV also looked at it a few more times before he followed. Girls, let's go. Air. We turned around and called out to the 2 girls. Then he froze. He saw Feng Qing Wang kneeling on one knee with her hands clasped together as if she was praying. Siyu was looking at her from the side and muttering words that he didn't understand at all. Seeing how nervous the 2 girls were, Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He walked forward and said softly, Trust him. Maple will be fine. And, just as he hoped, we should go and take care of another matter. Don't worry and leave this place to him. And man, I know. Feng Qing Wang nodded. She slowly stood up and stared at the gate with her pink eyes. Just pray for him. The little star who bears the burden of something we can't reach. At least, send him a prayer. A layer of crimson light flickered over her body, appearing and dispersing as if by accident. Hui was a little surprised. Suddenly, he thought of something. Feng Qing Wang was a phoenix, one of the 4 gods of heaven and earth in the god realm. Her life force was so high that even the Empyrean god of origin could not compare to it. She wished Feng Qing Wang a blessing and said, maybe there will be unexpected results. Feng Qing Wang was a little surprised. She turned around and looked at the Lord Protector. What did you just say? I said, with your blessing, Maple won't be casually taking a meal in there. Hui grinned. Let's go. Although it looks like he went on a journey alone, he still has the 2 girls and the saint's soul, Amethyst Fairy, in his soul. I keep thinking that we are overthinking things. Maybe he didn't encounter anything as dangerous as we thought. Feng Qing Wang and Siyu looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Then they followed Hui and left the place. The bottom of the realm of the gods was a place that no one had ever set foot in, whether in this era or the previous one. It was one of the top 3 most mysterious places in the realm of the gods. Well, only those who knew about it would know. Those who didn't wouldn't even know that it was a space and not just a pile of rocks. Well, The realm of the gods is a flat world that is like a huge floating island. At first, no one knew that there was a space at the bottom of the island. Later on, for some reason, yes, I remember it very clearly. It was for some reason that the concept of the bottom of the realm of the gods spread among the greater gods. In the pitch-black space, dots of bright golden light shone in the darkness. The endless darkness was empty and silent. However, this wasn't the void. It was a very special space in the realm of the gods. Huey's protector space was a bridge connecting the space. They would go through this space to reach their next destination. As for where it was, Hui himself couldn't tell. Well, he was just trying to get close to the space. The method was provided by Maple. He was just an unlucky experimenter. See, you couldn't help but ask, wasn't it said by the heavenly god of origin? Well, it doesn't seem to be the case. If you really want to say it, it seems that some unlucky guy bumped into that space when he was teleporting. Teleportation. The feeling of physical objects colliding with space. That's what it means. In short, it bumped into something. Even if it couldn't see anything in front of it, even if it couldn't see anything, it knew that there was a space in front of it. Jingyan stroked her chin and said as she recalled, but this theory hasn't been verified. I don't know if it really happened or if someone made it up, but someone must have used some unknown method to find out that there is a completely unexplored space below. The fact is, the process of discovery isn't too important. Didn't any of the inheritors ask the heavenly god of origin? We couldn't help but ask. After hearing so many things from Jingyan, he had a feeling that the beings of order would always have a way to get information from the heavenly god of origin. That's true. Jingyan put on a serious face. Then, she said in a serious tone, I can't say that, well, that's what the heavenly god of origin and the others said. Everyone, if she wasn't keeping them in suspense, then there must be something wrong with this place. Just as you think, there might be something important about the realm of gods hidden in this space. The heavenly god of origin and the others only said those 5 words. They didn't warn us or say anything else. Of course, it's possible that they didn't pass through, or we just forgot about it. Jingyan spread her hands in an exaggerated manner. After a while, she regained her composure and coughed dryly. Well, that's why when I heard that you wanted to go to the bottom of the realm of gods, I wanted to persuade you. But you said that there was something unusual there, so I thought that it might be better to go and take a look. In our time, no one has heard of anything happening at the bottom of the realm of gods, even after 20 or 30 years. Oh, that's right. Speaking of which, I have to mention the observer and guardian. Jingyan suddenly coughed dryly and turned her head to look at Hui. She said in all seriousness, like I said earlier, I've never heard of anything happening at the bottom of the god realm. Where do you think I got this information from? Hui stroked his chin. Well, it's not that anyone has seen it. And for what you said, the observer and guardian did not exist in the mythological era. So what's going on? Did the heavenly god of origin say that? Jingyan shook her head. This matter is indeed related to the heavenly god of origin, but only indirectly. She took a deep breath and said faintly, in our time, the realm core of the realm of gods could be communicated directly. Do you understand now? Hui shuddered violently. What the hell? Don't tell me that the realm of gods was greatly affected by the void turbulence, and even the realm core was affected. And in this time and age, none of us know that the realm core could communicate because there's something wrong with it. And this influence and problem has caused the realm core to be unable to communicate. It can't even communicate with the beings of the realm of gods, and it can't even observe itself. So, the observer and guardian have popped up to replace it in self-examination, right? Everyone was taken aback. Aren't you saying that a little too quickly? Jingyan was also stunned. Although what you said is a little messy, I think that's pretty much the case. Let's correct it. You and the lad have probably replaced the realm core that can no longer self-examine itself to adjust itself. In other words, Jingyan looked at Hui with a serious expression. You two have been chosen by the realm core of the realm of gods to become agents of the realm of gods. Chapter 1681. The 2 divine roles of observer and guardian were perhaps the most wondrous things in the void of order. No world had ever given birth to a life that was so close to the world itself, as if they were one, even if they were fused with the world core of the world. The latter would at most become a true observer and agent, but Hui and the little brother were more like some kind of activity of the world itself compared to the agents. In other words, their activity was equivalent to the activity of the divine realm, and their bodies were the world. That's right, it was as if the world was created by them, and it was an existence that was categorized as their own clones. However, with the premise that the realm of the gods was created by the primordial god, this explanation obviously did not make sense. For hundreds of millions of years, he did not understand what kind of existence the two of them were in the realm of the gods. It was only when he saw the little brother and Hui Jun working together to open up that he felt a strange, obscure aura that did not belong to life. It was so obscure that if he had not sensed it and understood it, he would not have been able to detect it. That's more or less what's going on. I've also conversed with the realm core of the gods before, so I had some guesses in this regard. It's just that I've only just confirmed it. Jingyan looked at the dumbfounded Hui Jun and waved her hand. All right, calm down. It's not a big deal. All right, I think it's quite amazing. We took a deep breath. Well, this is completely beyond my expectations. I have never thought about this. Feng Qing Wang asked curiously, how is the consciousness of the god realm right now? About that, I have to correct you. It's not the consciousness of the realm of the gods. That can't be considered a consciousness. Jingyan shook her head and explained, the world core of the realm of the gods. Although I said that it can talk, it's actually just a very simple, single-threaded, rigid object of communication that only has the ability to answer questions. It doesn't have its own intelligence, thoughts, ability to think, and so on. An information storage box with a question and answer function. We try to speak up as well, and Jingyan agreed. That's it. It's still far from consciousness. In fact, the realm of the gods is so powerful, entangled with billions of laws and countless energies. The chances of it giving birth to self-consciousness is countless times lower than the chances of any other world in the void. If that probability were to be written on the ground, just writing 0 would be enough to dig a hole through the realm of the gods and poke a hole in the void. So that's how it is. Feng Qing Wang stared at the Lord Protector thoughtfully for a while. Then, she asked tentatively, so Little Star and Lord Hui came to the realm of the gods directly from the damaged part of the realm core? I'm not sure about that. Jingyan shook her head and looked at Hui Jun. Hui Jun, you should know that there must be a process before and after you become a protector. Or maybe you were born a protector. Hui Jun scratched his head, and his expression was a little strange. I'm not sure either. As far as I'm concerned, I'm sure that I was born from someone else's mother. Ahem, I'm very sure that I'm the son of my mother and father. Even if it's a very, 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 very long memory, I will never forget it. I've only heard about it from someone else. There's nothing like that in the realm of the gods. See, you couldn't help but exclaim. Those twisted little topics are... Ahem, Hui Jun coughed. My family is just a very ordinary family. We can't even be considered a family. My family of 3 is happy and healthy, and I have no memory of any bumps and bruises. It's just a very ordinary family. When I can remember, I was just an ordinary little brat. I was just an ordinary child, going through basic training like any other child. I was just an ordinary child trying to sense the world. I lived an ordinary life for a dozen years and grew up an ordinary life. I wasn't outstanding, but I wasn't ordinary either. What happened after that? Siyu asked curiously. She was still holding a small notebook in her hand and was writing furiously. After that, my parents were just 2 ordinary people. They didn't cultivate much. During the 40th era, it was only tens of millions of years since the beginning of the world. Now that I think about it, it wasn't long after the void upheaval, and the environment in the void of order wasn't very good. The laws and order were all recovering from serious injuries. Even the realm of the gods was affected by it. Without the support of the laws, a normal life would have a short lifespan, with less than 100 years to live. Because of that, my parents passed away early. After that, I drifted alone in the realm of the gods. Hui raised his head and recalled. After a while, he grinned. It was a very long time ago. What happened after that? What happened after that? Hui Gang was still smiling, but now he looked a little confused. He frowned. After that, I was lost for a period of time. It was as if I suddenly fell asleep. When I woke up again, it was just a blink of an eye from my consciousness. It had already passed. Almost 1 billion years, maybe 1 billion, maybe 1 billion, maybe just a few 100 million years. I can't remember clearly. Not only was I lost for a period of time, but even after I woke up, my memories of that period of time were very blurry. I don't even remember what I was doing at that time. Was your memory tampered with by the laws? Or was it blurred by the laws of the realm of the gods? Jingyin stroked her chin and thought. Are there any more clues? What happened after that period of time suddenly awakened? There was no similar process of awakening. Hui Gang shook his head and said in a deep voice, when I woke up one day, I was already a guardian. That feeling was like you were holding a gemstone that was worth an entire world in your hand. You knew the value of this thing, but you never cared about it. You never looked into it. Or you could say that you didn't know at all. You just subconsciously knew that this thing might be very valuable. Then, after millions of years had passed, you suddenly woke up one day and said, this thing is so valuable. I have to do something about it. That's probably how it felt. It was like waking up from a dream. I didn't know how many years I had lost. When I looked back, I was completely awake. So, I went back to look for traces of my existence. I found the grave of my parents. Although it was tattered and buried under a mountain, and the energy protection that they had left behind dissipated like smoke, it was a trace that I left behind with my own hands. It was something that I would never forget. This was also the reason why I believe that I was not directly born from nothingness. If that's the case, it's possible that the World Core had already found you before you were even born. That lost period of time might have been when it was modifying your laws and the various laws. You were either conscious at the time and had forgotten everything after the modification was complete, or you were in a daze from the very beginning and were even acting on your own without consciousness. Jingyan scratched her cheek, and her eyes flashed. Seeing Hui Jun's thoughtful look, she said, I'm just saying a possibility. It might not be the case. Hui scratched his head. I think that might be the case. There's probably no better explanation, unless we go back to the beginning to see what was going on with me. Speaking of which, I didn't have the title of protector in the beginning. I only knew that I had entered a strange state, but I didn't delve into it. I was still a nobody in the celestial realm, and it was only until one day that I realized that I had become a household name. Part of the reason was that I had wandered around the celestial realm and left many traces behind. At that time, everything was still in the recovery phase, and there were many outsiders in the celestial realm. Many dangerous races wandered to our doorstep and wreaked havoc. The recovery phase was also a period of chaos and turmoil. The entire celestial realm was in chaos, and there were countless large and small battles. There were also internal strife, but most of them were external invasions. At that time, I had inexplicably led the charge. Now that I think about it, it was probably due to the influence of the second divine title. We continued to recall. But to really become a household name today, it should have started from the 45th era. Well, that's another story of the past. That's probably the effect of the disturbance of the heart of the world itself, allowing this world to recognize your existence, even if the beings here only know you, but do not know or understand you. Jingyan explained. And because you are very close to the laws of the realm of the gods, the beings in the realm of the gods will feel the breath of this world on you and subconsciously associate you with this world. So you suddenly stopped writing and looked up in astonishment. By the way, where's little Star? Hui was also startled at the mention of a certain observer. He scratched his head. I've never heard Maple talk about himself. It was the 42nd era when I met him. The first time we met was when we brushed shoulders in the sea of people. The connection between our two divine titles made us pass by in a hurry, and then he slipped away. He came and went in a hurry, and the next time we met was 100 years later. It's the same period as just mentioned, although it's already the 42nd era. Using the information we know now to look back at the situation at that time, It was because the heavenly god of origin had fallen, and the void turbulence had swept away everything in the world, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Although 2 eras had passed since the beginning of the void, and countless worlds had been born in the void, many things had not recovered, and the laws at that time were still relatively weak. It wasn't until the end of the 42nd era, when everything stabilized, that I felt that the recovery period had ended. We coughed dryly. I saw Maple again when we were fending off an external enemy, the Southern Ice Realm. Millions of icebergs were dyed scarlet, dark blue, and ink black in a sea of blood. The icebergs, glaciers, and icy plains were dyed in a tragic scene as if a god had been beheaded. Billions of beings were buried there, and I saw that guy on top of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Huey's cheeks twitched as he spoke, and he smiled embarrassedly. You didn't see that scene with your own eyes. It was really too shocking. My team and I were all stunned. Jing Yun, Xing LV, and the 2 girls were calm. They had seen more violent scenes, such as the scene of one person sweeping half of the void, or the scene of the heavenly god of origin fully unleashing the power of origin. Those were all basic moves. But now, listening to what an observer had experienced, they felt that it was different. Then what happened? Feng Qingwang whispered. Then, Huey's cheeks twitched again, and he looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That guy bathed in the blood of tens of thousands of people and dyed himself as if he had been poured out of a dye house. He glanced at us and scared off 80% of our team. Just when I was inspired by the connection between the 2 priesthoods and was about to say something to him, well, he was exhausted and fainted. Everyone was speechless. A standard ending, basic move. Nothing surprising. Sit down. Then I carried Maple back. You can imagine what happened after that. We have stumbled all the way to where we are today. We shrugged and sighed. It's been a long time. Oh, by the way, other than the influence of the heart of the world itself, Maple's title as the Observer is probably partly because he was influenced by me. But he always hides at the back, so no one knows him. I think I saw something. Hui suddenly shouted and turned his attention. The few of them quickly looked ahead. It was a pitch-black space, and they couldn't see anything. But that's right, they instinctively felt that there was a space in front of them. There should be something in front of them. That was what their senses and intuition told them, even though their eyes said that they really couldn't see anything. Wait a minute. Let me try to switch the mode of energy output. Okay, I can see it. Hui waved his hand, and in the space where they were, the energy barrier was dyed with a tangible golden color. Then, it turned into ripples that spread into the dark space. Soon, they saw that when the golden ripples touched the front, they did not pass through space, void, or objects as usual. Instead, there was a scene where the golden ripples bounced back after hitting something, and the ripples spread along the outline of that something. There was something in front of them that blocked the spread of the Guardian's power. Xing LV, take out the treasure map. I have roughly spread out our spatial power. We should be able to find our location from the treasure map. Let's take a look. Xing LV quickly took out the treasure map and projected the body of the realm of the gods in this dark space. In the middle and lower part of the huge island, there was a flashing red dot, and a little further in front of the red dot, there was another light dot. It was slightly blue and was emitting energy traces in all directions. However, none of the 5 present felt any trace of energy spreading. Look, this thing is definitely emitting energy, but I can't feel it at all. I can't feel it either. Jingyan shook her head and looked at Hui. Seeing that he was responding to the same situation, she walked up to the front of the barrier and pressed a few times. There is indeed a law preserved here. The frozen law is completely solidified. What's going on? Such a structured law should only appear in a world of light that has been destroyed in an instant by an unimaginable destructive law, but still retained its general appearance. So what's going on? Hearing this, Huey's eyebrows twitched. Could it be that this is some deadly space? Why don't we just go back? I can't say for sure. Jingyan shook her head. Most of my understanding of the realm of the gods comes from listening to others. My own understanding is limited, but I can be sure that the bottom of the realm of the gods is a rather special space. Its structure alone is already like that, It either retains something that has been destroyed for God knows how many years, or it is a space that has been destroyed in the first place, leaving behind some kind of remnant. But it doesn't matter. If it really is a deadly space, the origin heavenly God would have forbidden everyone from exploring it when someone touched it. Since they didn't say anything, we felt that something was wrong. But they didn't say that we can do whatever we want here. Well, that's true. Jingyan laughed dryly and coughed lightly. Something unknown has happened inside. I personally suggest that we go in and investigate. What if it's something left behind by the origin heavenly God and the others, right? There was no way they could refuse this suggestion. How we go in? Poke it twice and see. You are the guardian, the world core of the realm of the gods, the executor. If you want, you should have a way to enter this space that originally belonged to the realm of the gods. Do I have to rely on my intuition? Hui smiled bitterly. This journey was not reliable at all. He smiled bitterly for a while, then walked to the front and gently pressed his hand on the place where the barrier and the space on the other side touched. A cold feeling came from his palm, as if he was touching a rock. There was also a strange presence coming from his palm. It was a presence that he could not be more familiar with. The hollow echoes left behind by the destruction of the world, the last words of the void. He tried hard to recall Maple's expression when he dealt with those strange things, the presence, and the situation. Then he slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, imitated, and then began to use all kinds of energy, laws, order, and other forces to stimulate, changing the energy output mode, and even used a hidden force to give it a punch. In the end, he could not help but mutter in his heart. Apart from his tense expression and tightly closed eyes, which showed that he was in the same state as the chattering observer, everything else was on a completely different tune. And the result was... Half a day passed, and there was no movement at all, so you could not help but yawn. Hui laughed dryly and looked at the others helplessly. This doesn't seem to work. Why don't we wait for Maple to come over? I can't get together with him sometimes, and he's more familiar with this kind of thing. Jingyan scratched her head in distress. Little brother is still suffering over there. Wait for him to come out. Speaking of which, the World Core divided the two executors into different levels of authority. I've only heard about it from you guys, so I don't know much about it. It's very obvious in many things. Maple might not know what I know, and Maple might not understand what I can understand. We all thought it was the difference between the two divine roles, but now it seems. We scratch his cheek. Maybe it's because the laws divided by the World Core are different. So you thought for a while, and decided to come up with an idea. Why don't you knock it? Little Star also swings his hand angrily when he can't solve something. Maybe you'll just go away? TSK, we're not that violent maniac. You'll never know how much power and how much strength Maple's casual slap contains. Hui grinned as he took out the Guardian's sword and gestured in front of him. Watch carefully. I'll just poke it like this. If it really opens the door, I'll do a handstand. Ding! Ka! The Guardian's sword flowed like water into the theoretically indestructible space. Then there was a series of strange clanking sounds. Finally, there was the sound of a door being unlocked. Then, a circle of energy made of golden light suddenly appeared in front of everyone. They felt the aura of a guardian from the door. Hui was sweating profusely as he pointed at the door in front of him. Bless mouth, cheating food and drink, Siyu muttered softly. The number one prophet in the void. Hui. Jingyun sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Hui Jun, it's normal for little brother to ask you to talk less. When you plan to do a handstand, let us know. We'll come take a look. Hui wanted to cry, but had no tears. Xing LV didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and reminded them. Anyway, let's go in first. Hui sighed faintly. He nodded with a depressed face and walked towards the energy door made of light. The group followed behind him, a space overflowing with light. He thought it would be like this. The moment he stepped into the portal, he was already mentally prepared to face all abnormal situations. When he opened his eyes, what he saw in front of him was a scene that he didn't know how to describe. He seemed to be walking on clouds, but the clouds around him were very thin. At the end of the platform, made of white jade, There was a long flight of stairs suspended in the air that led to another more spacious platform. This was the only thing that he was standing on, but it wasn't the main point of this space. Yin Nuoxing raised his head. The golden sea of clouds rolled in the sky without any wind. The clouds rolled and rolled like the tides. Rays of extremely dazzling golden light broke through the sea of clouds and fell from the golden clouds in the sky. They shone on the white sea of clouds that he was standing on, staining it with golden spots and sprinkling fine golden energy particles within a radius of 10,000 miles. The brilliance in the sky set off the thin, aurora-like gauze that floated in the space where the sea of clouds intersected. It was sacred and dazzling. He lifted his feet and slowly walked forward. He came to the platform on the second level. As far as the eye could see, the white and golden sea of clouds moved without any wind. However, there seemed to be wind. It was only a weak bit. It couldn't even blow his clothes and hair. It wasn't enough to cause the sea of clouds to roll so violently. The golden light suddenly fell from the sky in front of him. It broke through the clouds and created a huge hole in the two seas of clouds. The two seas of clouds rolled even more violently with the appearance of this dazzling golden light. The wind also blew with its appearance. The light was so dazzling that it was completely difficult to look at it directly. Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and squinted his eyes. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. This is the ray of light that appeared when the Great Origin Realm was first formed. It contains the deepest mysteries of the Great Origin Realm and the truth that no ordinary life form can understand. An ethereal voice that was accompanied by a slight tremble of energy sounded beside him. It made his breathing stagnate. He turned his head abruptly. Her figure appeared here silently and gave him a fright. However, he wasn't surprised. It was only natural that she should appear here. The truth. Yin Nuoxing murmured these two words. He raised his head and was about to ask her what the truth was. However, she suddenly turned her head and looked behind him. She looked behind him and asked, "Are you ready?" Yin Nuoxing turned his head and looked behind him. He didn't see anything. Suddenly, he understood. It was just a projection. It was a projection that she had left behind. Chapter 1682. Billions of rays of light, accompanied by endless golden light and auroras, filled the entire space of the sea of clouds. They flowed and surged in the two seas of clouds. Countless rays of light gathered and weaved into a strange golden ocean, which was even more magnificent than the Sea of Time. The scattered golden light particles were blown to every corner of the space by the wind of energy. The ribbons condensed from the aurora were as smooth as silk. Yin Nuoxing's line of sight always judged that it was something that existed physically. It fluttered in the endless sea of clouds, as if looking at the clouds riding the wind in front of his eyes. The aurora that was a distance away would dissipate into golden energy particles and continue to ride the wind. New aurora ribbons would form around the dazzling golden light and the nearest and largest dazzling golden light in front of him. He wasn't sure if there was a reason for these phenomena to exist. In any case, 90% of the things in this space were incomprehensible to him. And there was Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at the figure 2 or 3 meters away. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and he could not see the face, only a vague outline, a tall figure, and fluttering long hair. Just these were enough for him to judge that it was her. It was a projection left behind in the past. She was talking to the person who appeared beside her with her spiritual power so that he could roughly understand. But there were two problems here. There was not a single ghost beside her. Probably the projection back then did not manage to capture the person who was supposed to be here, causing her to talk to the air like a lunatic, and in his eyes, it was as if she was haunted. The second problem was that other than saying something at the beginning and saying something to the ray of light after a while, they did not say anything else. About half an hour had passed, and they just stared at the golden morning sun in a daze. This made him stunned, and he did not know what to do at this moment. Should he continue to wait for them to say that there might be more conversations, Or should he jump directly into the big light column in front of him? The sky was filled with clouds and golden light. That wisp of light of the beginning that seemed to exist physically penetrated the golden sea of clouds and the white sea of clouds, pushing the two seas of clouds far away. It also seemed to be gathering a storm here. The atmosphere was trembling, and the sound of the air trembling could be heard. Vaguely, there seemed to be a low chanting that sounded vaguely with the sound of the wind, making it difficult to distinguish. Initial light. A voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Although he could directly understand it through spiritual communication, he did not know why it sounded in his ears. However, this was not a problem. Yin Nuoxing quickly perked up her ears and listened attentively. It has been 20 eras, and it seems that there are no more movements. I'm thinking that it's about time to close this space and ignore it. Continue to move. The possibility of re-evolution is quite low. It's lower than the probability of the void's lower limit. It can be confirmed that it has completely solidified itself in this state. It's useless to continue to observe it. Yin Nuoxing was listening attentively. Suddenly, there was another voice that she could not tell whether it was a male or a female voice. It should be the voice of the person who was talking to her. If that's the case, let's close it and let that part of history be silent here forever. How's the situation over there? It's completely silent. There won't be any movements for at least 10 years. It will take longer for the beings of the world of order to explore that place and come into contact with them. For the time being, we just need to leave some of our attention. She shook her body slightly and tilted her head to look at the other places in the sea of clouds. The void here has become an unexpected situation. Is this the result of our efforts? Or is it just a mark of failure? Actually, it doesn't matter. It's meaningless to talk about success or failure here. We can only do this. The result is what we have seen. No matter what, order finally has a chance to take a breather. Moreover, the fact that the void has become like this proves that our previous idea was not wrong. It's just that, forget it. Why am I saying this? We've already agreed not to talk about that time. Let's go. It's time to close this space. Let's stay here forever under the flow of time. She nodded slightly and looked at it silently for a while. Then, she turned around and walked toward the platform below and disappeared. Yin Nuoxing walked to the place where she stood just now and looked in the direction where she left. He scratched his head and said, "That's why I said that you have to lock the door when you close it. Look at your door." Well, he was just complaining. During the mythological era, the primordial light of chaos had also appeared. They couldn't have locked the door without realizing it at that time, right? Could it be that they'd already locked the door? Also, he felt that what they said just now was not right. 20 eras had passed. So, did this scene happen in the 20th era of the Yuan realm? It's all in the clouds. Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh and scratched his head. He turned around and looked at the huge pillar of light that stood in the sea of clouds behind him. It was much bigger than he expected. He was silent for a moment. Forget it. There's nothing to hesitate about. As for the result, let the void decide. Yin Nuoxing took 2 steps back and took a deep breath. He opened his eyes wide and suddenly sprinted forward. He jumped off the edge of the platform and crashed into the pillar of light, leaving behind a wisp of smoke. Gulp, it was as if an ice cube had been thrown into a violent pillar of magma. With a sizzle, or perhaps without a sound, it turned into smoke and dissipated. The entire pillar of light only trembled symbolically and continued to surge without any changes. However, more than 10 rays of golden light that scattered down from the sea of clouds silently dissipated. The hole in the golden sea of clouds did not disappear. After more than 10 seconds, a pillar of light that was dark and filled with gray shadows silently appeared from the empty hole. It scattered the gray light into the gaps of the sea of clouds and corresponded with the radiance of the millions of golden auroras. The platform suspended in the sea of clouds suddenly trembled slightly. Inexplicable white clouds emerged from the space, and the golden light fell and merged with the clouds. A moment later, the clouds that emitted a faint golden light turned into white figures that appeared one after another. There were at least 100 of them. They slowly walked to the edge of the sea of clouds. Their casual and disdainful eyes seemed to contain the aura of millions of creatures. The huge, bright, golden light also inadvertently slowed down under their gaze. After looking at it for a moment, they all retreated silently and turned into clouds that dissipated. However, the dissipated clouds did not disappear in the space. After hovering for a while, they gathered again and turned into 3 figures that reappeared on the platform. Is it really okay not to stop it? The slightly sturdy young man tilted his head to look at her and pointed at the light with his chin. That thing is a sealed history that nobody should know about, right? Even he might not be able to bear the information in it. It's okay. She shook her head and her voice was still calm. It has already been dealt with. The young man was stunned. After a moment, he seemed to have understood. Oh, it was at that time. After nodding in realization, the young man smiled bitterly again. But even if it has been dealt with, did you intend to leave this first light to someone? I didn't think about it. She shook her head lightly and said faintly, I'm just keeping it and looking at it. Although it has been completely solidified, there are still changes. It's here to announce itself. It wants to tell something. The young man slapped his face. Say something that I can understand. The matter of this place and the item in this place will be left for the future generations to reveal. If there is enough fate, one can naturally come to this place. If there is no fate, there is no need to worry about someone accidentally breaking into this place. That is an event that does not exist. She said faintly and seemed to take a deep breath. This space only appears in response to the person who is searching for it. The condition is very important. The first light. The girl crossed her arms and stared at the light in front of her in a daze. It's really something from a long time ago. I thought it had been annihilated along with time. I thought so too, but the young man suddenly paused and looked at her blankly. Don't tell me that this is also part of your plan. She turned to look at him and continued flatly. What happened to him is unexpected. However, there is no need to stop it. Just continue on like this. Just continue on like this. The young man smiled bitterly. This was a completely free-range mentality. He did not know if it was because she completely trusted him and thought that he could face anything and solve it by himself. Or perhaps she did not have any intention of lending a helping hand from the beginning and was just observing as an interesting thing. Well, that's what she meant. She could not really say that she did not care at all. Could she? I care. Of course I care. She seemed to understand what the young man was thinking. She quickly tilted her head and glanced at him before turning her gaze away. Unlike all of you have taught countless people. However, there is only one person in this world who can bear my power. Even if it is to respond to this tiny void miracle probability, I will still pay attention. However, he does not need any more changes. He is already very good as he is. I only need to give him a hand when he is truly in despair, if that day comes. Having said that, she turned and walked down the platform, slowly dissipating into clouds and vanishing into the sea of clouds. The young man and the girl looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. I don't know if that little bro is lucky or unlucky. Look at what kind of path he has chosen. All along the way, he has been stumbling and crawling. The young man sighed. If it was anyone else, it would be very difficult to trigger everything here one after another, let alone anything else. Yet, each time, he would trigger this and that in a tiny probability. If it was me, I would be depressed at any moment. The girl tilted her head and looked at him before turning to leave. The path he has chosen, the void probability, is a lie in the first place. When the girl also disappeared, the young man looked at the ray of light again and grinned. He also followed the two and left the place. The empty platform slowly disappeared into the depths of the sea of clouds as they left. It was covered by a wisp of smoke and dispersed. Then the entire sea of clouds violently surged. Rays of golden light and rays of gray light cut through the sea of clouds and fell into the space between the gaps, dyeing the sea of clouds with 2 colors. The world fell into darkness. A wisp of flickering golden light hung high in the sky like a morning star, turning into a guide. It was like a lighthouse but it was so far away that one could only look up and never approach it. When he opened his eyes again, his body had already turned into a wisp of light in the darkness, losing its form and blending into the darkness. Everything here had deviated from his understanding. He thought that he would fall into a world cast by light, and all he could see was a golden brilliance. The brilliance was so dazzling that it could burn a big hole in the void and burn him into ashes or something. He never thought that it would be such a scene. The darkness here is chaos, and the light is the origin. Yin Nuoxing looked up at the golden light and shook his head. In the end, the name was not given by the god of origin and the others who understood the first light. It was obviously impossible to dig out any useful information from that name, so there was no need to hold on to it. However, what he saw in front of him was very similar to such a scene. Endless gray chaos, as if he was in the void of chaos. If he fell into the chaos and turned around to look, that light spot must be the light of order. Before he could sort out his thoughts and figure out how to take action, suddenly, countless fragments made of information rushed into his mind, causing Yin Nuoxing's consciousness to freeze for a moment. The information contained in the fragments revealed to him the vast scene of another era, the war between order and chaos. He was just a bystander, watching everything that happened here from a very distant place. There was no way for him to get close enough to see any details. War? No, it did not look like the war he knew, but it was definitely a war. It was just that it was more pure, and the pure was the more brutal, unreasonable, and the most direct. It was the purest period of order and chaos, without any representation or replacement. The war between them was just like their current form. It was just the purest energy that contained the primeval order. It had yet to take shape, yet to be called a world or a void. On this primeval battlefield, they clashed with the most brutal method before being annihilated, reborn, and clashing until they tore each other into pieces, or until they were defeated and turned into a puff of dust. What he saw in his days was the vast scene of the primeval times in his cognition. Everything that happened was beyond his cognition and understanding. Do you think that what you see here is everything you know? In his days, he seemed to hear her voice ringing in his ears. He subconsciously wanted to respond, but the golden light that resembled the morning star before his eyes suddenly expanded. Without giving him any time to respond, it engulfed the darkness and swallowed him. In an instant, his consciousness seemed to have fallen into an ocean cast by golden light, slowly sinking down. The torrent of history, the footsteps of time, wash away everything in the world and the void. You are searching for the truth that has been covered by billions of years. That is the truth that can overturn the void. If you want to uncover it, you must have the determination to be washed away and devoured by endless time and chaos. Offer your will, your soul, and crush everything in this world. Yin Nuoxing slowly closed her eyes. I have long been aware. No, all of this doesn't matter anymore. The golden torrent, accompanied by the aura of time that was thick enough to cause the void to tremble, rumbled in front of him. It was as if he was watching a star expand in front of his eyes. That extreme pressure made him feel suffocated, something he had not felt for a long time. Clearly, he could only see resplendent and dazzling light, but he felt as if his body was being dragged into the deepest abyss by the deepest and most endless darkness, just like that day when he fell into the realm of chaos. In order to not let the darkness that was deep enough to crush his origin devour his body, he risked his life to release his own light. That faint light of a firefly was the one and only light of the morning star in the darkness. Just like this moment, just like, if that's the case, then with this determination, fall into the deepest abyss and search for everything you want to know. The torrent that was like a tidal wave carried an indescribable force and washed him towards the bottom of the deep sea. As he fell bit by bit, the golden light in front of his eyes suddenly flickered and turned into surging deep darkness. Accompanied by a gray color, it gradually occupied his vision. He could no longer distinguish whether it was chaos or order, or they were the same here. If you don't want to release your despair and fear in the hustle and bustle of the origin land of the great origin realm, then reach out and touch that ray of light. Foam. We suddenly turn around and look behind him. Under the gazes of the few people, he suddenly muttered that person's name, causing them to be stunned. Little brother, what's wrong? Jingyan also turned around and looked behind her. In a vast and endless starry sky, there were only floating huge rocks and twinkling stars. That familiar figure was nowhere to be seen. Hui rubbed his eyes and shook his head in confusion. I don't know. I think I suddenly heard Feng's voice. But he shouldn't be here now. Even the soul seed has been completely covered. Hearing that, Xing Elvi's mouth suddenly twitched. Could something have happened to him? Hui and the other three suddenly fell silent. This was hard to say. This was really hard to say. After all that thing. But now that they had come here, even if they were worried, there seemed to be nothing they could do. What could they do? After settling the matter at the bottom of the realm of the gods, they would quickly return to the space outside, squat on the ground, and draw circles to pray for blessings. And then, nothing. We let out a long sigh, suppressing the curiosity and worry in his heart. He turned around and looked ahead. In a dark, cold, and silent space, a vast galaxy, countless broken pieces of celestial bodies were casually thrown in front of them like broken pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. Streaks of chaotic energy accompanied by the aura of origin suddenly streaked across thousands of miles in the form of galactic lightning. Then, they trembled and slowly dissipated. In the distance, broken pieces that looked like half a continent were sinking into a cold nebula, destroying the process of star creation that might have existed. This was the bottom of the realm of the gods, the space with a mystery index of 10,000 stars, a vast and real galaxy filled with endless starlight and countless fragments under the illumination of the stars. Although it was a vast galaxy, there was no life. Of course, there was only endless chaotic power of the natural order and the unknown energy that contained the aura of origin jumping around. It was too chaotic, too unstable, and did not have a stable environment to nurture life. As for why this space was like this, only God knows why. Seeing Hui turn around and walk forward, Jingyan also put away her worries and followed him. Looking at the starry sky, she said, "A destroyed starfield. No wonder it exudes such a destructive aura. Many things here are probably just the remnant shadows of a huge amount of energy and the power of laws. It doesn't seem to be just a galaxy." Hui looked into the distance and pointed to the front. "Look, that is definitely the remains of a human or a god." They craned their necks to look and saw what Hui was pointing at in the galaxy. In the cold and lingering gas, bolts of energy flashed, illuminating the things hidden in the dark and thick gas. Although it was just some hazy shadows, they could still recognize that there were some torn stars, large pieces of broken pieces, and the core left behind after the annihilation of a star, which had long become cold and had lost its power. In addition to these, there was also what looked like the remains of the roof of a palace, and walls that were thousands of miles high, like pillars and the like, as well as the remains of unknown buildings. It is indeed man-made." Jingyan scratched her head. She could tell at a glance that this thing was definitely not something that had evolved naturally. She did not know if it was something that originally existed in this cosmos, or if it was an unlucky thing that was sucked in when this cosmos was destroyed due to various reasons, such as the eruption of laws, the destruction of energy, space being torn apart, or the void collapsing. This space, Jing Yin touched a piece of the natural order of this space and held it in the palm of her hand. After looking at it for a while, she suddenly became silent. What did you see?" As soon as we saw that he seemed to have some signs, he immediately threw away the pile of broken things in his mind and jumped over from a piece of meteorite fragment. "What does it have to do with the realm of the gods?" Jingyan shook her head. That's hard to say. Xing LV, see if you can use the treasure map here. See if you can accurately find the location of the energy source." "That I've just tried." Xing LV heard and sighed. She took out the treasure map and made a gesture to open it. But after a long time, the treasure map did not open. "It can't be opened." Hui saw that and went over to touch the treasure map. He also tried to open it, but gave up after a while. There's no way. The natural order that was released is locked. In other words, we are now in a state of complete isolation. There's no way for the realm of the gods to see. But that's not right. Isn't this inside the realm of the gods? Jingyun's eyes flashed. What if the realm of the gods sealed itself? Although it can see that it has such a place, it sealed itself. Either it doesn't want to see it, or it doesn't want anyone to know about it. But there's no way to stop a part of itself from coming in. Hui Jun took advantage of the loophole to come in. Something like that. Then isn't that a disaster? Hui, a sealed space of the realm of the gods. That sounded a little unbelievable. He had never heard of a world that chose to seal itself. I have a little guess, but first I have to find the energy source to verify it. Jingyun smiled and said to Hui, it might be able to help you, little brother, or even the realm of the gods. The premise is that my guess is correct. Chapter 1683. In the broken space zone, all that could be seen was the landscape of large pieces of debris. It was as if a few living planets that once had life and all kinds of decorations had been brutally torn into pieces by a force. In the process, all the decorations on the planets were thrown out and floated in space, becoming a pile of garbage that filled the space. Help to the realm of the gods? And Maple? When Hui heard this, he frowned suspiciously. Could it be something related to the origin heavenly god? Some kind of creation? Jingyun laughed bitterly. What you're saying? Isn't everything related to the realm of the gods indirectly related to the origin heavenly god? At most, it's a matter of how much. All right, that's true. Hui tilted his head and scratched his head. Then what is it? Can it give birth to a few more primeval tiers in the realm of the gods? Or can it let Maple enter the primeval tier? According to the current rules of the realm of the gods, as long as divinity is used as a medium, it can create a primeval tier. It's just a matter of time. Jingyun said, then rubbed her chin and muttered. But it's just as you said. It's just that I can't predict the end of that, little brother. In the end, this thing itself hasn't been verified to see if it's the same as what I've guessed. We have to go take a look first. About that. Xing Lu suddenly raised his hand and waved at the two. When he saw that they were looking at him, he pointed ahead. I just felt it. A small-scale release of energy, so small that it's like an illusion. It's not far from here. I was so focused on talking that I didn't feel it all. We scratched his head so hard that it was going bald. Let's go take a look. I feel that there's hope again, but to be honest, this hope of mine, it's always too idealistic. This time, let's not talk about anything else. If we can find a way to let Maple ascend, I'll see you quickly, reminded him. Lord Hui, please don't say so much. Tisich, I did it on purpose. My mouth is blessed, isn't it? It's good to use it on the proper path. Jingyun smiled bitterly as she shook her head. She had completely placed her hopes on the faintly discernible probability. It was not incomprehensible. The destination that Xing LV pointed to was not far away. It was still within the range of this space garbage pile. It was even separated by a few huge meteorites, 1 or 2 walls, and a small area. Floating along the piles of rubble that filled the space, they flipped over half of a building debris that was tens of thousands of miles high, and then passed over half of a star that was only half solid, and finally came to a nebula. Purple and orange light split the nebula into 2 distinct rings. They were cold and silent, with no signs of activity. They were just a remnant of the destroyed starry sky. Their own activities had been forcibly stopped by the destructive power of the rules, and they almost no longer responded to external influences. It's here. Hui and his team entered the nebula. The misty cold cloud filled their vision. When they waved their hands, they could feel the cold air passing through their arms. The disturbed cloud would slowly return to its original position after a while. As mentioned earlier, they were almost no longer responding to external influences. It's misty. I can't see anything. I don't see anything either. Jingyun looked around and scratched her head. I don't feel any active energy within the energy sensing range. But my intuition tells me that something is here. Some mysterious things lurking in the realm of the gods. Sometimes Even if you know it's here, right beside your feet, you can only blindly search for it when you are determined not to find it. Xing LV suddenly showed an aura of vicissitudes. His face was pale as he sighed. Hui and the others were stunned. What have you been through? Xing LV took a deep breath, covered half of his pale face, and smiled bitterly. He nagged as if he had been through it before. Ah, after all, you have found the creation of the rules of the realm of the gods, right? Ah, I'm used to it. Playing hide-and-seek with them. Playing hide-and-seek with them across thousands of miles. I'll never say that I'm used to it. Hui smiled bitterly. He had forgotten about this. Xing LV had been sent back to the realm of the gods by Maple a few 100 million years ago to collect the keys that had fallen in the realm of the gods. Looking at his weary and tearless face, well, he had probably been through a lot. It was better not to poke at his sore spot. The creation of the realm of the gods is quite active. After all, it's indirectly equivalent to the creation of the god of origin. Ahem, Jingyan said while holding back her laughter. Then she coughed and turned her attention. Hui Jun, you try to take it out. Am I bait? Hui smiled bitterly and walked a few steps into the depths of the nebula. His body slowly exuded golden energy, spreading out evenly from his body and smearing every inch of space in this nebula. The specific principle was that the aura of the realm of the gods was similar. Ah, that's what it meant. Although he was acting as bait, whether the other party would make a move or not was not something he could control. Jing Yun gestured to Xing LV and the others, then circled around the huge shadow that existed in the nebula a few times. Just like the huge rock fragments and building fragments floating in the starry sky, there were also these things in this nebula. He ran over to see if he could try his luck and directly bump into that thing, but the result was very realistic. He wandered around here in loneliness. He did not know if that thing had dissipated into energy and the power of rules and was hidden in the starry sky, making it difficult for them to find it. How is it? Did you find it? After about a quarter of an hour, Jing Yun floated back to Huey's side and looked at him. The latter was still staring at the nebula that was emitting a cold light with his big eyes. He had been staring at it for a long time, but there was no movement. When he heard Si Luo's words, he suddenly raised his right hand as if he was having a stroke, startling them all. Hui was still staring at the starry sky in front of him in a daze. All kinds of strange sounds came from his mouth. No one knew what he saw in the empty starry sky, or if he did not see anything. He just suddenly raised his right hand, and then there was no movement. What is he doing? Xing LV could not help but whisper to the others. So you had an idea. Hold your breath and prepare to catch the prey. Do you think he is a feline? Jing Yan's cheeks were slightly red. What catch? I think it's better not to disturb that thing. It might be better to lure it out naturally. Are you afraid that it will be frightened and run away, and then it will be difficult to catch it? That's right. After all, this is someone else's territory. If it really wants to hide and play hide-and-seek, we can't beat it. It's out. What's out? The sudden exclamation made the people who were still talking unable to come back to their senses. Xing LV also subconsciously replied. After a moment, they were all startled and quickly turned their heads. Hui Zheng, with an imposing manner, stretched out his hand and pointed at the space in front of him. That was really a majestic aura. The golden energy that was originally spreading at a uniform speed on his body was now condensing into a storm. Jing Yun and the others hurriedly threw their gazes forward. In the vast starry sky, in the center of the nebula, there was suddenly a cluster of light that condensed into a thin shadow. The surrounding starry sky suddenly condensed with its appearance, and rays of light gathered towards it. It was as if the nebula had skipped millions of years of calculation and suddenly condensed into a sun. The light released very vividly affected the starry sky that had long turned into a legacy and a past tense. The permanently solidified state was peeled off a little. As it gathered, the orange, gold, and purple nebula began to spread little by little, gradually becoming thinner and about to dissipate in the starry sky. It's really it. Jing Yun's eyes widened. She saw that the pure light condensed into a blue cluster of light. In the center of it, there was a little bit of light green, as if it was a core, like an eye that was simply looking at the starry sky, looking at them. It's finally out. Hui wiped his forehead that was soaked by the burly man and could not help but smile bitterly. This guy is very lazy. I just touched it with the guardian, but it did not respond at all. It was in a deep sleep. I tried to use my power to awaken it, but I didn't expect it to take so long. Xing LV stared curiously at the azure ball of light with a faint cyan core. Its eyeball-like core was swaying back and forth, as if it was scanning the starry sky. He hurriedly whispered, "It's about time for the secret to be revealed. What exactly is this? I seem to sense the aura of the realm of the gods from it." More than that, Feng Qing Wang suddenly opened her mouth. Her shining eyes stared at the cluster of light and then looked at Hui. It's almost 90% similar to Master Hui's aura and Little Star's aura. See, he was stunned. What's going on? Everyone turned to look at Jing Yun in unison. At this moment, he was smiling with his hands behind his back. When he noticed their gazes, he coughed lightly and explained with a chuckle, "Just as I expected, this thing is closely related to the god realm itself. It is also related to the two of you. It is, this light? Wow." Jing Yun was interrupted halfway through his words. He saw a flash of light and quickly retreated. Everyone also felt that something was rapidly approaching them. They also panicked and retreated a distance. The thing that made them hide was the blue cluster of light. It rushed towards them and scattered them. Looking at it from a close distance, it was only the size of a head. It was to be more specific, it actually had two cores. One was a transparent azure shell, and the other was a light cyan core. Next to it was another light blue core that was so light that it blended in with the azure surrounding it. The two small balls stuck together like cells that had just split. After it rushed over from a distance, it quickly circled around Hui and the others at high speed, one round after another. It seems to be very curious. It is because it saw that there is another thing in this place. Hui reached out and wanted to touch it, but the ball-like thing quickly slid past his arm and then flashed past. It was about to continue to rush towards the others, but its body suddenly stopped. He saw that its two core droplets, which seemed to be eyes, turned in a circle and focused on him, which made him stunned. "Gulu, Ji Li Gulu, at," and suddenly it began to slowly circle around him. In the starry sky, with him as the center, it began to make strange noises. Hui was startled. It seemed to be probing, looking for something. Huey's gaze suddenly trembled. "Are you looking for Maple?" The ball Gulu, one end of its shell, suddenly bulged. It was he didn't know what it was. It seemed to want to express something. It just showed an action and then continued to circle around him. "Find something from a little star and show it." Siyu came over and reminded him. "Oh, all right." Hui clapped his hands and took out an energy crystal from his spatial array device. It was Maple's energy crystal. He spread it out in the palm of his hand. When he was about to raise his head to greet it, a blue light flashed in front of him. The energy crystal in the palm of his hand suddenly disappeared. He was stunned. Its reaction is too fast. They looked at the ball curiously. After it took away Yun Nuoxing's energy crystal, it held it in its mouth. It looked like it used a small part of its body to wrap it a little bit. It was like the action of a bird holding a branch. After that, it continued to circle around them slowly. He scratched his head. When he saw that it was not causing trouble, he continued. "Probably because we were born in the realm of the gods, the aura on our bodies makes it feel close to us. It is also very curious. So what is it?" "Ahem." Jingyan coughed lightly. Hui wanted to hold back his laughter. The only reason he didn't do so was because he was still waiting for this guy, who was trying to keep them in suspense, to reveal the secret. Okay. I won't keep you in suspense." Jingyan grinned. The others had been staring at him for a few hundred times. If he kept them in suspense, Hui Jun and Xing Lu would have to roll up their sleeves. He coughed again, but didn't reveal the secret immediately. Instead, he looked at Siyu. "Actually, Feng Qing Wang has already told us the answer. See you in Feng Qing Wang, huh? Hui and Xing Lu looked at each other. The two of them rolled up their sleeves and took out their weapons. Their aura surged. Hey, I really didn't keep you in suspense. Didn't I already tell you the answer? Jingyan quickly waved his hand to stop the two of them. He laughed dryly. I'm serious. Feng Qing Wang has already told us the answer. Think about it again. The impact of what I said is not as great as what you think it is. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Qing Wang, what did you just say? Hui and Xing Lu beat up the guy who was running away like a rat. He turned around and looked at Feng Qing Wang. Feng Qing Wang was in a daze. Maybe it was because she said it subconsciously, but she couldn't remember. She quickly looked at Siyu. The two girls looked at each other for a while. Siyu suddenly clapped her hands and shouted, "The consciousness of the realm of the gods." Correct. Ouch. Don't hit me. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Jing Yin was still covering her head and howling like a rat, but Hui and Xing Lu were already stunned. Their hand movements stiffly stopped at the last second of beating someone, and their faces were lifeless. Intent, consciousness. Hui was stunned for a moment. He waved his hand and said, "Xing Lu, beat him up. I've already revealed the secret. Why do you still want to hit me? Stop. This is not fair. There are two of you. I'll ask the little brother to help me." Ouch. Cough, cough. Let me explain in detail. After a while, the guy who was beaten up coughed and crawled back. He grinned at Hui and the others and said, "I did say that with the strength of the realm of the gods, the probability of this kind of law giving birth to a consciousness is very, very low. It's so low that it makes one's hair stand on end. But I did some calculations. Maybe it's because of the chaos tide and various other effects. The strength of the realm of the gods has decreased. Right now, the environment of the realm of the gods is gradually becoming stable. It's not like our era. Because of the period when the world was created, all kinds of energy and factors were always at a high peak. So, maybe, Hui waved his hand and concluded, in short, because the strength of the realm of the gods and the void has decreased, the possibility of this world's consciousness condensing together with the realm core has increased, right? Jingyan nodded hesitantly. That's probably the case. The few of them raised their heads and looked at the azure ball. It was still spinning in circles with all its might, leaving behind afterimages. As for the energy crystal that was held in its mouth, Hui was stunned. Huh? Where's Maple's energy crystal? Did you get rid of it? I think it was eaten by it. Jingyun's face twitched a few times. There shouldn't be any problems. The origin energy, it's still the same meaning. Plus, it's a consciousness condensed by the realm core. A newborn consciousness is very young. The chaos period has just ended not long ago. Many of the laws of the realm of the gods have just stabilized. Xing Lu might have actually seen it born back then. Xing Lu was stunned. He pointed at himself and asked, "So lucky? You gave birth to her in just a few days?" It was just a few days ago that all the conditions were met. Then it smoothly took shape. The actual time it took, it might have taken more than a dozen eras. It might even have been accumulating conditions since our era. It was just that at that time, there was no other way but to delay it until today. Jing Yun waved her hand and said. Everyone murmured in "oh" and continued to look at the ball. Siyu's pretty face suddenly trembled. She said, "Little Purple Soul is also a ball. Do creatures of the realm of the gods like to be in the shape of a ball?" Jing Yun smiled bitterly. "That's just its initial form. This body is not clear yet. It probably doesn't even know what thing it is when it just ended its chaos period. It's already pretty good that it can move its consciousness. If I have to say, this is its current body. It's just a little different from our understanding. It'll take some time to slowly take shape. After all, it's still a child. Then what do we do now?" Hui waved his hand and asked everyone to return to the first topic. He said to Jing Yun, "You said that this can? Don't tell me you're planning to give this consciousness to it? Although I don't know if your expression is wrong. I don't plan to do anything destructive." Jing Yun said with a serious and sacred face. "This is a consciousness that was born after dozens of eras. It's too late to think of a way to protect it. Then what do you plan to do?" Jingyan rubbed her chin and pursed her lips for a while. Then she said, "Actually, you can think of it as the situation in our era. Although the conversation with the World Core has become a different situation, and the current consciousness is obviously more young. I don't think it can understand what we're saying. Although it has some ideas, it doesn't know how to implement them." Jingyan was vexed as she thought about it for a while. Then, she mentioned her general idea to everyone. Hui was the first to understand. He said, "Oh, you want to use it to adjust the current situation of the realm of the gods. Speaking of which, the realm of the gods can be adjusted. Like I said, after the chaos tide, many things in this world were affected. I've only been in the realm of the gods for a while, and I can feel it." Jingyan paused, as if she didn't know how to describe it. She waved her hand and looked troubled. "See, you had a flash of inspiration. It's being restricted? That's probably it." Jingyan nodded. "You haven't experienced the chaos tide. That was a powerful impact on the conceptual layer of the Order of the Void. Things like the World Core that are directly connected to the Void are very sensitive. They're even more sensitive than us and can feel the abnormal changes in the Void. Therefore, they are more vulnerable to the destruction of the Void. I've been inspecting the worlds that we carry around, and the worlds with the World Core have all been affected to varying degrees. Damage, destructive damage. But I'm not completely sure if the World Core of the realm of the gods was damaged, or if part of it was sealed by the powerful destructive law. If it's just that part of the restriction, it'll only take a little effort to open the seal. It's not as troublesome as you think. After all, so many years have passed since the chaos tide. Even if there are afterwaves, they would have evaporated long ago. The prerequisite is that it knows what to do. That's easy. We just have to check it out." Hui waved his hand and left. Jingyan quickly pulled him back and smiled bitterly. "Let's deal with this little guy first. Do you want to stumble in here again?" Hui scratched his head. At this point, the ball was already tired from spinning around. Feng Qing Wang carefully poked it, but it only made the surface of its cocoon. It seemed to be exhausted. "Are we going to bring it out like this? Isn't this its cradle?" Cradle. The entire realm of the gods is its cradle. It's not limited to this place. But this place might be safer and more stable, so it chose to descend here. Jingyan nodded and went forward to test it. "It's just born. Wrap it up in a more concentrated space of laws and bring it out. To it, the realm of the gods is where it resides. It will only take a moment to return to the conceptual layer of laws." Hui nodded and began to prepare. When he turned around, he saw, Siyu holding the ball on her head. The human and the ball were staring at each other. "The rest is up to you, little brother." Jingyan let out a long sigh of relief when she saw Hui messing around with the ball. She couldn't help but shake her head. This was really an eye-opener. The consciousness of the realm of the gods was something that they had never thought of. Perhaps even the origin heavenly god and the others had never thought of this. Being born with the most powerful laws and structures in the world was also the most powerful shackle on this body. It was the body's fortune, and also the most ruthless restriction, to be able to break through the heavy shackles and allow the consciousness to gradually condense and finally appear here. It wasn't as simple as what he had said. It was just that they could only use simple words to describe it. Chapter 1684. The beginning of the Yuan realm was the foundation of the birth of all the monogatari symbols. It was a framework, a cradle for all life forms. Without this premise, there would be no way to talk about the things in this world. When exactly did it happen? Perhaps the life forms in this world rarely paid attention to these things. Whether it was ordinary life forms or high-level life forms, it was too far away. Even for the life forms that were immersed in exploration all year round, it was still too far away to reach. However, there were always some existences in this world who knew about the most mysterious event that turned 0 into 1. Was that something that happened 51 years ago? The first year of the Yuan realm's history. The beginning of the Yuan realm's history. But was that really the case? That was nothing more than a record left behind by a predecessor. It was about the time when time took shape and could be recognized and recorded. The truth here was nothing more than a continuation of a story that was completely covered up and written before time. Wasn't that right? The endless clamor in his ears had faded away at some point in time. What replaced it was silence. The silence turned into an eternal silence. He could not hear the sound of the wind, nor could he hear the sounds of things moving. He quietly opened his eyes and saw a dim starry sky that flickered with purple light, as if it was covered by a purple nebula. Countless stars hung high in the depths of the galaxy, and there were also endless stars twinkling. Yin Nuashing subconsciously got up. His body was stained with some yellow soil, as if he was lying in a desert. Chaos and the origin. Yin Nuashing raised his head and let out a long sigh of relief. He stared at the endless starry sky, and his emotions were extremely complicated. That was another part of history that was far, far away. It was a story that belonged to another time and space that had been covered up by time and completely sealed away by them. It did not need to be known by the new life forms in this world. It was another part of the so-called truth that he had heard when he came into contact with the light of origin of chaos. He rubbed his forehead and threw these thoughts to the back of his head. He looked around and frowned slightly. He did not know where he was at the moment. Was he in a space that was created by light, or was he in another space that stored the light of origin? Anyway, let's just walk ahead for now. Taking a deep breath, Yin Nuashing stepped forward slowly. He seemed to have landed in a desert. It was dark all around, and there was no moonlight. The only light source seemed to be the dark and misty purple nebula in the sky, which slightly illuminated the desert. There was the shadow of a sand dune 100 meters away. Other than that, the place was very barren, and there was nothing else. It was a star deep in the nebula. As for the predecessor of this nebula, judging from the scene in front of them, there might have been a huge sun here, but it had exploded many years ago. This space was, of course, constructed. He was referring to the huge starry sky, including the nebula he was in. He was not sure if it was left behind by that ray of light. Being in a foreign land, he was in a confused state where he did not know where he should go. Other than moving forward, there was nothing else he could do. What? You don't really think that I'm going to walk forward aimlessly, do you? Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and stopped. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand and took out the Netheruin sword and hundreds of millions of magic circles. With a boom, he pointed it at the endless starry sky. A surge of energy roared. I'm in a hurry. If you don't give me a quick answer, I'll... Hey. Calm down, calm down. As soon as the energy went berserk, a voice quickly sounded. Yin Nuashing turned around and let the Netheruin sword swing in a circle. He did not see anything. After a while, a cloud of white mist appeared in the space in front of him and condensed into a figure. It was a white human figure with no face and only the outline. It was a slightly strong young man. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you so impulsive, kid? Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes hard. Why did you make so many weird things? Can't there be more simple trust between people and less of these? He pointed at the space around them. Fancy things. The strong young man was stunned and scratched his head. What? You found out. Yin Nuashing kept a straight face and a serious face. Then, he muttered in his heart, what did I find out? Forget it, you impatient little fellow. The young man sighed helplessly. This is the space used to store the first light. From what you know, it seems to be called the primal chaos light of origin. However, there is no need to change the name, so we did not bother. Oh! Yin Nuashing nodded with a straight face. Then where is the light? The young man took 2 steps forward. Yin Nuashing felt the former's gaze on him and said softly, You are. Yin Nuashing was stunned. In your body. Now that you have assimilated with it, the primal chaos has fused with the first light, as you wished, and is going through the last stage of evolution. However, the current form does not seem to be stable. You have to stay in this space for a while. This space will suppress the activity of the light. Although it seems to have been dormant for countless years, there's still some changes within it that you cannot detect. Before the assimilation is over, don't do anything rash. If you leave this place rashly, the light will explode in your soul. Yin Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, he was scared to death. He thought that the last sentence would be something like, well, actually you are the light. You have just returned. It would have scared him to death. All right, all right. Yun Nuashing spread his hands and put away the magic circle and the netherworld ruined sword. Then I will just wait quietly for a while. The young man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that. Yun Nuashing stared at him and suddenly said, "Where is she? She is in a daze in that space." Yun Nuashing continued, "Why are you guys appearing and disappearing so mysteriously? What is going on in that space?" "About that, it is actually related to you." The young man crossed his arms and said with a slightly solemn voice, "The space we are in now is a broken world created by the sea of consciousness that you carry with you and many fragments related to us. We will manifest from time to time because you have come into contact with fragments related to us again. Whether it is energy or law fragments, they all have the same effect." Yin Nuashing was stunned. "The sea of consciousness is in me? Don't you know?" The young man was also stunned. "It is equivalent to the thoughts and thoughts of billions of living beings. The sea of consciousness. You have not been assimilated by it, so I thought you would know." Yin Nuashing shook his head hard. He did not know about this thing at all. He knew about the sea of consciousness in his body during the 139th era, but he did not encounter anything strange at that time. Therefore, he must have encountered it in the past and did not know when exactly. He did not expect to encounter these strange things at this time. The sins of the world, the sea of consciousness, had appeared in his body at this moment. He really did not know how to describe it. Seeing that he was also in a daze, the young man scratched his head. What a strange fellow. However, its state is very stable now. It is one with you. Moreover, you are in a state of absolute suppression, so you don't have to worry about being dissolved by the sea of consciousness. "Oh." Yin Nuashing responded vaguely and looked up at the young man, where his eyes should be. "What is the chaos era?" The young man slowly put down his crossed arms. The atmosphere became solemn as he did little by little. "You know, it is in the first light. It is impossible not to know." Yin Nuashing sighed. "To be honest, I did not expect that the light would seal such a complicated and troublesome thing, although I have not fully understood it." The young man heard him and turned to look at the starry sky. He said in a deep voice, "Based on what you know, how much do you know now? Perhaps I have only just learned a little. That is a story of another time. Yes, you only need to listen to it as a story. It will not affect the current era, nor will it affect the void at this time. Therefore, this matter does not need to be known by anyone. It only needs to be completely buried by time." The young man replied, "Perhaps for the life of order at this moment, the beginning of everything is when the Yuan realm began to calculate the years. From what you know, it is 51 years ago." The young man turned around and stared into Yun Nuashing's eyes. "The chaos era is the era that we experienced before that. It was an era that was deep in chaos for a long time. The Yuan realm was in absolute chaos. That was the initial state of chaos, the moment when the Yuan realm was truly created. Chaos occupied the entire space when the world was created. Order? No, at that time, there was no domain that could be called order. There was only a small place, curled up in a corner of the chaotic world, nurturing a part of life. We descended from that small place. What happened after that? You only need to understand it briefly. It is just like what you know, chaos and order were in endless war. However, for us at that time, chaos was the normal state of the world, and order, we were the anomalies born in the void of the Yuan realm. In fact, there are two forms of the void, which is the current order and chaos. Chaos is the beginning and also the origin. Have you thought of something?" Yin Nuashing was stunned. "The origin of chaos? That is actually the initial state of order in the Yuan realm. However, it was a part that was cut off. Because it was a part that was separated from the group, it could show signs of evolving towards order." The young man nodded. The words that seemed to have a deeper meaning made Yin Nuashing frown. Separated from the group, because the composition of chaos and order was too high, so the void was unable to give birth to order. The origin of chaos that was reduced in composition changed from the chaos and order in the beginning to the appearance of the origin of chaos that you know now. Its chaos and order weakened, and half of it became blank. The chaos and order that was automatically diluted started to evolve in the direction of order. The young man sighed. That is the beginning of the era that you know now. That's right, this is the beginning of everything. It allowed us to know that order can exist in the void. Then, he shrugged helplessly and spread out his hands. You just need to know what happened after that. While we were reducing the composition of chaos, we allowed order to form a sufficient space. We slowly expanded it from the smallest independent state of chaos to the size of a planet, the size of a star system, and the size of a star system. After that, it took an unknown number of years before we finally had a territory of our own world. The power of order began to evolve, and living beings other than us began to appear, order beings. After that, it was the war between order and chaos that you're familiar with. After that, it was a cycle of events. Order fought against chaos. Chaos dealt a heavy blow to order. Order retreated. Order fought back. Order fought back. Order retreated. Order continued to charge. The entire chaos era lasted for a total of 326 years. Yin could not help but spit out a mouthful of water. She looked at him blankly. How long did you say? 326 epochs exactly. The young man tilted his head and looked at her. He pondered for a moment. If you want to know the exact number of years after that, I really can't remember. It's too long ago. Yin cheeks trembled. That was a long time, really long time. The Yuan realm that they knew was only 51 epochs. They did not expect there to be a total of 326 epochs before the Yuan realm's history. The current history was only a little more than a fraction of the history of the Chaos era. Even if they counted to 139 epochs, it was not even half of the history of the Yuan realm's entire Chaos era. I did not expect the history of the Yuan realm to be so long. He felt that his face was already cramping when he said that. By the way, the 326 epochs that you mentioned, did they start counting from the time you all appeared, or from the moment the Yuan realm truly began, which is also the moment we appeared? Order and chaos had existed in the void at the same time from the very beginning. It's just that one is only a territory the size of a speck of dust, while the other sits on the endless void. Yin, there's nothing much to say about the existence of the Chaos era. The young man shook his head. There's no need for everyone to know about it. If you hadn't exceeded all of our expectations and jumped into that light, we wouldn't have planned to tell you about it. Why? Yin face stiffened as soon as he said that subconsciously. If everyone knew that the Yuan realm's creation was actually the form of order, which was the supreme form of chaos. I know. I'm stupid. Yin covered his face and smiled bitterly. If this truth were to spread, it would attract a bunch of lunatics who would commit suicide and join the Chaos era. Speaking of this, he remembered something. He lowered his head and pinched his hair as he murmured, so, those Chaos concept bodies always say that chaos is supreme. Actually, it's because the young man scratched his head. We've taken over their territory. Of course, they'll have resentment and want to take it back. Yin slapped his own face. All right, this is the truth of the Yuan realm's creation. This is the real truth. However, things have already developed to this extent. The void has basically become what it is now. Order and chaos coexist. It's very difficult for them to return the void to chaos. So this is also the truth of the chaos void surrounding the order void. Well, it's more or less the same, although both voids tend to be infinite. That's the case when the rules of order are limited and modified, although the chaos void seems to be surrounding the order void. The young man nodded. Seeing Yin constantly pondering appearance, he suddenly said, You seem to have a lot of questions? Yin nodded. He pulled his hair as he pondered. His eyes flickered as he glanced at the young man. The pseudo-birth of the world that we know about 51 years ago was actually a void reboot? Yes, because the big picture had been decided to solidify the existing order into a rule concept of the void. A large-scale reboot was needed. Yin continued to ponder. Big picture. Don't tell me you're referring to the fact that order was almost finished at that time? Yes, the chaos concept body took the lead. In a situation where an encounter turned into a decisive battle, seeing that things were on the verge of going out of control, he had no choice but to plan ahead. What happened during the chaos era, other than you and the chaos concept body, no other life at that time survived. Therefore, you felt that there was no need for any life of the new era to know about that vast period of time. So you erased it? More or less. After the Void reboot, it was mostly burned. It was just a little bit of work to make it cleaner. There's another reason. After the Void reboot, the Grand Primordial Realm had completely changed. It was completely different from the Chaos era before. That is the new Grand Primordial Realm, a Grand Primordial Realm that we have to re-recognize. So, the new era, which is the 51st era that we have recorded until now, the void of order that it is sitting on was originally the territory of order that was solidified in the void concept with you all as the core and all the life of order maintaining it. However, with your fall 11 years ago, a huge problem had arisen in this territory of order. The young man scratched his head. A problem with a world of order. Sigh. It's within our imagination, but this time we have no other choice. Yin Nuashing wanted to stomp her feet when she heard that. Those bastards are ready to fight back. I've already seen 2 or 3 chaos concept bodies. There's no need to worry. The young man suddenly laughed. What you see is not the real body. They won't be able to recover so easily. The world of order still has a long time. It's enough time for you all and everyone to be prepared. Yin Nuashing's face turned purple when she heard that. The underworld was having internal strife. Those bastards were almost on the side of the chaos concept body. Moreover, the void principle was getting weaker and weaker in the future. How would they have the time to prepare? However, she really cannot say for sure. She really cannot say it. And even if she said it, it would not be of any use. She did not know what kind of expression she should show at this moment. Many of her guesses and ideas in the past had been overturned, and they were overturned ridiculously. After all, what she thought was not the truth. The truth that was revealed was like a stick that knocked her down. They really had an inseparable relationship with the void of order. There's always hope. The young man smiled and patted her on the shoulder. As long as the world of order still exists, there's always hope. Yin Nuashing put down her distressed hands that were pulling her hair. She looked up at him and took a deep breath. Then I'll ask one last question. Go ahead. You guys blew up the Yuan realm into 8 pieces, right? Yes, deliberately arranged. If not, the concept of chaos would not be enough to form the order. The young man nodded. This is a crucial step. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. All right. I have no more questions. I'm just a little disillusioned. Can I go now? It's time to save the world. He shrugged. You can go now. Just 6 minutes ago, I saw that your form had stabilized. But you have to go out to see the changes in yourself. Only your soul and consciousness are in this space. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh, waved his hand, and said goodbye. Then we'll meet again. I'm leaving. See you later. Waving his hand to send off Yin Nuashing, the young man continued to stare at the starry sky with his arms crossed. His eyes flickered. After the fusion of the primal chaos and that light, it's really quite exciting. The young man muttered to the desert. But his form is obviously unstable. If you want to help, you could just come out yourself. Why did you have to make me come out and show my face to divert his attention? The light gathered and condensed into a figure beside him. She also appeared in the starry sky. Looking at the place where Yin Nuashing disappeared, she said faintly, I don't know what to say. He seems to be the same, so it's inconvenient. That's why I asked you to do it. The young man was stunned. He sighed and scratched his head. But is he something at the beginning of the Yuan realm? You really can't tell? She shook her head. Theoretically speaking, at the beginning of the Yuan realm, there was only us and them. There was no third party. They only appeared after that, slightly later than us. That's strange. The young man scratched his head. This child doesn't look like a normal person. It's his characteristics. There's no need to be surprised. She turned around and was about to disappear. The young man saw this and quickly called out to her. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. What should we do with this space? That light is gone. Should we keep it or It doesn't matter. It's gone. We can just keep it. There shouldn't be any possibility of it being opened again. You can also leave something here. It might affect the future. There's nothing to leave. Forget it. I'll just leave it here. I'm too lazy to destroy it. Chapter 1685. Floating up and down with the flow of the water, his consciousness was returning from the bottomless abyss. When he dived down, he was filled with determination and determination. When he came back, his emotions were as messy as the ocean in a storm. The pitiful leaf floating on the surface of the sea was whipped back and forth by the waves countless times, but there was no way for it to escape. As he quietly opened his eyes, the sound of the waves and bubbles reverberating in his mind all faded away, and the world returned to tranquility. Birds flew across the sky, and a few birds that looked like sparrows flew around him. They even used his long hair to weave half a vague bird's nest. He didn't know how long he had been lying here as a scarecrow before he could become a bird's nest. He waved his hand to chase away all the birds that were playing around on his head. They only flapped their wings and circled around him before landing on his shoulder to look around. However, when he stood up, they dispersed in a hubbub. The observer space that was left behind when he entered had disappeared, and the teleportation gate that was cast by the origin rune had also returned to the conceptual layer of the rules. That space, it was probably useless there. It was just a space that stored a deadly thing. As that thing disappeared, it would probably cease to exist as well. The aura of the primal chaos has disappeared. Yin Nuashing muttered to himself. It had evolved from a cornerstone to the end. It had completely shed its previous form and fused with the soul, becoming a part of the body. It was difficult to find any trace of independence. As for the primal chaos origin light, that thing had passed through his body once, and then fused with the primal chaos to become. He didn't know what it had become, but it had melted into his soul. As for his current state, it was hard to say. He felt that everything was strange. His appearance didn't change much. He didn't become strange. His life form was still an energy life form. As for what kind of energy the energy here was, this part of him had become strange. If he wanted to pursue it, he could probably pluck it out from the void and form his own category. That's not right. He's a master of his own. It's better not to look into these details. His long, colorful hair was still glowing faintly. There was no change to his appearance, height, and arm length. These things should not have changed anyway. After a hard check, he finally found something different. His eyes were now golden, and there were no other changes. There were no strange things growing on his body, and there were no markings on his face. After all, they were part of his body, and there would not be any strange extra products. Unlike the origin energy and the origin law, those things had innumerable tattoos on his body that had yet to be cleaned up. As for the more specific changes, he would only know after a fight. Phone. The sound from afar made Yin Nuashing slowly open her eyes. A substantial light flashed in her eyes. Yin Nuashing turned her head, but she didn't see anyone. Her voice suddenly turned into a cry of horror. What the F***CK? I didn't do anything this time. Don't be so agitated. Let's talk nicely. Yin Nuashing was stunned. When she found Feng Luo, she saw a guardian descending from the sky with a golden light. Feng Luo was holding a guardian shield that was the size of City Gate and facing her as if he was facing a great enemy. Feng Luo hid behind and shouted blindly, "Let's talk nicely. Don't hit my face." Yin Nuashing, ? Hui Jun, calm down. Jing Yun smiled bitterly and then landed. She leaned in front of Yin Nuashing and looked at him. She frowned suspiciously. "Are you Feng Luo?" Yin Nuashing tilted her head. "What's strange about him?" Hui Jun didn't feel anything and heaved a sigh of relief. He put away the big shield and walked over. He stared at Feng Luo from head to toe and reached out to poke his arm. "Everything is strange. If it wasn't for the fact that your soul is still the same and your appearance is still the same, I would have thought that you were a different person. Also, your body is full of energy. I thought that you were going to hit me. I didn't provoke you. The structure and rules have all changed." Jingyan pressed on Yun Nuashing's body a few times and nodded. "Body shape, laws, and order have all been changed, including all the energy imprints. If it was someone unfamiliar, they wouldn't be able to recognize it. As for the aura, oh, it's always in a state of resonance with laws and order. No wonder Hui Jun said that you were angry and wanted to beat him up. Just one look at this posture, and I feel that something is wrong. It's a bit like your order, rules, and energy form, and it's definitely not much different from that time. Hui Jun grinned hard. He hadn't brought the origin energy yet. He didn't know what would happen if he brought the origin energy along with it. Forget it. He couldn't imagine what would happen, but it could still hang him in the void and beat him up. Is it? Yin Nuoxing continued to tilt her head and blink. I don't feel anything, although I feel that my body is a little strange. But maybe my body itself has become strange, so I can't determine what's wrong with me. I'll self-examine when the time comes. Let's not talk about this. Are you guys done? I feel that you guys have brought something strange over. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and looked to the side. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang saw that she was looking at them and quickly came forward. Feng Qinghuang carefully placed the thing in her arms in front of her. It was tired from playing and fell asleep halfway. Yin Nuoxing stared at the blue light and couldn't help but be startled. A young consciousness? The consciousness of the realm of the gods. Hui Jun, who was about to speak with a smug face, was stunned. No, can't you pretend that you don't know and let me explain? Yin Nuoxing scratched her head awkwardly. Based on the vision of the observer, I can basically tell at a glance, and he had already seen it once. It seems that this little brother's knowledge is complementary to Hui Jun's. What he knows, you don't know. What you don't know, he might know. But this kind of half-and-half split, what's going on? TSK, it feels weird. Tisk, let's not talk about this. Hui Jun grinned and pointed at the ball in Feng's hand. The owner is tired from playing and is sleeping. Even if we want to know, we won't be able to find out. By the way, Feng, let me tell you something that you definitely don't know. Yin Nuoxing put the ball in Feng Qinghuang's hand and threw a glance at him. Go ahead. The matter related to the heart of the world and the two priesthoods was not complicated, but made Yin Nuoxing stare blankly for a while. Seeing his stunned expression, we finally got what he wanted and laughed sinisterly. See, I know you definitely don't know about this. You can't know everything, right? Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. How can I really know everything? Do you think I'm like the god of origin and the others? When I say I know everything, I'm just bragging. Don't take it seriously. The two divine positions are based on the heart of the world of the gods. I'm just at the stage of drafting a guess. I haven't looked into it for a long time because I felt that I couldn't deduce anything further. I didn't expect it to be true. Yin Nuoxing whispered as he twirled a strand of hair. When he was done, he looked up at them and said, "Speaking of which, I also know something else." Hui Jun and the others subconsciously turned their heads. Feng Qinghuang and Siyu were already used to this kind of storytelling tone. They quickly put on a respectful expression and said, "Yes, yes. Go ahead. We're ready. Have you heard of the Chaos Era?" Everyone was stunned. This time, even Jing Yun was no exception. But this little bit of content, well, it might be shocking, but it's too far away after all. It won't affect you much. Just treat it as a story. The main thing is that I'm overwhelmed with emotions right now. I can't calm down if I don't find someone to talk to. As Yin Nuoxing spoke, he smiled bitterly. His brain was about to explode from holding back such a secret. He immediately picked the main points and told Yin Nuoxing about the history of the realm of the gods that the origin heavenly god had told him. But after all, he had only heard it from someone else and then repeated it. He definitely didn't know what happened in the middle very well, and there was no way for him to make any changes. Therefore, he could only repeat it exactly as he heard it. Even if he wanted to save time by talking through the soul transmission, it still took him a few minutes to finish talking about the things that made his scalp tingle. He hurriedly wiped his sweat and said, "That's what the heavenly origin god told me." Hui Jun immediately put on a completely shocked expression. What the hell? There's such a thing? The history of the god realm needs to be updated. If we add 326 years before, doesn't that make it 377 years now? Jing Yun's eyes widened, but she recovered after a few seconds. After all, She was a person who had seen the god of origin in that era. Her nerves were so thick that she was used to being shocked by something to the point of numbness. Like many others, she was also shocked by the things related to the god of origin. So she was the first to adapt. But the impact was indeed huge. There's no need to update the history of this history. Jingyan shook her head and said, while stroking her chin, since the god of origin said that it's a history that should be forgotten and not recorded, then there's no need to record it. The records that happened before should only exist with the god of origin and the others. Oh, it's still with my little brother. And us. Only we know about it. There's no need to tell anyone about it. Hui Jun recovered from his shock and said, that's true. These things... No, we haven't even sorted out the mess that belongs to our era. How would we have the time to care about the history of the past, the chaos era, and whatnot? Anyway, we don't have access to those things. In short, the story is a good story, but it's not a story that belongs to us. That's the story of the god of origin and the others. It's another epic war that happened in the midst of storm. It has little to do with us, and there's no way for us to learn anything from it. Siyu held her head and shook her head. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. My view of the world has been updated too much today. I can't quite get over it. Feng Qing Wang and Xing LV nodded in agreement. Agreed. Today was a disaster. When the three of them gathered together to refresh the information, it was like they were talking nonsense. No matter what, they couldn't understand. Although it hadn't been long, the two groups of people had gone to two different places and came into contact with things that they wouldn't have come into contact with on a normal day. After exchanging information, they each sighed, sorted out their thoughts, and then it's time to return to the right path. Hui coughed dryly and looked at Jingyun. Jingyun said that she wants to use the consciousness of the realm of gods to adjust the state of the world core. The tide of chaos might have affected the world core of gods. If we can adjust it and strengthen the strength of the laws, the time for the next Yuanshi to be born should be much shorter. Yin Nuoxing crossed her arms. You want to go to this space of consciousness? Huiging opened his mouth and was stunned. What? Where is that? The space of consciousness, the place where the world core of gods is placed. It's hidden deep in the conceptual layer of the laws. It's a special space that can only be accessed through the observer dimension. Well, although the name sounds like it's a place where the consciousness should be, it's not. Yin Nuoxing looked up at the sky. I've been there a few times. It's a routine check. The realm of gods has been through so many large-scale battles that it's necessary to check it out. However, the world core hasn't responded. I don't know if something has happened to it or not, and I don't know how we'll be affected by the tide of chaos. Then let's go. We'll take a look and check it out. Yin Nuoxing stomped her foot. A circle of darkness suddenly spread out from the ground and enveloped all of them. They disappeared in an instant. The dark observer dimension. They were just passing by. So you couldn't help but say when she saw the dark place. It's just like when we passed through Lord Huey's dimension. I don't remember it being like this when we came to the observer dimension. You were going to my dimension that time. This time we're just passing by. The darkness outside is the conceptual layer of the laws. It's normal for it to be dark. Ah, I still remember that. Siyu smiled and went over to hold Yin Nuoxing's arm. It's only the first day, and you're bringing me to the conceptual layer of the laws. I'm so scared that I'm not in good spirits the whole day. Not in good spirits? Yin Nuoxing silently looked at this girl who was almost as energetic as Hui. He rolled his eyes at the sky. He had never seen this girl in a bad mood before. The laws of the god world, the degree of weakening. There are traces of the influence of the chaos tide. It has been confirmed that the conceptual layer of the laws is affected by the chaos tide. Now, all that's left is to confirm the heart of the world. Jingyan stared at the space outside. Silver light flashed in her eyes as she spied on the conceptual layer of the laws of the god world. Hui Jun, your passage can't be seen so clearly. Hui, do you have to say it out loud? Jingyan grimaced. The difference between your two functions is too big. Hui was angry. This thing wasn't something he could choose. It was something the heart of the world casually put on him. However, thinking about it carefully, if he took on Maple's observer role, TSK, forget it. If he needed to use his brain, he'd leave it to Maple. He couldn't play with it. This was his nature. It had nothing to do with the two godhoods. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He looked around in confusion. He stared at Huey's bright face and frowned. Why do I feel like... The space of consciousness was hidden in the depths of the conceptual layer of the laws of the God world. Compared to the human body, it was actually the heart of the God world. Well, it was also possible to call it the soul. This place was sealed by the power of countless laws and order. Even if an enemy broke into the conceptual layer of the laws and took down the God world, there was no way they could enter this space of consciousness. Even in the God world, there were only two people who could enter. That's right, we could also enter, but that guy didn't use his brain every day. If the two godhoods originate from the heart of the world, many things can be explained clearly. For example, the two of us can move around in many places in the conceptual layer of the laws that normal people can't touch. For example, the observer space and the guardian space that existed long ago, and the way to enter this space of consciousness. I should have thought of it. God knows why I didn't insist on deducing it, and just ignored it. Yin Nuashing paused and looked around. With a wave of her hand, she inscribed an energy rune in the space before her. After a few flashes of energy, the rune split into 12 parts and floated in 12 corners. Then, countless energy lines suddenly weaved between the 12 parts, weaving them into another huge rune. After the rune was formed, the conceptual layer of the laws shook a few times. A few energy ripples spread and finally turned into a stable door. The door in the conceptual layer of the laws was made of bronze. It was cold as if it had been frozen in the southern ice realm for millions of years and was still emanating cold air. With a heavy sound, the door was pushed open. A dark and deep corridor appeared inside. The material of the corridor seemed to be made of bronze. Cold air filled the air, and the darkness was so deep that it made people uncomfortable. Is the space of consciousness so dark? Hui stared at the darkness before him and glared at Yin Nuashing. You didn't open the wrong door, did you? No, I didn't. Yin Nuashing sighed. The appearance of the space of consciousness is not fixed. Whether it's the door or the corridor, it may be made of bronze now. Next time, it may be made of wood or other metals. It may even be made of ice or solidified water. But no matter what it is made of, this corridor is dark. The consciousness that has entered a deep slumber is probably what it means on the surface. Yin Nuashing paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. I have been hesitating here for an hour. It's too dark. Hui was speechless. He forgot that Maple was actually a little afraid of the dark. He did not know how he had mustered up the courage to walk in. Could it be that he had activated his explosive aura and charged in? This presence. Well, friends, I've got the information I want. Yin Nuashing took 2 deep breaths at the corridor between the space of consciousness and spread her hands exaggeratedly. She smiled bitterly. I'm now completely sure that the remnants of the tide of chaos are reverberating in the space of consciousness, and the presence is not weak. From the looks of it, even the heart of the world would not be able to avoid it. Sigh, I knew it. The void is always making me worry. Yin Nuashing sighed and shook her head. She waved her hand and held up a colorful energy barrier around her. Stay close. The energy between the space of consciousness is very sensitive. Usually, no one is allowed to set foot in it. Don't leave the range of the barrier. Feng Qingwang heard her and also moved to Yin Nuashing's side. She and see you squeeze to the left and right of Yin Nuashing. Huey's eyes were glowing. He could not help but say, I've already said that. Ignoring the mutterings of a certain guardian, he propped up an identification barrier with a large amount of energy and led the others through the door in front of him into another domain. The door closed with a click, and the moment the bronze door closed, everyone immediately felt an unusual presence. The presence of the Order of Chaos. Huey's expression suddenly became serious. Maple, are you sure the space of consciousness is like this? Of course. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. That's impossible. When was the last time I was here? Millions of years? No, we have been fighting in the void for hundreds of millions of years. If we count those hundreds of millions of years, and if we count the time when I was sleepy and forgot to come here, I haven't been here for about 2 billion years. Everyone was speechless. She was so sleepy that she forgot to check on the heart of the world. She did not even know the presence of the Order of Chaos was here. These two priesthoods were more reliable than the other, because nothing has happened all this time. Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. She could only laugh dryly now. I have checked for several eras. Every time I came here to patrol, I would put a everything is normal stamp on it. I would sign in, check in, and do nothing else. So why did something happen in the last 2 billion years? Jingyan said with a fake smile. The realm of gods is really lucky to be alive. It's fine. It's tougher than us. Hui waved his hand nonchalantly as he raised his own barrier and strode forward. Even when the sky collapsed and flattened the void, the divine realm is still intact. I don't believe that this weak presence of chaos without any follow-up support can do anything. It can't even be considered as a form of energy. Now die. Hui roared, and a sacred energy storm suddenly erupted from his body, turning into a powerful golden light that dispelled the darkness. The presence that made everyone feel as if the world had been turned upside down instantly dissipated. Yin Nuoxing was not too worried. After all, it was 139 eras. ****, however, she still had to deal with it now. I'm not worried about the realm of gods. I just want to know where this presence of chaos came from. He then looked at Jingyan. Will the places affected by the tide of chaos leave some kind of energy mark that will turn into energy in the future? Jingyan followed closely behind the barrier. She scratched her chin and said, well, it's hard to say. At least for what we've seen so far, it's not. But I don't know if there will be a change when they affect a certain part of the void. Chaos energy, after all, is the most prone to other strange phenomena when it collides with order. Yin Nuoxing frowned and turned to look ahead. The deep and dark bronze corridor was spacious and impossible to explore. Huey's sacred storm could not dispel the darkness here. He kept staring at the depths. Although he had walked through this corridor countless times, this time he felt a sense of unfamiliarity that could not be erased. The presence of chaos that permeated this place gave him a bad feeling. Hui, who was clearing the way with Le Zhongyu, suddenly stopped and turned to Maple and the others with a smile. Maple, I think there might be... Everyone turned pale with fright. Shut up. Yin Nuoxing was one step ahead of the others. She slapped Hui on the ground. You piece of shit. Open the way and shut up. Are you trying to set off fireworks in the realm of the gods? Hui laughed dryly and shrunk his neck. I actually wanted to say that it might not be that bad inside. Yin Nuoxing, well, I didn't hold him down. Fortunately, he didn't say anything too serious this time. Maybe there's something wrong with the heart of the world. It's just that the presence of chaos has spread here. It's not a big problem. Hui laughed. Jingyan slapped her forehead and looked like she had nothing left to live for. It's over. Bro, get ready to save us. Xing LV also sighed with a pale face. As everyone knew, the two divine roles in the realm of the gods were the number one ass in the void and the number one prophet in the void. When the two of them walked together, the effect would be infinite. One fanned the flames while the other fanned the flames. Even if nothing happened, something would happen. Now that he said it out loud, then this Xing LV thought for a moment and put his hands together. I hope the realm of the gods is fine. Chapter 1686. The bronze corridor was filled with a thin layer of cold air. The coldness and darkness made the atmosphere a little oppressive. The corridor had its own light that came from nowhere. Not only did it not dispel the oppressive atmosphere, it made CU feel extremely uncomfortable, as if even the pure light was tainted with some kind of evil thoughts of the chaos. That unusual, strange feeling made her subconsciously hold Little Star's hand tightly. In a trance, she recalled the time when she saw him and was brought to the concept layer of the rules. It seemed to be the same feeling. Strange, helpless. The shadow that wrapped around her eyes and heart made her inexplicably feel like she was falling from the sky. She had to hold the hand of the person beside her to dispel the uneasiness in her heart. "Don't worry, we are here." The soft voice in her ear made her look up. She met a pair of pale golden eyes with substantial light. The calmness in the eyes made her feel less nervous and uneasy. She nodded gently. Reaching out and patting Siyu's head, Yin Nuashing looked straight ahead. Hui was still leading the way, but this time he was not as arrogant as when he first entered the door. He was releasing the holy energy storm without any scruples. He was carefully and steadily releasing the holy energy like ripples quietly across the space, dispelling the breath of the chaos that was tainted with the breath of the chaos tide. The breath of the chaos is getting stronger. It seemed that we were really close to the core. I was worried that we might take a wrong turn, Jingyan whispered. Yin Nuashing tilted his head. The corridor that led to the concept layer had changed. The corridor now was not the way he knew it. It was long, curved, and there were unusual distortions in his sight. The corridor that was supposed to be a straight path to kill had turned into a corner without forking. Occasionally, energy runes tainted with the breath of the chaos would appear on the corridor that was 100 feet high and 100 feet wide. Those were the ordinary energy runes that belonged to the concept layer of the rules of the divine realm that were tainted by the breath of the chaos. There was no end to it. He could only tell that they were indeed moving forward based on his past experience, the changes in the rules, and some marks. He reached out and touched the bronze wall. There was a physical touch. The energy was still there, and the breath of the order was still there. It seemed that even if the heart of the world was tainted by the breath of the chaos, it would not be for too long. According to his thinking, if the heart of the world completely turned into chaos, the first abnormal change would be the concept layer, and there was still the power of the order here. Maybe the situation is not that bad. Torch over there, please shut up. Don't talk nonsense in such a serious situation. Hui was about to speak, but his mouth was blocked. He shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. 2 hours, Jingyan suddenly said. We have been walking for 2 hours. Brother, how long did you walk in the corridor when you came here alone? A few minutes. Yin Nuashing shrugged. The concept layer has changed substantially, but the power of the order is still there. That's why I said the situation is not that bad. Now, we have to touch the marks left behind by the rules and the order to move forward. Don't be fooled by the fact that there is only one path. This space has changed. You are in my domain, so you can only see one path, but in fact, Jingyan pinched her chin. If you block your own order and leave the domain, you can see the abnormal situation. For example, there are more forks, more strange things, just like walking in a maze. Yin Nuashing nodded. The worst-case scenario is that you might get lost in the concept layer of the rules. Thinking about the result. Well, so you did not know what would happen, but it was definitely not a good thing. It was better not to think about it. But she looked up at the seemingly endless corridor. She could feel that there was an unidentified object in the depths of the corridor that was emitting some kind of energy. The aftermath of the energy was surging around them, and she could not tell if she was approaching the unidentified object or if she was just walking on the same spot. But there was no concept of infinity in the rules here. After moving forward for an hour, Hui suddenly paused, turned around, and waved at them. Phone, look in front. Right in front of the straight corridor, a large door suddenly appeared. It was also made of bronze, but half of the 2 doors had already lost their bronze color, turning into a strange black that was stained by ink. A familiar aura of oppression, chaos, and distortion came from the door, startling them. The door between the consciousnesses is in front. The heart of the world is inside. Yin Nuashing pulled the 2 girls and ran to the bronze door that was stained with the aura of chaos. He put the 2 girls into Huey's domain and walked to the door. He stretched out his hand and touched the bronze door. His eyes changed a few times. The energy runes have changed their order. Although the power of the rules is still familiar, if we rashly use the previous method to open the door, it may cause the aura of chaos here to riot. Maybe it will alarm the heart of the world behind the door. We have to find another way. He took 2 steps back and took a deep breath. The colorful energy domain suddenly disappeared. A moment later, It was replaced by a transparent black energy domain that was stained with gray spots. His long, colorful hair that reached his calves also seemed to be stained with the sins of the world. It turned black and gray, and the golden light in his eyes turned gray. The dark flames on his body rose, and he emitted a gray light with an unusually strong aura of chaos. Hui shuddered and quickly retreated with his people. He was so scared that he put on his armor and took out the guardian's shield and guardian's sword. He shouted at the front, "Who is it?" Jingyan was also stunned because she felt that the person in front of her had changed completely. After being yelled at by Hui, she also subconsciously entered battle mode. Xing Lu's hand shook and more than 100 types of god flames appeared. The few of them were as if they were facing a great enemy. Yin Nuoxing was also shocked by the voice that suddenly came from behind. He turned around with a dumbfounded expression and looked around in panic. In the end, he did not see anyone. When he saw that they were fully armed and were facing him, he was stunned again. "Are you crazy?" Hui finally reacted. He looked at the person in front of him who looked like Maple. His tone was Maple. His voice was Maple. His soul also seemed to be Maple. He carefully called out, "Maple, don't make trouble. This is the second time. You scared me to death." Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. He turned around and pressed his hands on the bronze door. The energy that was accompanied by the aura of chaos surged. "Wait a minute. 2 minutes to fix the door. TSK. He even used the law to lock it." Hui and Jingyan looked at each other and were stunned. They opened their mouths and made a few strange sounds. In the end, Hui stepped forward and came behind Yin Nuoxing. He could feel the unusually strong aura of chaos from him. It was as if the demonic shadow had descended in front of him. "Maple, don't you feel that something is wrong with you?" Yin Nuoxing was stunned. "What? I mean, your energy, your aura. Don't you feel that something is wrong?" Hui said, gritting his teeth. Yin Nuoxing sensed that Hui was not joking. He stopped opening the door. He turned around and saw that Hui was still staring at him nervously and vigilantly. He was stunned too. He had to check himself again. After that, he was stunned. This is probably due to the influence of the first light. I'm using the energy of annihilation now. It has turned me into the form of chaos and order. Probably, but I don't feel any repulsion. It shouldn't be a big problem. Whatever." Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and let it go. He turned around and continued to press on the bronze door. The aura of chaos and the energy of annihilation surged and opened the energy runes that were branded on the door. Seeing that he really didn't care, Hui could only laugh bitterly. He glanced at Yin Nuoxing with a surprised and doubtful gaze. When he realized that there didn't seem to be any accidents, he retreated with slight relief. He waved his hand at Jingyan and see who came over. "It seems like there's no problem." Feng said that it was the effect of that light. Jingyan nodded and scratched her head. "That light is a double order. When a young man chose to use the energy of annihilation, it also changed his order." Hui nodded and turned around to look at Maple standing in front of the door. The energy of annihilation was surging like a demonic shadow. The aura of chaos had allowed that energy to fully unleash its power. He did not know if this was a good or bad thing. Anyway, let's take a look first. Jingyan patted Huey's shoulder to let him relax a little. She then turned to look at the young man. "We can only observe for a while. The young man's condition is only known to him. Well, to be honest, I used to think that the annihilation energy in the young man's body was a hidden danger. After all, he is still a being of order. Even if he could adapt to the order of chaos indiscriminately, it would still be the same. Oh, and there's also the element of annihilation. That divine power is also the power of order of chaos. Now that he has the aura of chaos and has truly switched to the order of chaos, using that power should not be a problem." Huey's eyes flashed when he heard that. If that's the case, those people in the underworld, other than the fledglings, they're also using the power of order. I thought they were really determined to join the order of chaos. They're just using the power of order of chaos. The runes on the door that had been changed to the energy of chaos were slowly changing form under the touch of a higher level of chaos. The door lock was open little by little. After Yin Nuashing held his breath and worked hard for a while, all the energy runes were successfully opened. Oh, right. Fortunately, not half of the energy runes still had the aura of order. Then he would have to work harder. Rumble. When the heavy bronze door was opened, it made a loud noise. The loud noise was so loud that it made people's ears itch. The loud noise splashed countless echoes in the huge, empty space. The sound was accompanied by the vibration of the air. The most obvious feeling was the innate hostility of the chaotic energy towards the order, as well as the abnormal movement of distortion and chaos. Siyu and Fengqing Wang couldn't help but narrow their eyes and shrink their bodies. Hui Du and Jingyan were on guard. After the door was opened, no living thing rushed out. However, the energy that had been sealed for at least 2 billion years rushed out along with the air and whistled behind them, blowing away the icy mist in the bronze corridor. At the same time, a wave of chaotic energy that was so dense that Hui Du's expression changed drastically swept out from behind the door like a storm. It was as if there were endless wails of living things accompanied by the screams of souls. It reminded the two girls of the noisy sea. This time, the screams that reverberated in their ears were even more serious than the ones in the noisy sea. However, when they looked up, there was only a large mass of surging gray air and dark energy in front of them. Those screams did not seem to be the characteristics of the chaos energy. It was released by the heart of the world. Originally, these things were like the sins of the world and would only settle in the conceptual layer of the rules. However, it seems that after the heart of the world was affected by the chaos energy, some things that should have dissipated by themselves were left behind. Yin Nuashing returned to the two girls and explained to the four of them. The aura of chaos that overflowed from her body had completely disappeared. When she returned to the state of order, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The heart of the world can produce these strange things. Hui held up the barrier of order to resist the screams that were accompanied by the chaos energy. He could not help but ask. Yin Nuashing nodded and said, "It was born from the natural activities of the world. To put it more clearly, it is the trash products that are brought about by the destruction of energy, order, and rules between living things. As for the other side of the product, it settles in the conceptual layer of the rules." Fengqing Wang's heart skipped a beat. The sins of the world, the sins of order, and the shadows of order that have yet to be fused together. But they are roughly the same. Yin Nuashing nodded lightly. Those are very minute. They are so minute that the realm of the gods would have to clean themselves up, so they are usually ignored. Compared to the other side of the world products, the trash products are more obvious. However, that is only relative. The production of both of them is extremely small. It is only because the heart of the world has a slight problem that all the trash from the past 2 billion years have been piled up here. Yin Nuashing folded her arms and sighed softly. Everything that is consumed in the prime realm is the good that the people of the world understand. The remaining shadows that have been consumed and have lost their physical form lurk in the darkness, turning into the shadows of you and me. They embrace the rules and sleep here forever. In terms of the rules, everything that is born in the prime realm is positive. No matter what is consumed, on the other side of the world, the remnants in the conceptual layer of the rules are extremely negative. However, the amount is very, very small. Otherwise, this place would have been filled with trash long ago. Furthermore, the conceptual layer is connected to the void. When you zoom in on the perspective of the void, whether it is the birth or destruction of a world, or the activities of living things in a world, such activities are allowed by the void, just like the metabolism of life. After Yin Nuashing finished speaking, she turned around and saw the two girls staring at her in a daze. She could not help but smile bitterly. "I'm used to it. Ahem. It's nothing. I just wanted to give you a little understanding. Connecting the void, the world, the heart of the world, the conceptual layer of the rules, and the void in that order is the metabolism of the void itself. You can roughly think of it like that. So the existence of the world's sins is because the metabolism is not fast enough?" Siyu suddenly said. Yin Nuashing, "Well, you're right. Because the void had a problem after the fall of the heavenly god of origin, such a fatal situation has occurred. So, the heavenly god of origin is the defense mechanism, and the void. Mei Mao flashed and suddenly clapped her hands. The void has eaten something bad. Yin Nuoxing, Hui, and Jing Yun. What is this girl thinking? It took 10 minutes for the storm, mixed with the darkness, to finish. The storm stopped and turned into a gentle breeze. Along with the chaotic energy, the aura that made all beings of order feel extremely uncomfortable and instinctively hostile blew towards them. Wind, chaotic energy, a fury that can crush everything in the world, a kind of unreasonable and endless hostility towards the world of order. Hui raised his head and looked at the space behind the door. He turned to Maple and said, "This chaotic energy has already materialized, right? After all, you said that the heart of the world has been completely tainted." Yin Nuoxing glanced at him and let out a sigh of relief. The chaotic energy will become even more violent after destroying objects of order and energy of order. I don't know how long it has been entrenched here. Let's go. Be careful. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and held up the barrier made by the energy of origin and order. When he subconsciously activated a large amount of order energy, rays of light quietly burst out from his body. It was like the light of a star that broke through the darkness, dispelling the chaotic energy in front of him and isolating him from the influence of the chaotic aura. The dim vision suddenly became clear in an instant. Hui and Jingyun were also stunned. Is this another form? A form of order? His body seemed to have become a body made of light. The colorful and pure white light that was stained with little golden light shone out from his body. With his body as the energy source, he spread the energy of origin and order to any place that his aura could affect. The vast and mighty divine power instantly weakened the chaotic aura in the consciousness to the extent that it almost completely disappeared. While the others were stunned, Yin Nuoxing did not realize it. He pulled the two girls and walked into the door. He felt that the chaotic aura had suddenly dropped by a few levels. Huh? The chaotic energy has subsided? Hui looked at Jingyun blankly, and the latter smiled bitterly. This is the state of absolute resonance with order and the rules. The little brother is now the embodiment of order. Order and the rules of order move according to his will. It's an instinct. Even if he subconsciously used the power of origin and the power of order, he had unwittingly strengthened himself to such a degree. The chaos form just now was the same. But what we saw just now should be the normal state of release. I don't know how. I'm used to it. I think I don't want to see Maple like that for the time being. Every time he releases it, he will probably break a piece of the void. Of course, if he wants to break the underworld, I will raise both hands and feet to support him. Hui sighed and shrugged. He followed closely behind Yin Nuoxing. In the last space between their consciousnesses, after passing through the corridor and the door, they came to a rhombus-shaped hall. The space was 1,000 square meters, spacious and empty. Perhaps because of its size, no one felt that there was anything unusual about the rhombus-shaped hall. The walls around the hall were engraved with gorgeous decorations. No one could understand them. There were also three-dimensional reliefs with energy runes. No one could understand them. There were also many energy runes on the ceiling that seemed like magic circles. No one could understand them. There were also various energy runes floating in the air. No one could understand them. If you did not mention the chaotic energy that was wrapped around these things, they looked quite normal. They had a kind of indescribable beauty. On the left and right sides of the hall, there were two semicircles that spanned 2/3 of the length of the hall. Every 20 to 30 meters, there was a bronze pillar that hung down from the semicircle. It looked like an arch. They should have arrived at the place where the deepest chaos energy was entrenched. However, due to a certain order incarnation unknowingly releasing a storm-like order and origin energy, most of the chaos energy here was dispersed before they even got close to it. Weird. Why is the chaotic presence here so weak instead? Yin Nuoxing tilted her head, puzzled. Hui slapped himself. Feng, you really don't know anything? Yin Nuoxing tilted her head. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. If he did not know, it meant that it had become an instinct that was carved into his bones. He was already used to it, habitually doing something, habitually calculating and measuring the various factors and effects of doing it. Under such circumstances, if the body's condition suddenly changes, I probably won't be aware of it for a while. Jing Yun explained with a dry laugh, and could not help but sigh. It seems that you have to get used to this new power before returning to the front lines in the void. Otherwise, when you fight the death shroud in the abyss, our family would be torn apart in minutes. We thought of the observer's indiscriminate attack and shuddered. In the middle of the rhombus-shaped hall, there was a circular building that looked like an altar made of order energy that protruded from the ground. There was also something that looked exactly the same hanging down from the ceiling. Both of them were only 10 meters in diameter and 2 to 3 meters in height. Dozens of tiny chains of order extended from the top and the bottom, weaving into a large hollow sphere in the middle. And in the middle of the large sphere, there was a dark blue sphere that was woven into a ring of order chains that was quietly floating there. That's the world core of the realm of the gods. Huey's eyes widened slightly. I saw it with my own eyes. The huge sphere that was 100 meters in diameter was spinning and twisting restlessly. The chains of order around it were dancing and dancing, and chaotic energy was spreading everywhere. It looked obviously abnormal. The chaotic presence is deeply tainted. Yun Oshing narrowed her eyes and waved her hand to draw the nether void sword. We prepare for surgery. What? We asked,